The darkness was comfortable for me. Written by Kon Hoshizaki. Chapter 48, The next morning and the beginning of the race. The next day, I had come to the inn of Refuria early in the morning. What happened last night feels like a dream or something. But it wasn't a dream. That's because in the status board, there's big dancing letters saying viewer count race in progress. Refuria must remember what happened last night, Hikaru. That's one of my worries. There's no way to confirm if she was actually drunk or not there. There's the chance she has forgotten everything. Last night, after I returned to my inn, I investigated the details of the viewer count race. 'Cause even if you say viewer count, there's a lot of patterns to it. Is it by the highest real-time viewer count? Or are they going to be measuring it strictly by the total amount of views? Or they could even be going by the average viewer count. It seems God understands that there's questions in those areas. The rules of the race were clearly defined. In the period of the viewer count race, the total view time will be measured. For example, if one person watched 8 hours, the 8 hours would be counted. The total of all viewers will be added, and the one with the highest number will be the winner. You could say it is a simple but sure method of measurement. Cooperating between chosen and exchanging information with the messaging system is okay. This one doesn't have much to do with me, but it might be easier to gain viewer time by being in groups to bring the viewers of the chosen together. Awesome prizes have been prepared all the way to 10th place. Do try and participate. Looking at the reward list, it is true that they're all great. But I have no eyes for anything aside from the first place's resurrection gem. The ones who use the point loan system won't have the right to participate in this event. Now that I think about it, there was an announcement about there being a point loan system a while ago. Well, it is true that you could get points in advance to exchange for items or something like that in order to get an advantageous start, so that might be unfair. So God is strict with fairness, huh? After I researched about it from beginning to end, I confirmed my own situation from on top of my bed. My real-time viewer count, 192,330,000 people. Total views, 7,630,000,000. Likes, 1,510,000,000. Total crystals obtained, 78. Total points obtained, 6. Number of chosen, 709 1,000ths. Crystals in possession, 39. Points in possession, 5. The real-time viewers have increased all of a sudden. It must be because there was that night with Refuria. Even when I look back on it myself, it didn't feel real, as if it was a story from someone else. But her warmth still remains as if it were embers. You could say nothing happened, but thinking about how my parents might have seen that, I find it a bit hard to stay sane. Whichever the case, I have points, Hikaru. The points I obtained when I learned the summon undead and the shining flower. I could use these points I got when I came to this world. There's obviously items, but there's also physical ability and resistance. Just that, it seems like the special ability is a special category. I can't take those. I have 39 crystals. I could exchange 30 for 1 point, but crystals have their respective uses. It would be better not to change them here. 5 points, Hikaru, it is a worrisome number. I can go for physical strength up level 1 and vitality up level 1. I can also take natural recovery types, but I can just rely on potions for that. If my tier increases by defeating monsters, the body capabilities will apparently increase on all fronts, but thinking about my current situation, it really gotta be physical strength or vitality. As for resistances, I already have resistance to poison, diseases, and aging, so there's no need to put points on those. I can only have 1 spirit ability, so it is impossible to take more. But utilizing these 5 points here is a gamble in itself. I managed to survive in the forest because I had points remaining. there's no assurance I won't be falling into a similar situation. I still have one barrier stone remaining, but once I use that will be the end. I will lose my safety net for the times when something happens. But adventuring while leaving a safety net wouldn't be fun for the viewers, Hikaru. I have decided to take first place. Then, the only choice here is to use the points. I want to increase my viewers as much as possible. I will be using them when the viewer count race has started, Hikaru. After I decided that, I went to sleep last night. Honestly speaking, I was reminded of the events with Refria and had a hard time sleeping. And so, while I waited for Refria, I decided to use the points. After confirming my surroundings, I began talking to empty space. Hello, I am Kuro's Hikaru. From today on. Hikaru, I stopped mid-sentence. I don't know if it is okay for me to announce that I am aiming for first place in the viewer count race. I am being thought of as the guy that killed Nanami and went to the parallel world after all. If I were to proclaim I am aiming for first place, they might do their utmost to not watch me so that I can't get first place. Even if I were to tell them I want the resurrection gem to revive Nanami, who would believe me? I could be using it for something else. Or think that I want to sell the gem to earn big. That's just how they will end up taking it. No. It could be taken in an even worse way. If I take first place, no one else will be able to revive Nanami, so the truth will stay in the darkness. In other words, I am taking first place to seal the lips of Nanami. That's how it could be taken by the bad-natured ones. More so when the gem can only revive a person that is important to you. All the chosen of Japan have met Nanami. There might be ones who have gotten along with her. Well, of course, if they want to revive Nanami, I won't have any issues with that, but if they are just going to be a hindrance and it ends up with the result of none being able to take first place to revive Nanami, that would just be saddening. That's why I won't say it. If this were the usual, I would be grateful if they weren't watching, but just this time around. Just for this brief period, I want them to watch. From today on, I will be partying with Refria and exploring the dungeon. Hikaru, I just give them a simple explanation of my plans. I did decide to take first place, but I don't know the best method to get there. I am not an influencer, or an entertainer, I am just your average high school student. There's no way I would know how to get viewers. What I know is that if I am together with Refria, my viewers will increase with her beauty. And then, talk about me using her will be spread, and the viewers on Earth will be burning even more. What's important is action and result. Telling the viewers I want to take first place here at this timing would be a demerit, and there wouldn't be much merit. Just that, I feel bad for Refria who will be exposed to several millions of curious gazes without her knowing. I am trying to use her goodwill and deceiving her after all. But if I don't do this, there's no way I will be able to take first place. Before diving into the dungeon, I will use my remaining 5 points and take physical strength up 1. Hikaru, it is pretty embarrassing to talk to empty space, but there's the need to acknowledge the viewers. It is not like there isn't any mental damage and uncomfortness from this, but I have to push myself here and leave those aside. I operate the status board and take the physical strength up 1. Will you use 5 points and acquire physical strength up level 1? Yes, no, I push yes. At the same time as I did this, I felt my body growing hot. I don't think my body has changed. If I had to put it in words, it is more like the spirit energy in my body has activated. It might be similar to the times when I defeat monsters. With this, my physical strength has doubled, which is surprising. I currently don't feel the difference, but I should be able to tell when I am in the dungeon. I explained this feeling to empty space. It is pretty idiotic, but viewers do exist. Doing small things like this to acknowledge the viewers shouldn't be a waste. There's the possibility of losing by a single viewer after all. I am currently waiting for Refria. I met her last night for a bit, so seeing her is honestly a bit embarrassing, and we drank before, so maybe she doesn't remember. Hikaru, Hikaru? Is there anyone there? Here. That gave me a fright. So you were here, Rufria. Hikaru. Chapter 49, Beautiful Person and Promise. I was all flustered explaining the current situation, and didn't notice Rufria showing up. She saw me talking to empty space. Does she think I am a weirdo? Yeah, you were talking about something, so I was wondering what it was. Rufria. Ah, no, it was nothing. Good morning. Hikaru. Yeah, good morning. Rufria. She has silver armor equipped, and was dressed as a warrior with a crazy big sword. Her platinum blonde hair was basking in the morning sun, shining gently, and her snow-white skin was clear without a single blemish. Her big amber-color eyes were crystalline, and I could feel purity that was as if it could see through my evil heart. So beautiful, Hikaru. I instinctively wanted to hide. The courage to show myself in front of her shriveled in an instant. Last night I managed to talk with her and have a meal with her as if we were equals. But that must have been the magic of the night. Maybe the darkness helped me out. Being below the light of the sun reveals how small of a person I am. Wearing shabby and disorderly dyed black clothes, unkempt hair that has been left to grow all this time, and baggy black eyes lacking sleep. The dagger hanging from my waist is the second cheapest thing in the weapon store, and it is not like I am tall, and even my face is plain. No, that's fine. It is okay for that to be a bad result. I might be able to get viewers from that too, Hikaru. The more laughable I am, the better. The viewers must be wishing for me to suffer. If it is to become first, who cares how much I am hurt? I clenched my fist and spoke to her. Rufria, could you sleep well last night? I didn't manage to sleep that much. Hikaru. You too, Hikaru? Actually, I myself didn't sleep that much either. Eh? Rufria's gaze swam a bit and was blushing slightly. This certainly is her from last night, and that relieved me a bit. That sight of hers standing below the sunlight was shining brilliantly like a sacred goddess. Do you remember what happened last night? Hikaru. Eh? Yes. Of course I won't forget it. The promise. Right? Rufria said this and blushed even more. Looks like she thought I was talking about leaving the thanks for later. By the way, I did postpone her reward to a later time, but I am not so shameless as to think about taking it. I am being watched by all of humanity. Even if it is for the sake of aiming for first place, that's a line I must not cross. I don't care how much I myself get hurt, but I don't want to reveal this pure person and dirty her for my own gain. Even at this very moment and from here on, just by being together with me, she is being watched by millions of people without her knowing. And here I am, using her despite that. If I were to tell her that, she would be conscious about her being watched. There's a high chance she would refuse to come along with me. That's why, I'm purposely keeping it from her. Once these 2 weeks are over, I will repent in any way. I don't think that will absolve me from my sin, but even with that, I want Nanami to come back. I am talking about going to the dungeon together. I really am a beginner. Please teach me a lot. Hikaru. Yeah, of course. Leave it to me. Rufria. Then, let's go. Is the second floor okay? Hikaru. When I was about to walk, she went wait and stopped me. We have to show up at the guild first. Rufria. Guild. Hikaru. You really were a side gator, huh? Rufria. By side gator, it meant people that would do business without the qualifications. In other words, it refers to me who sneaked into the dungeon every single time using darkness, and would sell what I got to the black market. I can't even argue this. In the first place, Rufria knows that I have been doing deals with the black market. Sorry. I don't even know what a guild is. What's that facility for? Hikaru, it is the dungeon management department. The explorers take requests from the guild to subjugate monsters and obtain spirit stones. You have to properly register as an explorer and apply when you are diving into the dungeon or they won't let you in, you know? Refria, I see. I didn't know. I was always sneaking in. Ha ha ha. Hikaru, this may not be a laughing matter, but I can only laugh here. Well, it is fine since it is me, but it is better not to tell others, okay? You would get apprehended at worst after all. Refria, looks like I was doing something pretty dangerous there. Well, let's just think about it as something that has already passed. And so, can I also register as an explorer? I am living in a cheap inn and don't have an address or anything. Hikaru, as long as you are not a heinous criminal, anyone can do it. You will start at the lowest rank, but well, as long as you get spirit stones, it will be increasing anyways. Being an ability user of your caliber, you will be able to go up to at least gnome rank. Refria, gnome rank. What rank are you, Refria? Hikaru, I am currently Sylvester rank. 1 rank below gnome rank. Refria, saying this, she brought out a silver ID from her pocket, and showed it to me. It is a pretty hard to remember name, but you can tell them apart from the material of the ID, so it doesn't seem that complicated. The dungeon management department is around a 3 minutes walk from the dungeon, so we managed to reach this so-called guild real soon. The guild is close to the dungeon, a sturdy facility made of stone, and the spacious lobby had rowdy people that are most likely explorers walking around. When Refria came in, the gazes of the men gathered on her, and even I felt them at the back of her. I see. Of course she wouldn't feel like searching for party members here. Ooh, Refria-chan. What's with that brat there? Did you pick up a member of the club? A man that screamed ruffian spoke to Refria. She must have a history as an explorer, so obviously she would have explorers speaking to her. Refria stops her feet. No, he is my party member. I won't let you be rude. Refria, huh? This brat is going to party with a silver rank? Oi, brat, what's your rank? The man was riled up at what Refria said. I can tell that the people listening in on this were directing their attention at us. Oi. I didn't expect a cliché development like this would actually happen. Well, Refria must have been someone that stood out even in the guild to a degree that other explorers would have their attention on her. She is an extraordinary beauty, and her weapon is big, so she stands out. She is the complete opposite of me. Anyways, this development is delicious for the viewers. Even if I were to get beaten up here, I would still be winning. I whispered to Refria, I will deal with this, so don't say anything, and answered the man. Chapter 50, Guild and Links Mutual Aid Association. I will be registering now, so I will be at the very bottom. I am a beginner after all. Hikaru. So you really are in the club? What, are you the little brother of Refria-chan or something? Well, something like that. And so, what's this club thing you are talking about? Hikaru. Clubs are what the newbies who swing around their clubs in the first floor are called. Not to be rude here, brat, but you should first learn how to dance with skeletons in the first floor. In the dungeon, the ones who don't know their limits are the ones who die first after all. I thought he was a problematic ruffian, but he was actually a normal old man that gave good advice. I have seen several dead bodies of explorers in the second floor who didn't understand their own limits. People who didn't have the combat capabilities to go to the second floor yet. Ones that came down alone. Ones that get lost. That's why this senior must be keeping an eye out for those newbies so that it doesn't end up that way. Polish your skills in the first floor, gather party members, do the pertaining preparations, and then go to the second floor. At first, only explore the vicinity of the stairs, and after exploring moderately, return. If you can't do that, You are not fit to be an explorer. Thank you very much. I plan on getting a club after. Big Sis here is simply guiding me here. She is a worrywart after all. Hikaru, it is good that you are obedient. Well, do your best to not trouble your sister. Rufria-chan as well, if you change your mind, party with us. The man left with a hearty laugh. If he really was a problematic ruffian, I would have been fine with playing a fist fight, but he was just a good guy. Well, thinking about it logically, there aren't that many people who would cause problems in the very facility. Hikaru. What was that just now? Rufria, but it seems Rufria wasn't too pleased about this. Well, it wasn't manly after all. It is true that I am a beginner, right? I normally would have to begin by swinging around the club. If not for you, Rufria, I did plan on doing that. Hikaru, you being my little brother. Rufria, lies are instruments. Those types of people just want to get involved, so it is pointless to take them seriously. Also, it doesn't look like he was a bad guy or anything. Hikaru, I do understand that, but... Rufria locked arms with me conspicuously and led me to the counter. Well, a brother and sister can lock arms. The explanation at the guild counter was really businesslike. I ignored Rufria, who was sticking to me the whole time with arms locked, and properly listened. I won't lose to the questioning look of the guild staff member either. Explorers begin from the spiritus rank. In numbers, it would be the 6th one. The ID is bronze. I have picked bronze IDs countless times in the 2nd floor from the dead explorers. To think I would be having one myself. 1st rank, salamander rank. Scorching steel, salamander, ID. 2nd rank, undyne rank. Magic metal, mithril, ID. 3rd rank, gnome rank. Gold ID. 4th rank, sylvester rank. Silver ID. 5th rank, dryad rank. Ebony ID. 6th rank, spiritus rank. Bronze ID. So damn cool. By the way, the highest ranked explorer in this city is an undyne rank. I wasn't that interested in the guild, but it does give me the desire to work a bit hard, so I can't help but say this is a good job from management. I can feel the wiles of making the explorers stake their lives here. It seems there's a drill course for beginners as well. It is something that teaches the bearing of an explorer in the 1st floor to the ones that have the free time, but Rufria said we will be doing that on our own, so it is okay and refused. Well, it is true that there's no need to waste time on that if Rufria is going to be teaching me. Also, at the end of the explanation, they told me pretty strictly don't put a hand on the gems that others have found no matter what. Looks like the talk about a divine beast showing up when stealing treasures is pretty serious business. Let's be careful. After that, I applied to dive into the dungeon, and bought the necessary things in the guild. Torches, food, drinks, potions, clean cloths, gauzes, etc. etc. It is honestly not necessary for me, but since there's the chance, I bought them as well. The potions apparently can only heal small wounds. Are they the same as the 1 crystal potions? Ah, it is okay for the battle members to be you and me, but what do we do about the scout? Rufria, scout, huh? Hikaru, being asked this by Rufria, I was about to answer we don't need one, but now that I think about it, if we are going to be forming a party, I can't be complacent. I don't know how a pro scout works. Can you hire them? Here? Hikaru, no. It is at the neighboring facility. Rufria, I enter the old building right by the side of the guild on the guidance of Rufria. The entrance said Links Mutual Aid Association. All the ones inside were catfolk. The cat beastkins are apparently called Links. That must be the name of their race. There's a number of rules when hiring a Lynx scout. First, the deposit. This must be paid in advance. Scouts, because of the nature of their job, they tend to get killed by monsters. And so, The deposit for hiring them is the price of their life. Referee, in the case when the scout dies in the dungeon, the payment will of course not return. It really must be taken as the price for their life in that sense as well. I see. There's no knowing what happens in the dungeon. Hikaru, yeah. There's even parties that use scouts as bait to escape after all. Referee, I feel like a lynx would be better at running away though. Hikaru, there's a lot of them who get their legs injured. Referee, the injuries really were a problem. I don't think they will get their legs injured that much in the current second floor though. There's shameless people like the ones that abandoned Grateful. By the way, the deposit was surprisingly low. Only 5 silver coins. It is a number that speaks eloquently about the standing of lynx in this city. Can you request a specific lynx scout? Hikaru, eh? It should be possible, but I can't tell them apart. You can, Hikaru? Referee, of course. Their faces and fur are completely different. Hikaru, I spoke to the one that was rolling around on the sofa filled with holes. Grateful, I want to hire you. Hikaru, Naya. Who are you, Anai-san? Despite my looks, I can dive all the way to the 3rd floor, so I am a bit expensive, Yanao? Grateful, then, how about a freebie? For the potion of before. Hikaru, when I said this with a grin, Grateful's tail stood on end and she jumped up. The Anai-san from that time. To think you would show up, Naya? I am really grateful for you helping me at that time. Grateful, I actually didn't plan on showing up though, but the situation has changed. Will you be our scout? Hikaru, if you are fine with someone like me, Naya, gladly. I will prepare at once, Nyan. Grateful runs up the stairs as if bouncing. If I am going to be hiring someone, it is better for it to be someone I know. Chapter 51. Grateful and dazzling. Hikaru, you know that lynx? Referee. Yeah. When she had injured her leg before and was left to death. I simply escorted her to the entrance. Hikaru. So you were saving other girls aside from me? Referee. I obviously can't ignore her when she is crying Nana in the middle of the 2nd floor. Hikaru. Hikaru is kind after all, Tilda. Referee. Not really. That's normal. Hikaru. I sweep away the mysterious jealousy of Referee, and try asking something that bothered me. By the way, why are lynx doing exploration on a hiring system? Is there a reason why they don't do it like other people? Hikaru. I should be the one to answer the question, Naya. Grateful, who came down from the stairs, jumped into our conversation. Her perked up ears were quite the outstanding ears. I see, it really does suit a scout. We are required to explain the history of lynx to first-time parties, Naya. Raising the social status of the lynx in this way, even if only for a little bit, is the motto of the Mutual Aid Association Nyan. Grateful explains while going Nyan. It seems lynx are a race that can be found all over the world, but their eyes work in the dark, have good ears, are fast, and can walk without making a sound, so most of them were thieves or pickpockets. And so, there were even cases when the lynx would have the blame pinned on them, and were slowly being cornered into a position of discrimination. Lynx have a fatal racial weakness. They are far more powerless than other races, Nyan. Grateful, that's why you can only carry a thin blade like that? Hikaru, I can barely swing this one too though. Grateful, it is true that lacking physical strength is fatal. Not being able to fight against violence is a decisive factor to label a race as weak. It might be different if there were guns, but this is exacerbated by the fact that this world revolves around the strong. That's why you have no choice but to raise your tier by diving in the dungeon, huh? Hikaru, no, that's not it. We can't fight, so we can't even raise our tier. Not only goblins, we can't even win against skeletons, Naya. Grateful, then, what do you do? Hikaru, we are scouts. Our job is to go check things out for a bit and be careful Naya. Grateful, you can't get stronger like that. Hikaru, that's fine like that for Niao. We save coin, make a contract with a great spirit Sama, and that's when a lynx can finally become an explorer. Grateful, I see. So the gun of a lynx is spirit abilities. Looking at her equipment, I can tell that she doesn't have any monetary leeway. The deposit is 5 silver coins, but that's the payment that the mutual aid association gets, and obviously, a dead lynx can't get it. The share she gets for 1 day of employment is 1 small silver coin. If it is diving to the 3rd floor, it takes 5 small silver coins, and the 4th floor goes up to 2 silver coins, but the danger spikes. In the first place, if the party they follow wipes out, the lynx accompanying them won't be able to survive. And so, making a contract with a great spirit takes a lot of money? Hikaru, 1 gold coin Nyan. Grateful, it costs that much? Hikaru, 1 gold coin? That's massive. It is a price that requires 40 or 50 silver coins. That's not an amount that a lynx can save when they only earn 1 small silver coin for a day of work. Wait a moment. Grateful-chan. Right? Making a contract with a great spirit Sama costing 1 gold coin is just. There's no way it costs that much. Even making a contract with the light great spirit Sama goes for 10 silver coins, you know? The great spirit Samas in this city shouldn't go for more than 5 silver coins. Refria. Links get a special price Nyan. Grateful, A. Refria, the church is the one that places the price for making contracts with great spirits. In other words, it is an asking price. For humans it is cheap, but for demi-humans it is expensive. It seems like stuff like that is done as if it's normal. I understand the situation of the lynx now. I will make it so you can earn a decent amount when you are in our party, so don't worry. Hikaru, right. To think it would be 1 gold coin. That's definitely weird. Refria, I look forward to working with you Naya. Wait, we are diving with just us 3? Grateful, once we went out, Grateful stood in place and asked this. Well, a party of 3 people is indeed low. That's right. Well, it should be alright. Hikaru, yeah, we are just going to the 2nd floor after all. Refria, the positive Refria. I am not optimistic here, but even so, I judge that there won't be problems if it is the 2nd floor. What's worrying me here is the teamwork. If we can't even explore the 2nd floor, we can't dive into the dungeon to begin with. At worst, I can cover everything with darkness fog to escape from any enemy, and I still have 1 barrier stone. Ogres and mantis are a threat, but as long as they don't get us by surprise, there should be no problems. Also, I do feel like we have to be slightly reckless or the viewers won't increase. It is rare for there to only be 3 while including a scout, so I just wanted to confirm Nyan. Your abilities were impressive, Ana-san, and Refria-san is famous, so there shouldn't be any problems Nyan. Grateful, so you really are famous, Refria. Hikaru, the dazzling Refria is an name that shows up in the chat of other parties pretty often. We lynx don't understand the sense of beauty of humans though. Everyone is saying they want to go out with her or marry her Naya. Grateful, that's impressive, Refria. Hikaru, is it like the local idol? If they were to learn that she is forming a party with me, won't they straight harass me? I thought the sense of beauty from this world would be different from Earth, but it seems like beauty is still beauty. So they are talking about me like that? That's scary. I need Hikaru to protect me. Refria, the strength Refria was using in our locked arms increased. Or more like, we have been like this since coming out from the guild. Is this okay? Won't this settle we are going to be harassed? They have been glancing at us quite a lot even at this point in time. Protect, you say? You are stronger than me, Refria. Hikaru, if it is a fight without abilities, then I would be stronger but you are not going to protect me? Rifria, an upward glance from point-blank range. It really might be true that Rifria wasn't drunk at that time. The close distance of yesterday is still the same today. I will protect you. At the very least, in the time when you are together with me, I will definitely protect you. Hikaru, Hilda, I was sure you would say that, Hikaru. Rifria, Naya. I smell the scent of love, Naya. Are you two going out, Nyan? Grateful, that's not it. Hikaru, Rifria was so clingy here that it can't be helped that Grateful would think this way. If I hadn't gotten used to my little sisters wrapping their arms on both of my arms, this would have been dangerous. Rather than calling it love, it is more like a spoiled child. Also, it seems I am being called with a nickname like Dazzling, but I am not strong enough to fit that title, so Grateful-chan, try to correct the people if you can manage to, okay? Rifria, so she has a nickname. If I party with Rifria, maybe they will call me the parasite Hikaru. What does dazzling mean? Hikaru, is it the gorgeous meaning? You could even call it bad-mouthing, but that's just me being Japanese. Dazzling is the nickname of my sword master. My battle style is the same, so I am being called that. But master is a salamander rank, so I can't even compare. Rifria, I see. That was a beautiful battle style after all. I kinda understand. Hikaru, that figure of hers fighting while using her whole body to swing that big sword was beautiful, as if she were dancing. That fighting style was truly dazzling. There's also the beauty of Rifria herself, but she shone even more inside the dark and humid dungeon. Beautiful, you say? Ah, right, you were watching me fight, Hikaru. Rifria, I was so fascinated with it that I ended up getting delayed in saving you. Hikaru, I see, so you were watching in fascination. Then, maybe I have gotten closer to master? Rifria, yeah, it certainly was dazzling. Hikaru, hee. I am happy. Rifria, Naya. The scent of love, Naya. Grateful. Anyways, we have gathered the numbers. The viewers have increased far more than I imagined. I knew it. I really did have a lot of hidden viewers. I have easily gone to the 100 millions once I stopped hiding in the darkness. I will take first place with this party. For sure. Chapter 52, to the dungeon and confirmation of battle power. At the entrance of the dungeon, we showed the permit issued by the guild to one of the 4 gatekeepers, and entered. If we move carefully in the first floor, we can avoid battling monsters without having to use darkness fog, and reach the second floor. Of course, it is fine to fight. For now, let's confirm our battle power. Also, how we are going to be fighting together. Hikaru. If this were a brute force party of 3 warriors, it might have been a different story, but it is completely different here. The dark spirit user who has trash direct combat power capabilities. The strong warrior that waves around a great sword and can use light spirit abilities. A scout that can't fight. That's the party composition. In other words, in terms of damage, we will be mostly relying on Rifria. For now, we will have Grateful find enemies, I will distract them, and Rifria defeats them. Something along those lines, I guess. Hikaru, I don't really mind that, but what do we do about the spirit abilities? Rifria, what light spirit abilities do you have? Hikaru, when I asked this, she hung her head down slightly and muttered, I can only use 2. The light I saw before, and what about the other one? Hikaru, Cure Glow. An ability that heals wounds. Rifria, nice. Hikaru, having healing abilities is a great help. We won't be able to avoid small wounds, so there would be no end if I had to buy potions with crystals at every instance. Now that I think about it, my abilities are Dark Element. Is it going to be okay? Hikaru, okay. As in what? Rifria, I heard that the people around here don't use that, you see. Hikaru, I don't really get what you are trying to ask me here. But there's no way there would be a problem in using the abilities which are the divine blessing of a great spirit Sama, you know? It is true that there aren't many dark spirit users, but that's only because there's no church of the great dark spirit Sama here. Rufria, I see. That's fine then. Hikaru, I am relieved. It is darkness, so I thought they had a bad reputation, but it seems like all great spirits of any element are respected. Also, can I ask how many abilities you can use, Hikaru? Could it be that you can use all the way to the fifth one? No way that's the case, huh? Rufria, I can use 8. Hikaru, E8. Rufria raised a shocked voice. Well, all elements most likely have 8. The last special ability I learned was from the dark element. Well, the 8th is a bit special, so I can't use it much though. Hikaru, wait a moment please. Did I hear correctly? Not 7 but 8. Rufria, was it foolish to be honest here? No, we will be fighting with our lives on the line here, so hiding our cards is not good. 8. But there aren't many offensive abilities in my dark spirit abilities, so I might not be able to match your expectations. Hikaru, no. I saw you using a number of abilities at that time, so I knew that you were an amazing ability user, but 8, huh? Rufria was practically absent-minded here. She is a light Templar apprentice and even she can only use 2, so 8 might be outside the common. Looks like this is information that I shouldn't be divulging much. Is 8 that rare? Hikaru, rather than rare. Even the highest of ability users can only use 7. The great spirit Samas say there's an 8th, so there must be, but it is practically a legend. That's the kind of perception it has. I myself thought it wasn't possible for a human to use it. Rufria, I see. Looks like it would be better to keep the 8th a secret. Hikaru, whichever the case, the 8th one is summoning undead, which gives off a pretty dangerous scent. If I were to use it, it might create unnecessary misunderstandings. It is on a different spectrum from the normal summoning ability that is summon night bug, or like, the potency is just different. I will say this beforehand to avoid any misunderstandings, but my abilities itself are low tier. I may have a lot, but they aren't that big of a deal. Only darkness fog. The one that brings dark fog is a bit high in tier, but the others are just 1 or 2. Hikaru, tiers. They are going up. The abilities. Rufria, well, yeah. Hikaru, did I say something weird here? It works with proficiency, so of course it would go up if you use them. This is just for reference, but what's the tier of that highest ability? Rufria, 4. Hikaru, FFFFFF4? Rufria raises an even louder voice of disbelief. It is pretty hard to raise once it reaches this level, and even though darkness fog is an ability I use pretty often, it hasn't reached tier 5. By 4, does that mean that it has become a higher ability? Rufria, yeah. It turned from dark mist to darkness fog when it reached 3. When it was mist, I think you could faintly see from the outside, but fog is practically complete darkness, so it became easier to use. Hikaru, that's impressive, Hikaru. Is this what's called a genius? As for me, I can only use 2, and they are both still in tier 1. Rufria, it isn't really that big of a deal though. Hikaru, these are my honest thoughts. I even feel bad about it. I am by no means a genius. I am simply getting the benefits of the skills I received from God. In the eyes of the natives, this would literally be a cheat. By the way, the current status of my dark spirit abilities are like this. Dark spirit ability, tier 1 ability, falsehood of darkness, shade shift, proficiency 62, casket of darkness, shadow bind, proficiency 49, call of darkness, summon, night bug, proficiency 55, tier 2 ability, view of darkness, dark vision, Proficiency 82, Transformation of Darkness, Shadowrunner, Proficiency 76, Deposition of Darkness, Shadow Bag, Proficiency 69, Tier 4 Ability, Revelation of Darkness, Darkness Fog, Proficiency 43, Special Technique, Return of Darkness, Create, Undead, Proficiency 1. My proficiency isn't going up as fast as I want it to. I understand Darkness Fog being hard to increase because it is Tier 4, but I have been using Shadow Bind and Summon Night Bug, and yet, they are still at 1. The proficiency of abilities you learn later are most likely harder to raise. However, the 3 abilities that are in Tier 2 are close to Tier 3. Just like how Dark Mist became Darkness Fog, there should be a change to a higher ability. And so, Hikaru, how many can you use in a day? Refria, I have never counted it, but I think I am fine using them for around 100 times. Are you okay? You look pale. Hikaru, her white face grew even whiter, and her lips were trembling. I am also aware that my number of uses is slightly weird. Hikaru, you were a loved one. Refria, loved. What's that? Hikaru, I would say I am a hated one. I am by no means something embarrassing like a loved one. Right. There's no way you would be a loved one. Huh. Then that means you have incredible spirit ability talent. Wow. Refria, I must have the affinity. The spirits have been helping me out a lot. Hikaru, I managed to escape from that forest exactly because of this affinity. The thing called the affection of spirits. Even so, I couldn't use spirit abilities consecutively on the day, so it was most likely a combination of it being night and the dungeon. Especially in the second floor that's darker than the first, darkness has quite a lot of advantages. Now then, let's wrap up the talk here. Let's adjust our battle style in actual combat. Let's begin with goblins or orcs first. Hikaru, no matter how much we talk with words, it is not like we have fought together. We won't be able to tell unless we do it. We will secure a margin of safety, but there's the need for a certain degree of boldness. That should be more enjoyable for the viewers. Chapter 53, Party Exploration and the Specialty of Darkness. 2 ogres. Both with weapons. Can you do it, Naya? Grateful. Grateful came back from her scouting. Ogres are the strongest monsters of the second floor if we exclude the mantis. Moreover, having weapons makes them even stronger. Refria, can you defeat them if it were one-on-one? Hikaru. I can. Refria. Alright. Then, I will lure one to you. Darkness Fog. Hikaru. I blend into the darkness, approach them, and sink one into the darkness. The monsters that get swallowed in darkness take time to process what's happening, so you can incapacitate them for a while. In that time, I lure the other one with Shadowrunner to Refria. Summon Night Bug. Hikaru. I have been fighting while trying to use Call of Darkness as much as possible. This is the only ability I have that can deal direct damage. It can deal a decent amount of damage even against an ogre. The ogre was being bitten away by the bugs inside the darkness, and it was swinging around its weapon wildly. It is not something I want to approach directly. I have gotten physical strength level 1, and my body can move a whole lot better as if I had become someone else. The dagger feels light now. I am sure my individual strength has increased to incomparable levels to before. Even so, taking an attack of an ogre with a dagger. It isn't impossible, but it is an action that has barely any safety to it. It would be better to leave the final hit to Refria. Refria is swinging her crazy big sword and is slashing the ogre. A big sword with the length of the blade being 120 centimeters and width being 20 centimeters. She was swinging the gigantic sword, that would take my all to even lift up, freely. Shadowbind. Hikaru. In this situation where Refria was in the superior position, dark tentacles create a slight opening. The ogre had its limbs tied up and lost its balance. With just that alone, Rafria managed to easily cut its head off. For the second floor monsters that are mostly humanoid, Shadowbind is practically fatal. Looks like Rafria still has leeway here. Counting on you, Rafria. Hikaru, okay. Rafria, I move the darkness fog and bring the remaining ogre out from the darkness. Rafria dashed there as we previously arranged, and she ended the ogre with a sweeping slash. The ogre that came out from the darkness couldn't deal with the slash. More so when it was being annoyed by night bugs. Alright, good work. Are you injured, Rafria? Hikaru, no, it was mostly one-sided after all. Rafria, then, let's go to the next one. Hikaru, we did several more battles after that. Honestly speaking, with these members, hunting in the second floor is relatively easy. We probably should be challenging the third and fourth floor, but this is our first day. We decided on adjusting our teamwork between party members in the second floor. Thinking about the viewers, I should be living more on the edge. Show battles of life or death, but I can't just suddenly push Rafria and Grateful into danger. The viewer count race lasts 2 weeks. Aren't you tired, Hikaru? You have been casting abilities one after the other. Rafria, not at all. I am only using 3-4 per battle after all. Hikaru, wow. Rafria, also, if I don't use them, my proficiency won't increase. When the time requires it, I will use crystals to buy spirit energy potions. More importantly, right now it is battling. Gotta earn money, and the way to get viewers fast really is battling. The reality is that the viewer count is increasing more and more, and it is maintaining 300 million people. But it is lacking when it comes to taking first place. My closest objective right now is 1 billion viewers. There's a group of orcs there. 8. Half-half with weapons and bare-handed. Grateful, alright, let's do this. Hikaru, I unsheathe my dagger. When fighting groups of orcs and goblins, we managed with almost the same strategy. Or more like, orcs and goblins are enemies that Rafria can obviously defeat without any problems, but I as well can. I hide myself with darkness fog and run. I keep only the enemies Rafria is fighting outside of the darkness, and we defeat them in order. I hunt the lives of the orcs that I dragged into the darkness and were confused, one by one with my dagger. With the effects of physical strength doing its work too, I swung my dagger crisply and systematically. Rafria also has no problems dealing with something like orcs. They are being cut down like paper with just one stroke. We managed to wipe out a group of 8 in basically 1 minute. It is going well. Full's enemy detection is also meshing well. Hikaru, yeah, she is pretty skilled. Rafria, I haven't worked together with a lynx before, but if Rafria, who has hired many scouts before, says so, then it must be true. This is a connection I managed to make, so I want Grateful to become a full-fledged explorer. There's one orc there. Want to ignore it nah? Grateful, want to try defeating it, Full? Hikaru, eh? But an orc is too much for me. Grateful, it is okay. I will assist you. Hikaru, you can take in the spirit energy of monsters you defeat in the dungeon and power yourself up, but no matter if it is in a party, this only applies to the one that defeated the monster. In other words, a scout doesn't ever get stronger because they don't fight after all. There's one orc around the corner. Fortunately, it is a bare-handed one. An orc without a weapon is a monster that is below a goblin that has a weapon. Honestly speaking, it is a monster that's just right for training. I will assist you here, so just go straight for the neck with that sword. Darkness fog. Hikaru, I guide Grateful as we advance in the darkness. The orc couldn't understand what was going on and was crying Pookie Pookie the whole time. We move to the back of the orc and adjust the aim to the spine of the orc with the blade of Grateful. Here. Stab with all your strength. Hikaru, nah. Grateful, The blade was stabbed into the base of the neck of the monster with one smooth motion, and the orc turned into a spirit stone. I undo darkness fog. Good job. Looks like we will be able to increase your level like this too, fool. Hikaru, something is entering my body Naya. Is this spirit energy? Grateful, that's right. Well, I don't think there will be much change with one orc, but I am sure it will be different as you stack the numbers. Hikaru, honestly speaking, I myself don't feel much change in this tier increase thing. No doubt there's some slight feeling of it, but it is hard to tell whether this is because I am getting used to fighting or because of the leveling up. According to the status board, it is still 1 p.m. After eating some preserved food, we continued fighting. The number of viewers is definitely increasing. I can do this. Chapter 54, Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, number 1000 Kuros Hikaru, 2581st. 46. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't Rafria seriously beautiful? Eh? Really? Was she always this beautiful? 47. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is also getting completely affected by it too, lol. 48. Anonymous from Earth. No, isn't this her going all in on her makeup? 49. Anonymous from Earth. The glossiness in her hair has also increased. 50. Anonymous from Earth. This brightness is way too rough for a loner. 51. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru has suddenly lost the ability to commentate. 52. Anonymous from Earth. They really are going to the guild. Finally, Hikaru is going to do his guild debut. It has been long. 53. Anonymous from Earth. The busybody old man. The busybody old man that lunged onto Alex too. 54. Anonymous from Earth. I laughed out loud at how Hikaru easily brushed the busybody old man away. 55. Anonymous from Earth. That old man is apparently still in his 20s. 56. Anonymous from Earth. The locking arms of Rafria-sama. That's a virgin killer distance. 57. Anonymous from Earth. I simply wanted a life where a beautiful lady like that would cling to me. 58. Anonymous from Earth. Celica, distance, idiot. Karen, idiot distance. 59. Anonymous from Earth. But the steel armor gets in the way. It doesn't feel like there would be any of the tastiness of locking arms from that. 60. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru, hard. 61. Anonymous from Earth. I thought the twins would go crazier from the existence of Rafria-san, but they aren't speaking about it too much. Why? 62. Anonymous from Earth. Celica has countless times, you know. Stuff like, Unichan can't answer her feelings because of his kindness, or the current Unichan needs her. Celica is so calculative it is scary. 63. Anonymous from Earth. Celica acts lover-struck for fashion after all. 64. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru finally goes to an actual guild. It has been long. 65. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru isn't an actual outlaw type after all. 66. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't the first one you meet in a parallel world the heroine? 67. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't the black market old man worrying, saying, that guy hasn't been coming recently? 68. Anonymous from Earth. You can properly communicate, Hikaru. Or more like, there's a lot more chosen who have a hard time communicating. 69. Anonymous from Earth. Even for Alex, he was super nervous at first. No, you could even say he was shaking on his boots. 70. Anonymous from Earth. He is the brother of those twins, so maybe his specs were high? 71. Anonymous from Earth. Rather than him being the brother of those twins, isn't it more like this being because he was thrown about by those twins? 72. Anonymous from Earth. They said their brother was practically more of their parent than their actual ones, so it really must be like that. 73. Anonymous from Earth. The brother that goes around apologizing in place of their parents for the shenanigans that his two little sisters cause when they go wild. 74. Anonymous from Earth. The conversation of those two at that time. We troubled our Nichin for all those instances, but well, we were young, you see. Right. 75. Anonymous from Earth. What a terrible way of deviating the blame, lol. 76. Anonymous from Earth. Well, it is true that elementary schoolers do mess up. It is the parents' fault for not properly managing that. 77. Anonymous from Earth. I don't know the details, but from the information we can see, don't the parents give a scent of poison? 78. Anonymous from Earth. Celica said cheerfully, no talk about our parents. 79. Anonymous from Earth. Scary. 80. Anonymous from Earth. There's no talk about the family of Hikaru in the talk shows either after all. There's rumors that Celica is pulling the strings in the back. 81. Anonymous from Earth. Don't probe too much. You are gonna get erased. 82. Anonymous from Earth. By Club. Is it the stuff that Alex was doing at first? 83. Anonymous from Earth. It reminds me of the old and golden times of MAP beginnings, so I actually liked that in its own way. I would have liked to see the club phase of Hikaru. 84. Anonymous from Earth. I want to become a member of the club and raise my level. Swinging a club of that size alone seems pretty tiring. 85. Anonymous from Earth. I watched all the VODs of Alex, and there really are only skeletons in the first floor. 86. Anonymous from Earth. There's a strange amount of variety though. Those with weapons, dogs, horses. Within those, the huge skeleton soldier is actual bad news. 87. Anonymous from Earth. The weakness of skeletons is blunt weapons, so they aren't that strong, but they are resistant to slashes and spirit abilities aren't that effective. They may be small fry, but they are troublesome small fry. 88. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru wasn't fazed at all when seeing the skeletons, but Alex was pretty scared, going, bones. Skeletons are moving. Thinking about it calmly, bones moving is the stuff of nightmares. 89. Anonymous from Earth. Alex's ghosts show up too. Made me feel things I can't describe. 90. Anonymous from Earth. A 15-year-old is still a child, you know. 91. Anonymous from Earth. It is a world where ghosts actually exist after all. Won't he freeze to the bone when he sees a raw zombie? 92. Anonymous from Earth. There's chosen who get lively when fighting zombies though. 93. Anonymous from Earth. What's this about raw zombie? 94. Anonymous from Earth must be talking about a fresh zombie. 95. Anonymous from Earth. Didn't Karen talk about the mechanic in which zombies appear? 96. Anonymous from Earth. 95. In that world, when people die, the spirit energy circulating in the body gathers into the life thread. And then, if you leave the corpse as it is, the spirit stone in the body will once again circulate into the body, and become an extempore monster. That's a zombie. That's why, when a person or whatever dies, you have to take out their spirit stone. 97. Anonymous from Earth. Does the create undead of Hikaru cause this mechanism? 98. Anonymous from Earth. It would be one thing if it needed a corpse, but Hikaru only needs the stone. It can recreate the body. 99. Anonymous from Earth. You need dark spirit stones or chaotic spirit stones in order to make undead, right? Meaning that if you stack a lot, you can have a personal army. 100. Anonymous from Earth. It depends on how much spirit energy the ability uses. There's also spirit energy potions, so it should be possible by logic. 101. Anonymous from Earth. As expected of the great dark mage. Dangerous. 102. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru being happy when he got the bronze rank tag. Nice. 103. Anonymous from Earth. Looks like he is going to hire a scout. 104. Anonymous from Earth. Grapefruitin is here. 105, Anonymous from Earth. So cute. Cat. A cat walking on two legs. 106, Anonymous from Earth. Damn it. They all have fruit-like names. 107, Anonymous from Earth. Alex has hired a number of them before, but he doesn't remember the names of the lynx at all. He calls them all lynx and can't tell them apart. 108, Anonymous from Earth. When they are of the same species, I probably wouldn't be able to tell them apart either. Their equipment is pretty similar to 109, Anonymous from Earth is Pineapple Jen, who Alex hired before, the sister of Grateful. 110, Anonymous from Earth. It seems like the lynx of other regions have the tendency to give similar names, so there's no knowing if they are related. We have a hell ton of people with the same name here. 111, Anonymous from Earth. True. 112, Anonymous from Earth. The long-haired black and white cat, Pararambutanchen, is the one that's most to my taste. 113, Anonymous from Earth. Pararambutanchen is one pretty cat after all. 114, Anonymous from Earth. The furries came out from the woodwork! 115, Anonymous from Earth. I want Hikaru to spend more time in the Lynx Mutual Aid Association and increase his acquaintances. The Mutual Aid Association has a lot of potential. 116, Anonymous from Earth. Finally the dungeon, huh? The entrance is gigantic no matter how many times I see it. 117, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is more normal than I thought. I thought he would be showing his introverted side like crazy here. 118, Anonymous from Earth. Anichin would make really painful expressions every now and then. Celica said, but I can't really tell where they are pained. Does that mean he is showing a poker face? 119, Anonymous from Earth. His family should be able to tell those minute differences. 120, Anonymous from Earth. Despite being with a super beauty like Rafrie-sama, he isn't going all lover-struck, and he did look like his face was pale white and barely smiling. 121, Anonymous from Earth. An introvert tries to match an extrovert when in their presence. There's no way he isn't pushing himself here. 122, Anonymous from Earth. You could even say he was more relaxed inside the dungeon. 123, Anonymous from Earth. I thought I knew when I saw him hunting monsters alone, but Hikaru really is strong. 124, Anonymous from Earth. The clearer the roles in a party, the more stable they are. Even without a tank, the dark spirit abilities are substituting for it plenty well. 125, Anonymous from Earth. It is invincible against any opponent aside from the ones that have night vision and the ones that don't rely on eyesight. 126, Anonymous from Earth. It is weak against light spirit abilities though. 127, Anonymous from Earth. It would probably be able to totally crush any normal human. Even Rafrie-sama is getting pretty surprised here. 128, Anonymous from Earth. Rafrie-chan is pretty abnormally strong herself though. Is that even a sword? It is more of an iron pillar. 129, Anonymous from Earth. Rafrie-san said she was a light Templar apprentice, but she barely has any abilities. 130, Anonymous from Earth. She is a musclehead after all. 131, Anonymous from Earth. No, in the first place, you normally can't shoot spirit abilities so damn often. Even the chosen that have taken the spirit energy up cheat are still only on the 5th ability. Rafrie-sama is still 16 years old, so being able to use only 2 is normal. 132, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is even helping Fulgen level. He really is a furry. 3. 133, Anonymous from Earth. She would only be dead weight if she was still level 1 after all. If only he could provide his dark vision to others. 134, Anonymous from Earth. Yeah, there's a lot of spirit abilities that only work on yourself. 135, Anonymous from Earth. Refrie-sama is so cool. It is as if she is really dancing. 136, Anonymous from Earth. Stuff like orcs and goblins get blown away without having a chance at all. She has the potential of being peerless. 137, Anonymous from Earth. Do you become that strong when your tier increases? 138, Anonymous from Earth. That's right. It is monstrosification. In the case of humans, they become devils. 139, Anonymous from Earth. Are you telling me that the great dark mage Hikaru is eventually going to become a devil? 140, Anonymous from Earth. So cool. 141, Anonymous from Earth. He is using darkness fog like crazy, but does he understand that that's not that sweet for the viewers? Even though he wants to get viewers, isn't what he is doing not optimal? 142, Anonymous from Earth. Anichin thinks that it is fine for him to not be shown if Refrie-san can be seen. It is true that Refrie-san is pretty, but... well, it is fine for him to use whatever he can use. I'm fine with anything as long as Anichin is okay. Totally that. We will be throwing advertisements with Refrie-san as the main pull tilde. Is apparently how it is. 143, Anonymous from Earth. The understanding of the twins is impressive. 144, Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, Refrie-sama and Hikaru are really strong. 145, Anonymous from Earth. He is the great dark mage after all. Refrie-sama is pretty surprised herself. You could even say she is confused here. 146, Anonymous from Earth. Refrie-chan looks like an adult yet is childish. So cute. 147, Anonymous from Earth. Grapefruit-chan is cuter. She grooms her face every now and then, and that's just so unbearably cute. 148, Anonymous from Earth. The fairies overseas are super elated by this. 149, Anonymous from Earth. The hidden viewers of Hikaru really were high. Having more than 200 million in the first day is pretty impressive. 150, Anonymous from Earth. There aren't that many chosen who do dungeon exploration after all. That alone is enough to bring in the viewers. 151, Anonymous from Earth. More than half haven't changed their lifestyle even after the announcement of the viewer count race after all. I don't understand what standards God used to select the chosen, but they should have chosen better. 152, Anonymous from Earth. Well, we are just watching from a safe place and saying whatever we wish. It isn't easy to gather the attention of viewers in a reality show, you know? You really have to put your life on the line, and it is not assured that that will lead to an increase in views. 153, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru was flamed like crazy at first, so that probably is working in his favor now. 154, Anonymous from Earth. If Seliku and Charon were to hear you saying that, you would be killed. 155, Anonymous from Earth. It is true that if not for that drama, he probably wouldn't have been able to aim for first place here. There's a deadline here, and even if he were to get more popular little by little till he gets to first place, he is definitely going to lose in total points against Genie-chan. 156, Anonymous from Earth. Now that I think about it, even with the viewer count race, Genie-chan is still going at her own tune. Just what's going on in her head? 157, Anonymous from Earth. She really is made of iron. The Iron Maiden. 158, Anonymous from Earth. She is way too strong to be called Lapucelle. Note, a part of the nickname of Joan of Arc, from Lapucelle d'Orléans, which means the Maid of Orleans. 159, Anonymous from Earth. I was watching in real time and she was being asked to subjugate bandits by a village. 160, Anonymous from Earth. His biggest rival in this viewer count race will most likely be Genie-chan. Pigmentation that makes her feel like she is fleeting, the appearance of an elegant lady, and the rowdy equipment that doesn't match that appearance, And that strong mental strength that doesn't break. Her intense battle power. And most of all, she looks good on camera. She really is a 1 in a 1,000. She is a hero. Don't know if the alliance of Hikaru plus Rafria plus Grateful will be able to win. 161. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru isn't hero material after all. 162. Anonymous from Earth. Well, the viewer count race is technically a battle from our side as well. Celica and Karen most likely have a plan. 163. Anonymous from Earth. They really are going in hard on the advertisement. As expected from deep pockets. 164. Anonymous from Earth. In any case, it is still the first day. Looking forward to what happens from now on. Chapter 55, Launch and Blacksmith. Now then, a toast for our success in the exploration. We put an end to our exploration before night came, and went to the guild to sell our spirit stones. There were no chaotic spirit stones, but there were a decent amount of colored ones, and the earnings were decent too. It was a good amount for a day of earnings. By the way, I had Rafria do the selling while I hid outside. I don't want to be labeled as goldfish poop or a parasite. It would just be a pain. There's also the fact that I can't deal with crowded places. Is it okay to have me participate as well, Nyan? Grateful. Of course it is okay. Well, no alcohol for anyone though. Hikaru. I can't drink alcohol anyways, so I don't have problems with that. Grateful. With that previous drunk happening, Rafria and I are abstaining here. We're at the same place as before. The price is just right, the taste is good, the inside is dim, and it is good for my mental health. I wasn't sure if to actually celebrate here, but thinking about the viewers, it would be better to be together with Rafria and Grateful as much as possible to increase the views. I'm being hated. A person like that showing a fulfilling life might reduce my views. You normally wouldn't want to see the person you hate having a happy isekai life. But contrary to those feelings, my viewers have been going on the rise all this time since morning. Just like how the opposite of love is disinterest, hate can sometimes be a strong motivator. It is exactly because they hate me that they can't take their eyes off me. That's why you could say this view count as a hate meter. Also. Is it okay for me to get this much money, Naya? Grateful. No, that's only the share that you defeated, fool. Well, it is far from 1 gold, but take it. Hikaru. You are how can Naya? Normally, this amount would take 1 month to save, Naya. Grateful. That's only 4 small silver coins. Hikaru. Today's earnings are 10 silver coins. Well, there's the fact that we hunted monsters at quite the high pace though. But you really are strong, Rafria. I admire you. Hikaru. I admire you, Hikaru. To think you would be able to use abilities so freely. Rafria. Even if I can use abilities, I won't increase my tier if I don't defeat monsters. Hikaru. Rafria must have gotten stronger today. She has defeated more than 10 times what I did. She was originally far stronger than me, so the gap is increasing even more now. Then, we should buy a new weapon for you, Hikaru. Rafria. I want to, but I don't have the money. Hikaru. If you give out my name, it should be okay. A silver rank is trustworthy after all. Rafria. I would feel bad. Hikaru. I don't know why Rafria trusts me this much, but buying a weapon using the reputation of someone else is a bit. Things that could make money if I sold them. I do have those, but. Hikaru. Then, how about selling that? Rafria. No. Let's not. Well, I still want to check out a weapon store. Hikaru. The most expensive thing that can be sold in my belongings is the Mallow Moon Silver Flower. Even the item appraisal gave the expensive tag to it. It might even go for 1 gold. But it is not like I am troubled by money or my weapon currently, so I don't know if it would be okay to sell it. I don't have a connection that would allow me to sell that at the appropriate price either. I could sell the spirit stone of the mantis, but that in itself can serve as a trump card, so I shouldn't get impatient here and sell it. Well, I do have around 10 silver coins, so maybe I can make an advance payment for a weapon I can wield with that? Hikaru. Ah, you had that much? Then you can buy one. Let's go tomorrow. The place where my weapon was made has really good skills. The price is just right too. Rufria, eh? Not a mass-produced weapon but an ordered one? Hikaru. Obviously. I don't think there's a weapon that fits your fighting style in shops, you know? Rufria. Really? Hikaru. Whichever the case, it was already getting pretty hard to keep the dagger as my main weapon. Before it breaks and becomes unusable, I should order a new weapon. Then, we are going to the blacksmith tomorrow, right? I guess I should have my equipment repaired too. Rufria. What will you do, fool? We will be diving into the dungeon after the blacksmith, so I am thinking of employing you again. Hikaru. I am weak to mornings, so I will be sleeping Nyan. When you are going to be diving, call me Naya. Grateful. I see, she is a cat, so her sleeping time must be plentiful. Just me assuming though. Anyways, after deciding that, we parted ways. But the blacksmith, huh? There's apparently a lot in the Great Fire Spirit's territory, but what will it be like? The next day, we met at the guild early in the morning, got the dungeon exploration permit, and paid in advance to hire Grateful for the day. If we don't reserve her, there's the chance that she will be hired by other explorers. After that, I headed to the direction of the Great Fire Spirit Temple with Rufria. This city has a respective Great Spirit Church, placed in a way that the center is the dungeon in a cross formation. The north is earth, the east is wind, west is fire, and south is water. My lodging is in the territory of the Great Water Spirit, and it is a place close to the dungeon, so I haven't seen the Great Spirit Church. There's a real Great Spirit in the church, and they are apparently providing energy to the city with its unlimited spirit energy. Is the Great Spirit imprisoned by the church? Hikaru. Yeah, there's those opinions too. But the Great Spirit Samas can break free from the restraints of the church if they want, so they are basically cooperating. That's how it is taken. Rufria, that's the kind of argument that feels as if something is stuck on your teeth. Hikaru. It is true that the Great Spirit Samas are used. No, we have their cooperation in the structure of a city. That's how we can procure spirit stones from the dungeon, and we can live a good life. Rufria, that thing about a dungeon appearing when they gather in one place. Are there no demerits to dungeons? Like maybe monsters overflowing. Hikaru, you didn't even know that. Ah, we are here. Rufria, we arrived while we were talking, and entered the blacksmith. Even though it was still early in the morning, there was smoke coming out from the chimney, and there were clanging noises of hammering metal. The city is big, but it is not as big as Japan. The density of buildings is high, and there are no cars, so the alleys are filled with a whole lot of narrow paths, but that makes the city smaller. Hello Tilda. Rufria. Hiya there. Ooh, Rufria-chan, huh? Did you come here for sword maintenance? The smithy was only barely around 33 square meters, the inside had accumulated heat, and it was pretty hot. The owner is a real muscular old man of small stature, and that plentiful beard made me associate it with a race that's specialized in blacksmithing, but there's no way I can go asking him, are you a dwarf? No, today I was thinking about buying a weapon for him. Rufria, who? A referral from Rufria-chan. What is it you are looking for? Having been thrown the topic, I gave him the request I thought of. Chapter 56, Order and Abnormality. A short sword that can be held in both hands. The length of the blade would be around this much. Hikaru. Yesterday night, I thought about what weapon would fit me. There's the problem that I can't bring much power holding a weapon with one hand. In the first place, I fight using the style of hiding in the darkness, so there's no point in having a shield. That's why it would be better to use a weapon that can be used with both hands, and fight with tricky methods. That's why I am going for a single-edge weapon that can be used with both hands depending on the situation. As for the length of it, I would say something around the length of my elbow to my hand, somewhere between 30 to 40 centimeters. It may be short, but I want it to be made in a way that I can use it while concentrating the weight. Of course, this is also a weapon I chose because it would be sweet for the viewers. The viewers wish for me to be hurt, so they wouldn't want me to obtain stability with my equipment by buying a weapon with long range like a spear or a bow. With a short sword, I would have to step into that range in order to attack, so the risk is high. But I am fully aware of that. If I don't do that much, there's no way I would get the return of becoming first. Are you adding an art to it? No, I think it will mostly be used for stabbing, so just make it a single-edged blade. Hikaru, it is a short sword. If I were to add curvature to it, it would only lower its strength. I would like to prioritize sturdiness. Fumu? I am touching you for a bit. The old man pats my body. He must be checking my muscles. What can he tell with that? Try swinging this. This time he gave me a sword that was hung on the wall. The blade seems to have been dulled, but it is a pretty rustic broadsword. There's quite a bit of weight to it, and it seems difficult for me to use it. Moreover, I have never used a blade this long, so even if I were to swing it, I would just be copying what I have seen. It is a bit embarrassing to swing a sword in public, but it might be normal in this fantasy world. After making me swing the sword for around 3 minutes, the old man said that's good enough and stopped me. I would say you are around tier 9. We just have to look forward to what will become of you as a swordsman. You can tell my tier level. Hikaru, it is kinda like intuition. You wouldn't be able to swing this sword to that extent with your muscles after all. I see. Hikaru, in my case, I have physical strength up 1, so my actual tier is probably lower. Hikaru is a spirit user. An amazing one. Rufria, maybe because my sword swinging was questionable, Rufria tried to give points to me. Then the dagger is for self-protection? It is not for self-protection, but it might be difficult to explain. It would be faster to just show you. What do you think, Rufria? Should I show it or not? Hikaru, it isn't that peculiar of a fighting style for an ability user, so I guess it would be okay? But this is the territory of the Great Fire Spirit Sama, so won't it be hard to show dark abilities? Rufria, it is slightly darker since it is indoors, so it is okay. Hikaru, after I give a light explanation to the old man, I decide to actually show him. Then, here I go. Darkness fog. Hikaru, the overflowing darkness was covering even the light of the hearth. I approach the old man and silently touch his neck. Something like this. Hikaru, I say as I undo the darkness. You can use spirit abilities to this degree even though you are in the territory of the Great Spirit Sama. You have found someone incredible, Rufria-chan. I am surprised as well. Hikaru. You really are amazing. Rufria, I am being praised for this, huh? It is instead making me feel embarrassed. It is true that it is pretty hard to use spirit abilities in the city, but even with that, I can at least show 1/10th of what I would be able to inside the dungeon. Well, anyways, I get it. With that fighting style, it would be better to use a weapon that just requires one deadly strike. Because it won't have much reach, it isn't suited for long exchanges, so please understand that part. Of course. Hikaru, it seems we came right at the timing when he finished a big job, so he will be taking the job immediately. The price is 30 silver. I paid 10 silver in advance, and I promised to pay the remaining when he finishes making it. Earning 20 silver coins isn't easy, but I can just sell the Mantis Spirit Stone at worst. That apparently can go for as much as 10 silver coins after all. But is a price like 30 silver coins okay? The stores at the main street would even sell spears at around 12 silver coins. Hikaru. Ah, those kinds of stores that deal with anything are just rip-offs. They sell what smithies have made at double the price. I see. Hikaru. In other words, the dagger I ordered would go for 60 silver coins in those rip-off stores. I managed to make a good purchase thanks to Rafria. After leaving the smithy, we decided to eat something on the suggestion of Rafria. There's a lot of tasty places in the territory of the Great Fire Spirit. It really is all about firepower when it comes to cooking. Rafria, the place of yesterday was good too though. Looking forward to it. Hikaru. It seems like in the Great Fire Spirit's territory, the firepower increases. Fire spirit tools apparently go around commonly, but it seems twice the amount of fire comes out. Fires happen decently often. I feel like this is plain dangerous, but my sense of values might be different from theirs since I am from Earth. It normally shouldn't be the time to be eating, but it feels like this would help with the viewers. If I were watching this on Earth, I would be interested in the food of an Isekai. My hand was pulled by a merry Rafria and we entered a big establishment. There's many stores with half of it being an open terrace. Despite this still being morning, more than half of the seats were occupied. Looking at the other tables, I could see that the other customers have ordered big plates of something that resembles yakisoba that has a whole lot of stuff in it. That looks tasty. Ah, my treat. You did introduce me to a blacksmith. Hikaru. Eh? Is that okay? Yay. Ah, we would like to order. Rafria. I only ate a little bit this morning, so this works just fine. I also order takeout to give to full too. After a while, yakisoba was brought to our table, and just when we were going to eat, the abnormality happened. Doesn't the spirit energy feel kind of weird? Hikaru. Feel? I don't really feel anything though. Rafria. No, this feeling. I feel like it is similar to the time when the Lord of Darkness showed up. Hikaru. This city normally has dense spirit energy. That dense power is being poured to the dungeon, but I feel like the type of density has changed just now. If Rafria, who is a spirit user like me, can't feel it, it must be my imagination. Hikaru. That. Rafria. Wait, what? What's that? Hikaru. The store is facing the main street, so one can clearly see the coming and going of people. There's a heat haze swaying at the other side of the ruckus of the people. It is as if a campfire is walking down the main street. Fire? Some sort of performance? Hikaru. I say, but the shift in spirit energy was begging to disagree with me. Chapter 57, Great Fire Spirit and Loved One. No, that's not it. There's no doubt the origin of the raging spirit energy is from that burning location. The spirits around were making a ruckus. I feel like even the temperature has increased. That's the Great Fire Spirit's armor. Rafria. Great Spirit. That is? It burns that much? Hikaru. The Great Spirit's armors take the form of nature. The Great Fire Spirit's armor has the manly figure of being embraced by fire. You still haven't shown up at the church, huh, Hikaru? Rafria. Right. I didn't have business there after all. Hikaru. I already have a contract with the Great Dark Spirit, and was having a plain lifestyle so that viewers wouldn't watch me, so I have basically not gone to any place I didn't need to. Even so, why has it come out from the church? Rafria. Is it something rare? Hikaru. Yeah, in order for a great spirit's armor to stay in one place, there's the need for great labor. No, sacrifices. Rafria. I was munching on my yakisoba and wasn't thinking too deeply about it. Even if that is a great spirit, it is different from the great dark spirit I called. That's what I thought. The great spirit was floating its way here. By the time the distance closed to around 100 meters, I heard a voice. Tasty. Tasty. There's a tasty smell coming from here. Calling me, telling me that they want me to find them, want me to eat them. It is the scent of someone wishing for that. Found ya. See, I found ya. A person that wants to be loved by me. The great fire spirit was looking at me. Straight at me. With fiery burning eyes. A man with fire covering his whole body. A manly guy in a single piece of loincloth. He is being tied by several chains, and women that seem like priestesses were desperately pulling those chains. But the Great Spirit couldn't be stopped by the power of the priestesses, and they were simply being pulled. Something is strange, isn't it? No, in the first place, the Great Spirit's armor coming to the main street itself is already abnormal. Referee, sorry. It seems the objective of that is most likely me. Hikaru, I stood up from my seat, touched the shoulder of Referee, and then took out the barrier stone from my shadow bag, and broke it. It was the same pattern with the Great Dark Spirit. No matter how you think about it, it is aiming for me. Tilda? What's this ability? Damn it. I can't get close. Even though I know he is there. Oi. What's this? The Great Fire Spirit was gradually getting away as he got angry. A barrier that distances dangers. The more you try to approach it, the stronger the repulsion force. Also, it is fortunate that this guy seems to be more smooth-brained than the Great Dark Spirit. That was dangerous. So this is what happens when I get close to a church, huh? Hikaru, from here on, I should consider the very act of getting close to a church as dangerous. It is a shame that I won't be able to come to a good place like this anymore. Hikaru. What's this film-like thing? Referee, a barrier to distance danger. That Great Spirit seems to be targeting me, so I placed it. Without this, I would have been eaten. Hikaru, eaten, you say? In other words, you really are a loved one. Referee, no. Is what I want to say, but I don't know. Hikaru, does a loved one mean a person that has received the affection of spirits? I can only think that's the case with this development. Referee, what's that loved one thing? Hikaru, you don't even know that. You really are weird, Hikaru. Referee, in other words, I lack common sense. Obviously. I have only been here for a few months. Should I have confessed that I came from a parallel world immediately just like Alex? I don't think there's any point in hiding it here anymore. Have you felt gazes or laughing at places where there's supposed to be no one? Referee, eh? Why yes, I have. Why? Hikaru, I knew it. That's the trait of loved ones. Spirits gather around the loved ones. Referee, those laughs and gazes were from spirits. The scorn and the gazes of curiosity. Does that mean they were all my delusions? I see. Then I really am a loved one. Probably. Hikaru, but I can't understand. Why is a loved one able to use spirit abilities? Referee, close, too close. Hikaru, she grabbed both of my arms with incredible strength, approaching me suddenly with strong panic. But I can't really follow here. The gazes and laughs were from small spirits. You would hear their voices, gazes, and at times even see them. That's a loved one. Referee, so I am a loved one. Does that have anything to do with spirit abilities? Hikaru, rather than saying if it has anything to do. Loved ones normally can't learn spirit abilities. Referee, why? Hikaru, when they try to form a contract, they end up being eaten by the Great Spirit's armor. Referee, yikes. Or more like, of course that would happen. The Great Spirit of today was also saying tasty tasty. I think the Great Dark Spirit that showed up in the forest said so as well. Great Spirit's armors love loved ones. You have to be careful too, Hikaru. It would be one thing with the Great Spirit's armors that are bound by the church like the one of today, but if you were to be found by a Great Spirit's armor in the wild, you would be devoured. Referee, yeah, got it. I will be careful. Hikaru, I do have first-hand experience after all. That avatar of darkness really must have been a great dark spirit. She was completely trying to eat me. If the barrier stone didn't work, I would be dead. No, today as well, if I didn't have a barrier stone, who knows what would have happened. If I had run to the dungeon, I might have been able to manage somehow, but I don't think I would be able to get away if I were to be chased seriously. Well, anyways, is there a connection between loved ones and spirit abilities? Hikaru: yeah, you are loved by spirits after all. In the first place, spirit abilities are performed by borrowing the power of spirits. In your case, Hikaru, I think there would be several tens of times more spirits who would want to help you compared to me. I have spoken a lot with my little sister about how, if loved ones were able to use spirit abilities, they would be the strongest, but to think one would exist. Rafria, is that how it works? Hikaru: do you know how many times us spirit users can use spirit abilities in one day? Rafria: no. Hikaru: 3 to 10 times. 15 would be considered a lot. If you use more than that, you lose consciousness. Rafria: seriously? Hikaru: I didn't think there would be that much of a gap. As expected from the affection of spirits that cost 30 points. Is what I would like to say, but thinking about the fact that their natural enemy is great spirits, it is basically the big gains, big pains logic. This is complicated. Even so. Loved one, huh? How ironic. Even though I am a hated one. Chapter 58, The Demon of the Dungeon and the Warning. By the way, do great spirits show up in dungeons? Hikaru: no, great spirits' armors don't manifest in dungeons. Rafria: that's a relief. I have almost no points, so if I were to get caught up with something like that, it would be over. I was about to say this in the morning before entering the smithy, but in exchange for great spirits' armors not manifesting, a demon lord appears in the dungeons. It is the biggest demerit of creating a dungeon. Demon lords that are as strong as great spirits' armors rarely appear, but they sometimes appear in shallow floors, so you have to be careful too, Hikaru, or Rafria, or Hikaru. Demon lords also love loved ones. Rafria: that's awful. Or more like, what are demon lords in the first place? Hikaru: this is something I have learned after speaking with people like this, but there's way too much I don't know about this world. Well, I have done my utmost to not get involved with people, so it can't be helped, but there should be a limit to everything. You were diving into dungeons and didn't know about demon lords? Rafria: as I said before, I am a beginner. Hikaru: a demon lord is the embodiment of magic that manifests by gathering the swirling chaotic spirit energy in the dungeon. Rafria: is it different from monsters? Hikaru: monsters are an amalgamation of a variety of spirits, so their purity isn't that high. They almost never drop a chaotic spirit stone even when defeating them. Rafria: a chaotic spirit stone is more expensive, was it? Hikaru: price is important. An explorer is basically like an excavator of spirit stones. I also have one, but the only info I've got is that it is expensive. How expensive is it, I wonder? It is on a whole degree more expensive. You can use chaotic spirit stones for anything, and complex magic tools can't be operated without a chaotic spirit stone. It is worth 10 times more than a colored spirit stone of the same size. Rafria: now that I think about it, I have done an item appraisal to a spirit stone before. I open the status board and show the past record. Spirit stone, chaotic. A chaotic spirit stone is an item that can be harvested from the body of an animal that has become a monstrosity or shows rarely when defeating a monster. Chaotic means that it couldn't obtain one pure element and has been mixed. It has all elements and is also denoted as demonic. The drop chance from a demon lord is 100%. It is rare for a normal monster or a monstrosity to drop it, and it is valuable. Big spirit stones are being traded at a high value as an energy source for magic tools. The pertaining appraisal target was dropped from a flame orangutan wondrous entity. LL size. Rare material. This is the item appraisal I did to the spirit stone of that fire giant monkey. What I have appraised can be picked back up from the log. At that time, I didn't understand what it meant, but now I do. A drop rate of 100% for demon lords, a valuable item, and it is used as an energy source for magic tools. All the important stuff was written here. Also, Hikaru, please keep the fact that you are a loved one a secret between us two. Especially for people affiliated to the church. Refria, why? Hikaru, if you are found by a related party of the church, you will be confined as a sacrifice. Refria, seriously? I'll be careful. Looks like it would be better to not get close to anything related to the church. Or more like, aren't you also affiliated to the church, Refria? Hikaru, I am just an apprentice. Also. I am against sacrifices. In reality, making a dungeon city like this is against nature to begin with. Refria, I see. Your homeland was the Light Great Church, right? Do they not use sacrifices there? Hikaru, Silshan is a natural church. It is not like an artificial church where they use sacrifices to keep the Great Spirit's armors in one place. Refria, I see. Hikaru, in order to create a dungeon city, they need great spirits, and for the sake of that, they use loved ones as sacrifices. That must be how it works. I feel like I was suddenly slapped with the reality of dungeon cities. I am glad you were the first one to learn that I am a loved one, Refria. If I had been unlucky, I could have become a wanted man. Hikaru, yeah, that's why, please be really careful, okay? Refria, judging from her serious expression, it really must be bad. And in reality, I had the barrier stone, so I was okay, but if I didn't, I would have been done for. But all this business about loved ones being made into sacrifices and getting eaten by great spirits. Won't a lot of people that used 30 points to get affection of spirits be caught in this trap? Especially being eaten by a great spirit. How can you even avoid that? I feel like there aren't that many who could take the 30 points for the affection and, on top of that, get the spirit ability for 10 points. A total of 40 points is a pretty painful number. Yeah, but this is one big surprise. When I am with you, I really don't run out of things to get surprised about. Your spirit abilities are incredible, you didn't falter at the blacksmith and properly made your order, you are a loved one, and you even have a magic tool that can keep away a great spirit's armor. Refria, no, the last one I basically dragged you into it though. This thing lasts for a long while, so let's eat the fried noodles. Hikaru, a barrier stone is effective for half a day. It keeps away danger, so it seems like the harmless people around can tell that we are here. It must have a special way to judge threats. This barrier stone is my last one, so I wanted to use it when a situation required it, but I didn't expect to use it for this. Oh well, a happening like this is necessary in order to obtain views. By the way, the yakisoba was good. Despite this being an isekai, the food is tasty. This scores pretty high points as a Japanese person. If this were a world that only had meat and bread, I would have considered learning to cook as soon as possible. Or I might have traded for sandwiches with crystals. After a while, people of the church came here hurriedly to hear about the situation, but it seems like they couldn't see us and we were ignored. Just as Refria said, they must have come to search for their loved one. Looks like it is okay to undo the barrier. The presence of the Great Spirit is gone now. Maybe it returned to the church? Hikaru, why yeah. It must have. Hikaru, the church manages the loved ones in order to avoid things like this from happening. Please make sure to never forget that. Refria, right. I don't want to be eaten. I will make sure not to get close to the church. Hikaru, I currently have 0 points. I have more than 30 crystals, so it is possible to trade them for a barrier stone worth 1 point, but I can't go using a barrier stone every time this happens. Fortunately, I now have an idea of what the presence of a great spirit is like. Looks like it will be okay as long as I don't approach a certain distance. Definitely, okay? If this happens over and over, they will be searching high and low for you, Hikaru. If they get serious, you won't be able to stay in this city anymore. You definitely must not forget, okay? Rufria, got it. I definitely won't get close. I promise. Hikaru, being warned over and over, I promised to Rufria. Anyways, I have already completely understood that great spirits are my natural enemy. There's no way I would get close to them. After that, I undid the barrier and we dashed to the guild. There was no presence of the great spirit. Man, what a shame that I won't be able to go eat that yakisoba again. Chapter 59, Mantis once again and a favorable day. The dungeon exploration was going smoothly. More specifically, we are simply hunting monsters in a place we are used to, so I wouldn't really call it exploration. But our current equipment isn't reliable enough to advance to the next floor, and there were other things I wanted to do. Rufria has experienced till the 4th floor, and Grateful said that she can act as the scout for the 3rd floor. That's why they are matching me in the hunts at the 2nd floor. Well, our monster hunting pace is abnormal, so Rufria said that we would profit more here than forcing ourselves to hunt in the 3rd and 4th floor. However, the increase in viewers is beginning to stagnate. There's a need to go to the next step. Mantis Naya? Grateful, it was in the afternoon of the next day when I ordered my dagger at the blacksmith. The monster I was waiting for finally appeared. Rufria, please test out if you can defeat it with only my assistance. There's no need to push yourself. Make it as fast as possible. If we are going to lower floors, I want to test if we can defeat a powerful enemy in around 1 minute. Hikaru, got it. Rufria, my teamwork with Rufria has reached pretty good sync levels. Shadowbind only lasts for a short time, but it has strong instantaneous binding power. If one properly uses that momentary opening, you can aim for an assured critical hit. Rufria and I have been spending these few days trying to match the timing. The mantis enters the category of not being as aggressive as the other monsters in this floor. Different from the goblins and the orcs that come at you in groups, it is the type that slowly approaches you and swish. That's why, as long as a scout finds it first, it is possible to run away from it. They even sell smoke bombs for the sake of that. I hide in the darkness and slowly approach the mantis. Rufria closes the distance as if showing off her great sword. The strength of the mantis is pretty simple. Its power and speed is higher than that of an ogre, and the ends of its arms are long sickles. In other words, it is different from the other bare-handed monsters. They all have weapons. Those sickles can even take an attack from the great sword of Rufria, so it has outstanding physical strength and sturdiness. Thinking about it normally, that thin sickle should break in one hit, but I have never seen it break. You can't tell a single expression from the praying mantis head. The brawny human upper body has no useless meat in it, and even though it is a monster, its shape was admirable. The lower half is that of an insect, and 4 legs are supporting its upper body, and it looks like it would be hard to crumble its balance. I have defeated it once when I helped out Rufria, but now that I think back on it calmly, I'm impressed I managed to defeat such a strong monster like a mantis. By the way, mantises apparently show in the 4th and 6th floor. In other words, that's the level of monster it is. People apparently don't know why it shows up in the 2nd floor. When the distance between Rufria and the mantis was around 10 meters, I widened the range of darkness fog. At the same time as I did this, I summoned night bugs and began the attack. Monsters react to presences inside the darkness. When it reaches the level of a mantis, it can react by attacking even inside the darkness, but by increasing the amount of presences with Nightbug, I can suppress its movements. On top of that, I can expect it to also dampen the presence of the approaching Rafria. Shadowbind. Hikaru. At the same time as Rafria reached killing range, I undid Darkness Fog, and without missing a beat, I sealed its movements with Shadowbind. The restraining power of Shadowbind is the strongest when it is casted, and then it will rapidly lose its power, and the monster gets freed pretty soon after. The effective time differs between monsters, but I would say it doesn't even amount to 30 seconds. It doesn't bring much confidence to use it to immobilize someone, but as an ability that can create an instant opening, it is incredibly useful. In other words, if you hit a bind at the same time as an attack is done, the opponent won't be able to evade or defend. Moreover, right after coming out from the darkness, that's the team attack between me and Rafria. One deadly blow. Moreover, it is a full power attack from a greatsword that's the size of a human. It must carry unspeakable power. Zan. The downward slash of Rafria that carried her whole weight hit the mantis and it perished. A spirit stone one size bigger than that of an ogre falls and rolls on the ground. It is unfortunately not a chaotic spirit stone, but it is colored a wind spirit stone. It went well. If it works against a mantis, it should somehow work with the third floor monsters too. Hikaru. What's scary about a dungeon is the possibility of other monsters attacking you while you are fighting. In order to avoid that, they use scouts to ensure a preemptive strike, and finish the battle as fast as possible. These two factors are vital. If you can defeat a mantis in 20 seconds, there's close to nothing that is dangerous in the second floor anymore. Of course, being careless can be fatal though. We probably won't have problems in the third floor either. According to Rafria and Grateful, the third floor, the straying big mist garden, apparently doesn't have monsters that come in groups, and it suits our party. Whatever the case, I won't be able to know unless I actually go, but this result gives me confidence. It is to the point that it is going way too well. To be able to defeat it in one hit is just... Rafria, that's amazing, Nyan. I have been a scout for a long time, but I have never seen a party that can defeat a mantis in such a gallant way, Naya. Grateful. No, the amazing one is Hikaru. It didn't even have to be me. I think a silver rank or higher warrior would have been able to produce the same result. Rafria. No, it is important to be in sync. This is because you trust in me, Rafria. If you had hesitated even for an instant, the timing would be missed and it would have been blocked. Hikaru. If it gets blocked, the rest would be a muddy battle. It would be possible to win, but it isn't a smooth way to, and the chances of getting injured would increase. The battles against monsters in this dungeon are hunts. You should create situations where it is one-sided. Of course, experiencing muddy battles is also important. Alright, let's finish for today. Hikaru. Then, we will be going to the third floor from tomorrow on? Rafria. No, let's take a break tomorrow. We have been fighting the whole time for several days straight, so the fatigue must be accumulating, and the weapon must be ready by then. After getting it, I want to practice with it by swinging it around a bit or something. Hikaru. After exiting the dungeon, we head to the guild. It is to sell the spirit stones and report to them, but I asked Rafria to do that. Reporting to the guild is also for the sake of increasing the ranking of the explorer, so you normally have to go with everyone, but it is okay for the representative to report it. Of course, there's the need to register as a party first, and most of the time, there's the need for the representative to be silver or higher rank. Well, if it is okay with just the representative, having the representative be of a high trustworthy rank is obviously a method to avoid any fraudulent things like increasing the rank of a person that didn't actually participate in the exploration. In that sense, you could say that silver ranks and higher are trusted. I am close to saving enough for the short sword, but getting 20 silver coins for myself in just a few days is quite the pace. The guild buyer seems to be pretty surprised by that too. A bronze rank spiritist must pass 3 months or sell spirit stones 30 times in order to raise their rank to the ebony rank dryad. My rank is the lowest bronze, the 6th one. A bronze earning this much apparently doesn't have much precedent. Well, I'm partying with the silver rank Rafria, so they seem to think I am just sticking to her. By the way, in order to raise your guild rank, you have to take a test. They want to avoid any foul plays, like buying spirit stones, in raising the ranks. Then, let's meet again the day after tomorrow. Hikaru, Hikaru, can I go with you to the smithy tomorrow? I'm free anyways. Rafria, that's fine by me, but I have some business in the afternoon, so only in the morning, okay? I will come pick you up in the morning. Hikaru, yay. Then, I will wake up early. Promise, okay? Rafria, it turned out this way. Now then, tomorrow will be a busy one. Chapter 60, Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, number 1000 Kuros Hikaru, 2829th. 333, Anonymous from Earth. Rafria-sama is already completely in love. 334, Anonymous from Earth. The way she just follows him with her gaze every now and then is just. 335, Anonymous from Earth. My heart is throbbing so much. I'm die, thank you forever. 336, Anonymous from Earth. It is hilarious that Hikaru doesn't notice at all. So dense tilde. 337, Anonymous from Earth. No. He probably is pretending he doesn't notice. Rafria-sama has already confessed to him. 338, Anonymous from Earth. It is not reality show but reality itself. This corrupt feeling of watching an actual love with no acting, I just. 339, Anonymous from Earth. I also want to have a romance like this tilde. 340, Anonymous from Earth. Rafria saying just give them my name and it will be okay, as if it is nothing. She really has the traits of making a man a deadbeat. 341, Anonymous from Earth. Grapefruitchin falling asleep at the diner was so cute. 342, Anonymous from Earth. It is good that he has become more positive, but can he really get first place like this? 343, Anonymous from Earth. I am not saying he is taking it easy here, but they are acting mainly in a dark dungeon, so no matter if he has the radiance of Rafria-sama, this is a bit. 344, Anonymous from Earth. Watching the sweetness between the two is fun too though. 345, Anonymous from Earth. He is currently 27th place, right? It ain't bad, but the top places are way too strong. 346, Anonymous from Earth. Their zombie annihilation master plan of Max Sama is way too amusing after all. 347, Anonymous from Earth. Being surrounded by zombies and settling one sieging act by using barrier stones. It is so like zombie movies, I was laughing out loud. 348, Anonymous from Earth. Why do Americans love zombies that much? Zombies are just plain disgusting. 349, Anonymous from Earth. They probably got desensitized from seeing them so much in movies. 350, Anonymous from Earth. The stream of Hikaru lacks handsomeness. If you want to get viewers, you can't just cater to men. 351, Anonymous from Earth. Don't you know about the popularity of Hikaru overseas? 352, Anonymous from Earth. He is strangely making the overseas Anaeans crazy. I don't know the reason why. 353, Anonymous from Earth. It must be those tears and that darkness in him. 354, Anonymous from Earth. There's a lot of his type in Japan, but maybe there aren't that many overseas? It might seem fresh. 355, Anonymous from Earth. What way are the other chosen who chose darkness using it? The same as Hikaru? 356. Anonymous from Earth. They are using it the same, but dark mist is honestly me. It would be one thing in a place that's already dark, but have no choice but to call it trash in bright places. 357. Anonymous from Earth. The one that seemed like the biggest miss, Earth, was actually the strongest early game. Light and water are strong when raised though. 358. Anonymous from Earth. Gravel mist is nice. 359. Anonymous from Earth. You have to get to the level of Hikaru where he uses darkness fog and summon night bug at the same time, or darkness just won't perform. 360. Anonymous from Earth. No, you get an advantage with just the shadow bag, so that's actually the main body. 361. Anonymous from Earth. They don't need to hire a porter after all. 362. Anonymous from Earth. Will Hikaru challenge other dungeons someday too? 363. Anonymous from Earth. If he doesn't die, a dungeon explorer is by the side of death the whole time. Right now he is taking a margin of safety, but that can be overturned with a second of misfortune. 364. Anonymous from Earth. It is easy to imagine that the members will fall into dangerous states if you act in a party after all. If Rafrie-sama or Full-chan were to die, he wouldn't be able to get over it for a while. 365. Anonymous from Earth. By the way, the Great Fire Spirit came to eat Hikaru, but could it be that after that? 366. Anonymous from Earth. This is just a possibility, but he must have been offered captured loved ones in order to appease him. 367. Anonymous from Earth. OF. That's why Rafrie-sama told him so many times to not get close to the church, huh? 368. Anonymous from Earth. Rafrie-sama is a Templar apprentice, so of course she knows how they appease great spirits. 369. Anonymous from Earth. Not telling Hikaru. This must have been her being considerate. 370. Anonymous from Earth. Great spirits are docile when they are sucking on loved ones after all. 371. Anonymous from Earth. But the sucked loved ones die. 372. Anonymous from Earth. One more that gets sacrificed for Hikaru. 373. Anonymous from Earth. One more? 374. Anonymous from Earth. Nanamikan. 375. Anonymous from Earth. So there was still someone pushing the Hikaru killer narrative, huh? 376. Anonymous from Earth. The possibility still remains after all. The murder weapon still hasn't been found either. 377. Anonymous from Earth. If Hikaru is the culprit, he has no reason to aim for first place. How about thinking with your own brain? 378. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru can't really be blamed here. He doesn't know about it. I do feel bad for the sucked loved ones though. 379. Anonymous from Earth. It is not like it is certain they have been sucked. 380. Anonymous from Earth. It is scary how calm Hikaru was despite him being on the verge of being eaten by a great spirit. Is it really the time to be eating yakisoba? 381. Anonymous from Earth. The barrier stone is effective for 12 hours after all. 382. Anonymous from Earth. He probably thinks that's a tasty development to increase views. He is the same as the twins. His ability to discern opportunities is incredible. 383. Anonymous from Earth. This is definitely Anachan not caring about the dangers to his own life. Ane. He is in such a dangerous state that I just can't bear to watch. I think this would have been pretty close if he didn't have a barrier stone. They do say that great spirits are not beings a human can fight against. It seems like Anachan is trying to put his life on the line to get first place in the viewer count race. I just hope he doesn't do something reckless though. I only have bad premonitions of this. 384. Anonymous from Earth. He was originally diving on his own after all. Yeah, I am beginning to have bad premonitions too. 385, Anonymous from Earth. Even though Rafria is affiliated to the Light Great Church, she isn't snitching on Hikaru. When you report a loved one, you get something like a reward, right? 386, Anonymous from Earth. A number of Chosen have been imprisoned from that after all. Hikaru will be suffering the same fate. Or more like, affection of spirits really is one trash skill. 387, Anonymous from Earth. 385. She already said that the Light Great Church is a natural church, and is against artificial churches, right? Even the natives must have their own thoughts regarding sacrifices. Well, there's also the fact that she loves him, so it would be scary if there's a time when her feelings take a turn. There's the chance for the faith-looking Rafria-sama to have a change of heart after all. 388, Anonymous from Earth. 386. Affection of spirits is seriously a landmine skill. The ability itself is strong though. The Chosen who grabbed affection of spirits and have been imprisoned have relatives sending messages to them, but it doesn't look like they can escape. The Templars are plain strong after all. 389, Anonymous from Earth. A smithy is nice. Being in a world where you can have your own weapon made by a blacksmith, that's the stuff of dreams. 390, Anonymous from Earth. There's demand in the dungeon city, so the price is also accessible. If we wanted to buy a great sword here, it would end up being pretty pricey. 391, Anonymous from Earth. Speaking of it, was that a dwarf? 392, Anonymous from Earth. It is apparently being translated as dwarf, but in the original language, it is not dwarf at all. 393, Anonymous from Earth. It goes the same for lynx and elves. It is just the translation doing too much work. 394, Anonymous from Earth. That goes for the names of the monsters too. According to Alex Kun, the names of the hungering beasts underground prison are servants to goblins, jailer to orcs, chief prison guards to ogres, executioners to mantis. 395, Anonymous from Earth. Having both arms as scythes is quite the dangerous executioner. 396, Anonymous from Earth. Really? Even though the native language is being perceived, the name's different? 397, Anonymous from Earth. Because of the Isekai language skill, the Earth language is automatically being translated. Even though their mouths say servant, they are thinking goblin in their head. The researchers that are investigating the discrepancies are cooperating with the Chosen quite a lot and sending quite a lot of messages. That's why there's sometimes flips with Chosen to much with the original name. 398, Anonymous from Earth. It is that, Right now it is translating it as elf, but the native language is white shine person. 399, Anonymous from Earth. The translation has the playfulness of God in it. Well, the talking, writing, and reading all have the translation doing its work, so there's rarely any inconveniences though. 400, Anonymous from Earth. In the automatic translations, lynxes add na to their sentences. They apparently have their own accent in the native language, so that must have been the localization. 401, Anonymous from Earth. So the Chosen are in a state like when the Japanese dubbing has way too many personal interpretations in it. 402, Anonymous from Earth. The Japanese Chosen apparently get that localization treatment a lot. Ryoko-chan is being cooperative in the translations, so there has been a lot clarified in this 1 month though. 403, Anonymous from Earth. The Chosen that don't have knowledge in fantasy settings get the actual word after all. They don't get the na, or caveman, or white shine. 404, Anonymous from Earth. I don't know which one is better. I personally prefer the localization. 405, Anonymous from Earth. Elf, not really saying elf. 406, Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, I am cheering for Hikaru. But first place is a bit. I don't know. I do want Nanami-kun to come back to life, and Seliku and Karen are pushing the advertisement to the limits. 407, Anonymous from Earth. He is slowly creeping up into the ranks. His motivation to become first is different after all. 408, Anonymous from Earth. The second place and below get pretty good prizes too. 409, Anonymous from Earth. It is a shame that each person can only give 24 hours worth of viewer points per day. 410, Anonymous from Earth. There's talk that if you aren't properly watching, the time won't be counted. 411, Anonymous from Earth. If they were counting the times when we are sleeping, it would easily be double the numbers after all. God is strangely strict in those areas. 412, Anonymous from Earth. But there's no way to verify that. 413, Anonymous from Earth. Is there no place that wants to take first place for their country or something like that? Like cults too. 414, Anonymous from Earth. There's no place doing it publicly in fear of being punished by God. There's conspiracy theories floating every now and then, but who knows how true they are. 415, Anonymous from Earth. The more influential one is, the weaker they are to a god that their power doesn't work on. No matter how cocky a country gets, for God, they are simply mere humans after all. 416, Anonymous from Earth. God shows its mercilessness sometimes after all. Trying foul play on a large scale is risky. 417, Anonymous from Earth. It is scary how there's strangely more people dying from being struck by lightning this year than ever. Coincidence? Or 418, Anonymous from Earth. Too obvious divine punishment. 419, Anonymous from Earth. There's no way the tops of countries would all be dying coincidentally in that way after all. 420, Anonymous from Earth. I can feel the will of God that doesn't allow cheating. 421, Anonymous from Earth. In that sense, Hikaru also has a chance. The plans of twin sis shouldn't be that dangerous that they would warrant divine punishment. 422, Anonymous from Earth. No, who knows what they are doing in places we don't know. They at the very least have money in the billions, so there's a high chance they are doing shady stuff. 423, Anonymous from Earth. Don't think that's the case. At the end of the day, they are still 12. 424, Anonymous from Earth. I always end up forgetting that. Chapter 61, Black Meteoric Iron Shore Sword and Solo. The next day, I met with Rafria in the morning and we headed to the blacksmith. Today I am really just going to go get my weapon, you know? We have been diving into the dungeon the whole time lately, so wouldn't it be better for you to get a nice deserved break? The plan is to dive again tomorrow for 3 days consecutively after all. Hikaru: yeah, I will have my weapon checked today, so once I am done with that, I will return to the interest. Rafria: is apparently how it is. Well, I don't know what's the actual frequency of breaks in this world for explorers, so I can't really say much here. According to Grateful, the most common pattern is to explore one day and rest one day. It is a job that strains your body, so that might be the best frequency. Though, in my case, I have my circumstances. If Rafria finds it rough, then I will change it, but I want to keep this pace for now. Ooh, it is ready. When we arrived at the smithy, the old man immediately brought out the freshly made shore sword. The old man is brusque, but he is fast and careful in his work. I don't think there's any problem, but please confirm it. The scabbard and handle are made from black cedar wood, and the scabbard has a leather strap wrapped around to prevent it from sliding. If you don't like it, you can change the wrapping string in whichever way you like. The shore sword that the old man made had both a black scabbard and handle. I showed him my dark abilities, so he must have matched them. It is probably also because my attire is black as well. The appearance is that of a short sword, but it has decent weight to it, to the point that it made me uneasy if I will actually be able to use it for a second there. Maybe because I asked for a thick and rustic blade, or it might be that he judged I could utilize this in the sword-swinging test. Hikaru, please show me the blade already. Refria, got it. I am kinda nervous here. Hikaru, I take out the short sword from its sheath. I was expecting a white blade, but... black. Hikaru, it fits you perfectly, Hikaru. Refria, to my surprise, even the blade was black. As expected of an Isekai. To think there would be black blades. I made it with black meteoric iron. That metal is actually not popular, so I had an excess of it. But it fits you nicely, doesn't it? Yeah, I like it a lot, but meteoric iron? It falls from the sky? Hikaru, you could say that. It is a pretty special metal, but it is not like they come in fixed amounts, and there's not much use to them aside from making them into daggers or short swords. Also, there's a lot of customers that don't like black blades, so I was wondering what to do. That metal is said to be loved by the night goddess. It should have good compatibility with your spirit abilities. Hikaru, the great dark spirit Sama is the goddess. The fire, earth, and light great spirit Samas are gods, and the familiars of the sun god. The water, wind, and dark great spirit Samas are goddesses, and the familiars of the moon god. Amongst them, the great dark spirit Sama is said to be the closest to the moon god. Refria, so there was a division like that? Well, great spirits do exist and you can communicate with them, so it must be true. A world where gods are real feels outlandish for someone like me who has come from modern Japan. I don't know if she is telling me a fairy tale here, or telling me an actual fact. The great dark spirit Sama is also called the night goddess after all. Thanks to that, she rarely appears in front of people. If I remember correctly, she only has natural churches. I want to go see the dark great church of Easters at least once. Refria, it seems the priests are desperately searching for the great dark spirit Sama though. She probably is the opposite of the great light spirit Sama in that she only appears at night. I feel like it would be impossible to find her with only the moonlight. It is said that finding even the great light spirit Sama is difficult after all. I think they will only be finding natural churches as it has always been. Refria and the old man began talking about great spirits. The two might unexpectedly be great spirit otakus. There's a lot of words I haven't heard before. I leave the two talking, and I begin to check my short sword. My honest opinion here is that something resembling a Japanese sword was unexpectedly made. It was made as I ordered, so you could say it is natural it turned out this way. A black scabbard and a black wrapping. The pommel is ring-shaped, and if I fasten a string to it, I might be able to avoid dropping it. The blade is around 35 centimeters long, and the handle that can be held with both hands must be around 25 centimeters, 60 centimeters overall. The blade is pretty heavy, but maybe because the handle is long, I don't feel the weight much. It really is heavy, but there's no problem when swinging it or stabbing. At the very least, with my current fighting style, there's no back and forth in my battles, so being able to do accurate strikes is essential. Nice. It is really nice. Hikaru, most of all, I like that it looks cool. It may be a short sword, but it is a world where Japanese swords don't exist, so I thought of the possibility that my request wouldn't transmit properly, but it is 7 centimeters in width and the thickness is 2 centimeters, which was like half on its way to be a blunt weapon, was far above my expectations, and it spoke fluently about this being a weapon used against monsters. So cool. Looks like you have taken a liking to it. These moments really do make it worth being a blacksmith. It is rare to see Hikaru smiling like that, so I think he is really happy. Refria, it seems the two were watching me at some point in time. It is a bit embarrassing. I returned the short sword back to its sheath. Thank you very much. It is really good. I have been going around using an unreliable dagger this whole time, so I finally feel as if I am one step into being competent. Hikaru, ye got it. An explorer and their weapon have an unbreakable relationship after all. Think of it as your new partner and take good care of it. Do you know how to maintain it? You smear it with oil, right? Hikaru, right. If it gets dirty, use a cloth to wipe away the old oil, and smear it lightly with new oil. Since you will be using it in the dungeon, it will rarely get dirty, so there's no need to be bothered about it that much though. I see. The monsters in the dungeon don't leave corpses, so there won't be blood, fluids, or pieces of meat sticking to it. You could even say the chances of the sweat and blood of the user sticking to it are higher. Hearing about the maintenance method, I pay the remaining 20 silver coins. I was given cloth and oil for free, and I hung my short sword on my waist. Now, Rifria, as I said yesterday, I have some business today, so this is it for today. I will come pick you up tomorrow morning. Hikaru, yeah. See you tomorrow, Hikaru. Rifria, the face of Rifria was saying she wanted to hang out more, but I really have business today. I won't say that back figure of hers doesn't sway me, but I shook off the temptation and began walking. I take a long turn through a back alley to the guild. I had them issue an entrance permit for the dungeon, buy a number of potions, and enter the dungeon alone. The method to gain viewers. I have said this many times already, but the best method is for me to risk my life. The viewers wish for my death after all. Chapter 62, Phantom Warrior and True Feelings. The method to become number one within more than 700 chosen. That is to drop into a situation where my life is in danger. That's the only method I could think of. If I just live my life normally, that would just be hateful. There's no person who would want to watch that. It would just be odious if I were to simply have a fulfilling adventure. But this can bring attention in a negative way. I am currently going down the stairs to lower floors with confidence going to my head. For the viewers that wish for my death, this is a development right in their rally. Going through the lower floors, where there's no knowing when you will die, should be able to bring out a high number of viewers. I can bring back an army. If that can be achieved, then it is natural for me to put my life as the betting chip. At this moment, I am going to move forward while changing the gazes and scorn from earth into strength. I went right to the second floor, and checked my equipment in front of the stairs leading to the third floor. Short sword and spare dagger. My armor is simply the Dark Knight Gauntlet. A lineup that has close to zero defensive power as always. Even so, that's my style. After confirming that there's no one around, I coughed once and spoke. I will be going to the third floor, the straying big mist garden. I have almost no knowledge of it, but I am thinking of doing my best in commentating, so please look forward to it. Hikaru, I have never done commentaries, so I don't know how I should be doing this. Maybe I should have gone for a rowdier style. I somewhat understand that I should be creating my own character, but it is difficult to do it in practice. Also, 2 of my dark spirit abilities have been raised to tier 3 and have ranked up. One is plain, but it is the shadow bag that has changed to shadow storage. It seems like the storage amount has increased. Hikaru, it is plain, but it has gotten really handy. It has increased its storage size by around 8 times after all. I can now store a whole lot of stuff like armor and shields. I can put my spare weapon here, and I can carry bandages, food, and stuff like potions without any worry of breaking them on the way. The other explorer parties hire porters quite a lot, but that's unnecessary, at least in the parties where I am in. The other one is Shadow Runner. To my surprise, it has become Phantom Warrior. Let's test it out on a monster nearby. Hikaru, by the way, My current tier and proficiency looks like this. It seems like all abilities grade up when they reach tier 3. Dark Spirit ability, tier 1 ability, Falsehood of Darkness, Shade Shift, proficiency 89, tier 2 ability, View of Darkness, Dark Vision, proficiency 94, Casket of Darkness, Shadow Bind, proficiency 58, Call of Darkness, Summon, Night Bug, proficiency 42, tier 3 ability, Transformation of Darkness, Phantom Warrior, proficiency 0, Deposition of Darkness, Shadow Storage, proficiency 1, tier 4 ability, Revelation of Darkness, Darkness Fog, proficiency 79, Special Technique, Return of Darkness, Create, Undead, proficiency 1. It must be because I used them in actual combat, or because I had comrades. My proficiency was going up nicely. I didn't have many chances to use Shade Shift, so it was hard to raise, but at this rate, I might be able to raise Shadow Bind and Summon, Night Bug to tier 3, which have had their usage rate increased. By the way, even if my tier increases and I learn higher abilities, it is possible to use the lower tier abilities too. After walking for a bit, I found an ogre. Luckily, it is alone. It is an ogre. I am thinking about fighting it to test my new weapon as well. Rifria is not here with me today, so I will do this carefully. Hikaru, I hide myself with Darkness Fog, and cast an ability towards the ogre. Phantom Warrior. Hikaru, Spirit Energy was changed into darkness with the activation of the ability, and that darkness gradually turned humanoid, changing into the form of a warrior. With armor and helmet, shield on its left arm, a warrior wielding a big sword. It wasn't completely made out of darkness. Just like Shade Shift, it is mimicking a human hiding in the darkness. It is perfect enough that it would be hard for a monster to see the difference. The Phantom Warrior is drumming the shield with its sword to draw attention, and approaches the ogre one deep step at a time. The ogre also readied its weapon and took a fighting stance. I narrowed down my Darkness Fog to its minimum, unsheath my weapon while in the darkness, take the long way, and draw closer to the ogre unnoticed. Gawa. The ogre swings its axe at the Phantom Warrior. But a warrior of darkness is simply a phantom being, so the deadly weapon cut through air, and the Phantom Warrior was totally fine. It continues raising noise and showing motions of attacking, but obviously, it has no substance, so there's no damage. The ogre had its attention completely drawn by the Phantom Warrior, so I pierced him with my short sword from the back at the base of its neck. The ogre died in one hit, and a fist-sized spirit stone fell onto the ground. Phantom Warrior seems to be a great ability. It has 0 attack power as usual, but it seems like it will be able to hold back a good number of enemies at the same time. Hikaru, I undo the Darkness Fog, and I pick up the spirit stone as I resume commenting. You could say this is actually incomparably more useful in actual combat than Shadowrunner. The previous one was simply a shadow having it run and distracting it for a bit, but a Phantom Warrior is a warrior no matter where you look at it. It should be difficult to ignore it, no matter if it is human or monster. Now then, I have tested the new ability, so let's go down to the 3rd floor. I will do my best to not die. Hikaru, I went down the stairs while still maintaining Darkness Fog. The stairs go on for pretty long. The 1st floor didn't really feel like it is underground that much, and it is made in a way that you can leave the dusk Hades Street in a few turns. The stairs to the 2nd floor were the length of 2 flights of stairs in a building. It must be because the Hungry Beast underground prison isn't that high of a place. The stairs I am going down right now easily go over the 100 steps. Even so, I wonder what's this? Rather than calling it calming. It is more like it is comfortable. Hikaru, it is different from the time when I am with comrades. I was feeling strange comfort from hiding in the darkness alone. Being in a party means that I have to think about my party members the whole time. Dungeon exploration always has tension present. At the very least, it is a lot higher than when I am diving alone. One more thing. Since the time I formed a party, I have kept the times when I am in the darkness to only in battle. In other words, I was mostly showing myself. I was the one who was pushing myself, Hikaru, taking first place in the viewer count race. I decided to do anything for the sake of that. But it is not like the laughs and gazes have disappeared. I was simply pretending I didn't hear it. Pretending I don't feel them. I hear them no matter what. I have been telling myself those are the voices and gazes of the spirits. Just as Rafria said, those voices and gazes were a trait from the affection of spirits, the trait of loved ones. But I have already perceived them in that way, so treating them as something different or as harmless is a different story. Voices that are laughing at me, telling me that there's no way someone like me can take first place. Gazes of curiosity, watching me utilize others for my own benefit. Have I managed to act bright and cheerful? Did I manage to hide it? I thought I managed to. And in reality, I did feel like I had begun to get used to it. But it was no good. When I drop my guard, those brush the weak parts of my heart. But inside the darkness where those voices and gazes can't reach, I can stay in my natural form. Commenting is rough, but if it is inside the darkness, it is like I am talking to myself. I told myself that diving alone was for the sake of increasing viewers, but maybe this was unexpectedly something that I myself wished for. I am honestly scared to go to lower floors on my own. My legs going down the stairs are trembling, and my goosebumps aren't stopping. But my trust towards the darkness that has saved my life countless times was lessening that fear. The presence of the spirits that I could feel on my skin through the deep darkness of darkness fog. That's why, I may be alone, but I am not alone. This pleasant darkness, that felt as if dozing off, could even be called relaxing. I try to calm myself as I trek onto the end of the stairs, towards the new stage where my battle for first place will take place. Chapter 63, Straying Big Mist Garden and Life as a Betting Chip. This is a really long flight of stairs. You could do some stair exercise here. Hikaru. I was making really stupid comments as I went down, and I finally catch sight of the end. It at the very least felt like there was a lot more distance here than going from the highest floor of my school to the lowest floor. I think I went down more than 100 meters. This is impressive. It is a sight that I would find hard to believe is inside a dungeon. The first floor was impressive as well, but this one is on a whole different level. Wonder who made it? Hikaru. There was a green garden at the end of the stairs. The sky is cloudy. No, it isn't exactly a sky. It is just that it looks that way from the mist covering the ceiling. There's a strange light source, and it isn't as dark as the second floor. But the whole floor is ruled by a dense mist. The field of vision is bad. I can only see around 100 meters ahead of me. I see, so this is why it is the Straying Big Mist Garden. I currently can't tell if it has good compatibility with my abilities. Now then, let's begin the exploration. Hikaru. I am commenting in a light-hearted mood, but the truth is that I am pretty scared here. An unknown floor. I purposely didn't even research what monsters show up here. I haven't prepared a barrier stone either. Betting my life is the only way I can think of to get viewers after all. For now, let's search around the area close to the stairs. Hikaru. The third floor is far brighter than the second floor. Rafria and Grateful said that this floor has good compatibility with my abilities, but I feel like it would look unnatural if I were to activate dense darkness. Won't it instead be bad compatibility? I feel like that's the case. I take out my freshly baked short sword, take stance in a way that I would be able to enter battle at any moment, and slowly advance. The Straying Big Mist Garden is just as the name states, A vast garden. There were traces of a water fountain made of stone on the way, and structures that were around 10 steps of stairs. A floor that's made like a western garden. When I went a bit further, the stairs I went down from were now out of sight. With this, even if someone were to be mapping things, they would still end up getting lost. Also, I am obviously not mapping. There's something there. Hikaru, it is a monster. Also, a pretty big one. There's the chance that the other party will notice me if I close the distance too much. It is important to observe your opponent at a certain distance. There's no knowing what kind of enemy it is after all. That '*A big fat man. I have not investigated the monsters of the 3rd floor beforehand, so I don't know what kind of monster it is. But it is big and looks strong. A club that looks like a log. If I were to get hit by that, I would die instantly. Hikaru, there's big papers posted in the guild that have all the traits of the monsters written in it all the way to the 5th floor, so everyone can check it out. For the guild, monsters mean spirit stones. There's no point in withholding that information. The most efficient ways to fight them are also written down, so it might take away the sense of achievement. I heard about this from Rifria, but I purposely didn't look at that information. It is not like I am underestimating the dungeon. Me learning about that information means that my viewers learn about that info too. If you know everything beforehand, would that make an adventure interesting? Would it be fun to watch me easily avoiding dangers? There's no way that's interesting. An adventure that has a proper margin of safety would fall into the level of a neighborhood walk. It seems like the weak point of monsters is in general where the spirit stone appears. That would be the base of the neck. It is hard to tell when the monster doesn't have a set shape, but for monsters modeled after vertebrate animals, their weak points are easy to tell. Hikaru, this is something I learned from Rifria. I have been attacking the neck that looked like a weak point unconsciously, but to think that actually was the weak point. I was surprised when I first learned about this. I don't know why that place is their weak point. I should ask Rifria one day. Now then. How shall we challenge this? It will be impossible without abilities, so I will try doing it the same as usual. Hikaru, I approached the monster while still covered in darkness. The opponent is a giant man around 2 meters tall. I am around 170 centimeters tall, so I am at a height where I can barely manage to aim at the base of the neck. If a monster bigger than this one shows up, it would be better to ask the guild how to fight it. Now then, let's see if this is a guy that can notice, Hikaru, whether his senses are sharp or dull. I won't be able to tell unless I test it. It would be easier for me if all monsters were dense though. It noticed me. Ha, Hikaru, darkness getting closer must have been too unnatural. The other party directed its curiosity here. If I were to be hit by that 50 centimeters club, I would die without being able to do anything. It is a big man that is packed with thick flesh all the way to its face, but its red shining eyes were sharp, and it was clear that it had its guard up over here. Now then, what to do? I move in a way as if drawing a circle with the monster at its center. But the giant man wasn't taking its eyes off as if it could see me. Even so, it isn't proactively attacking me. It seems to be plainly in wonder. Now then, the problem is how to fight here. From the nature of my attack, the chances of being hit if a monster goes wild is high. Just by swinging the weapon in circles, I, who had approached in the darkness, would be blown away without much I could do. That's why there's the need to carry the situation in a manner that it doesn't end up that way. I dramatically increase the radius of my darkness and swallow the giant man. The monster was surprised by the sudden darkness and looked around restlessly, seeking for light. I saw that reaction and steel myself. I wring out courage, and with trembling feet, I dash in order to clash with the opponent. The monster noticed my footsteps and tried to blindly attack me, but in that instant, Shadowbind. Hikaru. The darkness wrapped around the giant body of the opponent, and restrained its movements. In the end, the deciding ability is this one. I spread the darkness of darkness fog, dashed to my confused opponent, and when I approached till close range, shadow bind. Bind is an ability that opens up for a deadly blow in its effective time. Hikaru. I raise a shout and kill the instinctive fear I had towards the 2-meter giant. I rush to it straight on as if crashing my body onto it, and stab my short sword onto its throat. The 35 centimeters short sword managed to reach the weak point of the monster, and deal a critical hit. The giant perishes, and a decently big spirit stone falls. An earth spirit stone. It was scary, but I managed to defeat it. Shadow bind is really useful. Hikaru. My voice was trembling even when commenting. Even if it was inside the darkness, I attacked a giant opponent straight on. There's no way I wouldn't be scared. My defense is like paper. Even with one punch, it could have been fatal. Shadow bind doesn't last for long. It is because I practiced the timing with Referee a whole lot that I managed to apply it to myself. If I had been off a single second, there would have been the chance of my attack being blocked. When that happens, I will get countered and lose. An attack that I must not fail. On the other hand, when it succeeds, the effects are enormous. My new weapon packed quite the good punch there, and it was easy to use. The weapon I ordered from the blacksmith really was nice. Hikaru. More so when the short sword doesn't feel like it would break despite having been cheap. I have no other means aside from defending with my weapon if I get attacked, since I don't have a shield, so just having the option gives quite a lot of comfort. Or more like, it probably would be better to prepare a small round shield. Now then, let's continue the exploration. Hikaru. The straying big mist garden is pretty vast. When speaking of dungeons, I normally think of a labyrinth that has clear turns, but the first floor was a city and the third floor is a garden. There may be places that are impossible to traverse because of plants and structures, but it is mostly an open space. The corridors are spacious, so you could say it is a place where you can enjoy encounters with monsters. I can somehow understand why there's more explorers that enjoy fighting in the third floor than the second floor. More so when this place isn't as dark as the second floor. Not needing stuff like lanterns and torches makes it pretty comfortable. I have found a monster. A big goblin, and what is it? A monster that looks like a small fiend. Hikaru. 3 goblins, big, were crying gi loudly. The small fiend had small wings, so it looks like it could fly. I am thinking of checking things out with my summon ability. Summon, Night Bug. Hikaru. Thanks to Night Bug having increased in tier, the number of bugs I can summon in one go have increased. Each individual hit is light, but the violence in numbers can create a good attack. Moreover, it can divert their attention. By the way, Night Bug has plenty enough killing power against weak monsters, and it is possible to defeat goblins and orcs with just that alone. How about the goblins, big, and the small fiend? The night bugs rush to the monsters and scrape away at them. Looks like the goblins, big, and the small fiend are not that big of a deal. There's the feeling that damage is being dealt. I even felt as if I would be able to win from afar by consecutively shooting them out, but the small fiend did something I wasn't expecting. Gravel mist. To my surprise, it used a spirit ability. The spirit energy rose as if answering its voice, and small rocks and gravel appeared in the surroundings of the small fiend. It is the earth spirit ability that I saw an explorer use before. Seriously. So there's those that can use spirit abilities too, ha, Hikaru. The night bugs were crashing onto the many small floating pebbles and disappeared. They are fast and small, so it is hard to hit them with attacks, but they are weak against small and plentiful obstructions. They were instantly reduced to only a few. If it had been only the goblins, big, I might have managed to defeat them only with the night bugs though. Looks like I should deal with that small fiend as quickly as possible physically. I increase the range of my darkness fog and dash. Shadowbind. Hikaru. The goblins, big, and the small fiend were suddenly covered in darkness and didn't know left and right. Added bind on top of that, and the danger disappears almost completely. After dealing with the small fiend, I defeat the goblins, big, in order. I was surprised by the monster using spirit ability, but there doesn't seem to be much difference in terms of body sturdiness, so it doesn't seem to be that dangerous of a monster if I just tread with care. I pick up the spirit stones that are bigger than the ones of normal goblins, and walk deeper and deeper into the dungeon. My exploration has just begun. Looks like I'm lost. Hikaru. Chapter 64, Straying in the Mist and Conviction. I might have gotten lost. I don't know where I am at all. Hikaru. I muttered this to the viewers in this big garden that was covered in dense mist. After that, I defeated 2 zombie-like monsters. Their movements are slow, and I managed to defeat them easily by using Shadowbind, but I lost my way in this big garden that has similar structures all around. Being called Straying Big Mist Garden is no joke. There's no such thing as walls you can see from afar, or peculiar buildings. Even if I tried to be really careful and check the position of the structures here, it would be hard to accurately tell the exact location you are in. I don't have points, so I can't exchange them for a map of the surroundings. I am thinking about heading to the entrance somehow. Hikaru. I mutter this, but I am actually calm internally. That's because I already knew beforehand from Referee that the 3rd floor is a place that one can easily get lost in. In other words, I aimed for this to increase my views. If I can reach the outer wall, I could just trace the wall all the way till I find the stairs. For now, I will make finding this my objective. On this floor, even when I use darkness fog, the monsters notice me, so I can't avoid battles. I have fallen into a pretty dangerous situation, but I will do my best. Hikaru. Getting lost in the dungeon all alone when you don't even know what monsters can be showing up is without doubt a suicidal act. It is a situation that wouldn't be by any means strange if I were to be dead after 30 minutes. I understand this, but seeing the viewers increase drastically, I felt certain that this is the correct choice. This is the price to obtain the life of Nanami, so of course the thing I should be betting with is my life. The sky was maintaining faint light, and was the complete opposite of the 2nd floor. Your normal explorer would understand that this floor is an easier place to fight in. Dangerous. Notice. While I was walking to the stairs, I heard a voice somewhere. The next instant, a powerful impact came from my side. What? Hikaru. I fortunately managed to guard it with my gauntlet, so I avoided a direct hit, but I rolled and bounced on the ground, and my clothes and skin were mercilessly scraping against the stone pavement. A strong pain ran through my left arm. A bone might have broken there. When I raised my head, what was there was a tree. No, it is a tree monster. Looks like I didn't notice its camouflage and approached it to the point that I was right by its side. Its branches rustled as it moved, and from how slowly it advanced, I honestly don't think it is that strong, but it has size and hits hard. And the reality is that I suffered quite the damage with one single attack. I didn't expect there to be a tree monster like that. I have almost no armor, so I might have broken a bone there. Hikaru. Even so, I still had the leeway to talk. My left arm was pulsating in intense pain even while talking, and blood was flowing out from the scrapes. Contrary to the alarm bells my body is ringing, a part of my heart was saying this is fine, this is a good happening. I take a stance with the dagger using my already wasted left arm too. I am against a giant tree monster. I don't know where the joints are, but it is moving its branches like arms, and the tips of those branches are sharp, and it would be bad news if I were to get stabbed by those. Did it come out from the earth, or maybe it was originally like that to begin with? The roots were moving like an octopus, and were slowly approaching me. This is the first time I have encountered an enemy that darkness fog doesn't work against. I think it is detecting me with something other than eyesight. Hikaru, I may be talking as if I am calm, but cold sweat is covering my whole body. Shade shift. Hikaru, a dark clone of myself appears. It is just a means to distract for a moment, and I don't know how effective it will be against an enemy that doesn't rely on eyesight, but it is better than nothing. Phantom warrior. Hikaru, a dark warrior appears, and it attracts the surroundings by loudly hitting its shield with its sword. It fortunately seems to be sensitive to sounds. Its attention was slightly diverted there. I circle it and take the back of the monster, and immediately activate an ability. Shadow Bind. Hikaru, the moment the tentacles of darkness tied up the branches, I stabbed with my dagger. Hard. Hikaru, it is different from a monster that has a humanoid body. This one is a literal tree. Stabbing a short sword there is most difficult. In the first place, I lack the physical strength. I greedily attack it again, but it is not showing any signs of reaching its weak point. While I was doing that, the binding was losing its effect. Summon, Night Bug. Hikaru, I summon night bugs and take distance. It is impossible with one arm. I take out a mid potion that I bought in the guild from the shadow storage and splash it on my wound. Maybe because of the adrenaline from battle, I couldn't feel the pain anymore. I can feel the numbness going away. I thought my left arm wouldn't heal unless I used a mid-scroll, but the sensation was slowly returning to me. Maybe this is the blessing amidst the misfortune. It isn't broken. Gudamu. The monster that was having its branches and trunk whittled away by the many insects raised a roar and shook its branches. What's going on? Hikaru, a new presence from the surroundings. No, more precisely, I am hearing what seems like the cries of something. Could it be that it has called its comrades? Hikaru, that feeling of mine turned out to be correct, and two big men holding giant clubs were heading this way from the other side of the mist. I knew plenty well that a development like this could happen if I were to get stuck too long in battle. Should I run? But, Hikaru, fortunately, they are monsters that are not too fast. If I were to run away while shooting around abilities, I should be able to escape without any issues. Running away, that option is naturally available. But what would it achieve? I came here alone prepared for death. I decided to get first place. That resolve shouldn't be so frail that I would turn tail and run away from this. I came here alone. I even got lost on purpose. It was definitely not for the sake of running away when I fell into peril. I came all the way here seeking a situation like this. I can somehow move my left arm now. 3 years a lot. But I will do it. Hikaru, after reaching that decision, it felt as if a switch flipped inside my head. I ignore the tree monster for now and run towards the giant men. Darkness fog works on them, Hikaru. I spread the range of the darkness at once, jump the instant their movements were sealed by shadow bind, and stab into their weak points. I did that twice in a row and finished the giant men. My body moved so well it surprised even me. My concentration might have increased by being conscious of death. I leave the fallen spirit stones that fell from the giant men just like that, and head to the tree monster. No matter how hard the monster, in the end, it is a tree. I had the phantom warrior attract its attention. I myself moved to the back, and attacked after sealing its movements with shadow bind. Using 3 abilities for one attack is pretty rough, but I don't know any other method. If Rifria were here, I could have been able to fight with only darkness fog, so doing this alone really is pushing it a bit. But that's what I signed up for. It is because of the danger that I am doing it. It is because it is dangerous that it is good. On the third exchange of attacks, My sure sword finally managed to penetrate. The tree monster turned into a spirit stone. It was a monster I had terrible affinity against, but thanks to that, I managed to get over 400 million views. Not bad. I have been wounded a little bit, but this has been good battle experience. Now, let's go to the next one. Hikaru, I make a face of being fine even if I have to force it out. My body is beginning to heat up because of using spirit energy too much. It is impossible to do more strenuous fights like this one. After that, I walked around searching for the exit, and defeated 15 goblins, big, 8 zombies, 5 small fiends, and 5 giant men. It seems like tree monsters don't show up that often, so none have shown up after that. For the other monsters aside from that, darkness fog was effective, and if that's effective, it is possible to reduce their battle power greatly. I just have to calmly take their lives. Of course, there's the need for quite the effort, but that is giving me a good amount of experience. By defeating monsters, I take in spirit energy bit by bit, and I could feel that the power in my body is increasing. I think I am getting the hang of how to fight with dark spirit abilities. Don't know what would happen if even stronger monsters were to show up, but I am beginning to understand why Referee asserted that it would work in the 3rd floor. Hikaru, I talk as I go up the 10-step stairs that I remember seeing before. I walk straight ahead just like that, and see the opening where the stairs leading to the 2nd floor were. It is true that I got lost, but I actually have a lot of confidence in my sense of direction. If I know the whole time in what direction I came from, you basically can't get lost for real. But from the perspective of the viewers, it should have looked like I luckily got back to the stairs. It is the exit. What a relief. I was close to my limit, but it looks like I can go back alive. Hikaru, even while commenting, I myself felt that was shameless. Calling me an actor would be an insult to the trade. I am sure that I will be found out by the sharp viewers, but well, commenting in itself is basically just an extra. In the end, I just have to show by action. Now then, today's solo exploration ends with this. I will be exploring with a party from tomorrow on, so please look forward to it. Hikaru, I ended the commentary with this. I cover myself with darkness, and run through the dungeon. Honestly speaking, getting lost and wandering an unknown floor was taxing in both body and mind. The fact that I managed to despite that might have been because I felt death right by my side the whole time in that forest. Anyways, let's splurge today and eat something tasty. Today's exploration was done mostly in the darkness while commenting, so it might not have been that fun to watch, but I managed to get over 500 million viewers in the end. I am now in spot 14 on the tentative rankings. As expected, I wasn't wrong. Me putting my life in danger becomes an explosive, and it allows me to rise in the rankings greatly. And this result is also proof that my death is desired. Chapter 65, Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, Number 1000 Kuros Hikaru, 3000. 675, Anonymous from Earth. That feeling of Referee-sama wanting to be together with him as much as possible reached even me. So cute. Or more like, Hikaru is beginning to look like a brusque boyfriend. 676, Anonymous from Earth. The short sword is so cool. 677, Anonymous from Earth. Black-bladed knives can be seen often, but there might not be that many that are forged. 678, Anonymous from Earth. Japanese swords normally are just the same color as the metal, so they don't become black. 679, Anonymous from Earth. In other words, it is cool. 680, Anonymous from Earth. The new weapon is nice. I would like to sell my own weapons in a Nisekai. 681, Anonymous from Earth. Black clothing and a ninja sword, that's completely a ninja. 682, Anonymous from Earth. He is super popular with the foreigners. so ninjas did exist in Japan. 683, Anonymous from Earth. The handle is on the long side. 684, Anonymous from Earth. They said it doesn't get dirty in the dungeon. What does that mean? 685, Anonymous from Earth. The Milia's Great Dark Church is where those twins are. 686, Anonymous from Earth. The defeated monsters become spirit stones and their bodies disappear. Of course the thing sticking to the blade will also disappear, so there's no need to wipe it. 687, Anonymous from Earth. What's the business that Hikaru has? Even though he has to get as many viewers as possible. 688, Anonymous from Earth. 685 The place where the twins, evil, are, yeah. It is pretty far away in terms of distance, but they are well known. 689, Anonymous from Earth. Maybe he is aiming to increase his number of viewers by fighting solo. 690, Anonymous from Earth. If he were that narcissistic, he wouldn't be having this tough of a time. 691, Anonymous from Earth. He even has his own personal weapon. Hikaru-kun is finally looking like an explorer. 692, Anonymous from Earth. If he were blessed with party members, he would be able to live off being an explorer using his dark spirit abilities, as much as he wanted. 693, Anonymous from Earth. With the power of Hikaru, can't he even be scouted by the #1 party of the city? He can even double as a porter. Wouldn't that route be better in terms of increasing viewers? 694, Anonymous from Earth. It is a world where magic tools can provide the same effect as a shadow bag, so I don't know about that. 695, Anonymous from Earth. Is he seriously going to be acting separately from Refriason? 696, Anonymous from Earth. The sad face of Refriason. 697, Anonymous from Earth. I feel bad for Refriason. 693 What did you smoke to think that Hikaru has that level of communication capability? He even looks like he has his hands full with Refria. 698, Anonymous from Earth. Is he maybe going to the guild to gather information? 699, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't this the first time he has bought a potion in the conventional way? 700, Anonymous from Earth. He didn't have the leeway in money at the beginning after all. 701, Anonymous from Earth. Alex is properly using the guild often, and most if not all the information of the dungeon has been displayed. They're called dungeon explorers, but the reality is that almost all of the floors up to the 5th floor have been completely explored. The real explorers are diving the 6th floor or lower, and they are apparently a real low percent. 702, Anonymous from Earth. Most of the explorers are more like just monster hunters rather than explorers. Or more like, is Hikaru going to be dungeon diving now? 703, Anonymous from Earth. Also, since you become stronger by fighting monsters, there's benefits in the future. You can switch to being a bodyguard or a mercenary, and you can go as high as a Templar. 704, Anonymous from Earth. I knew it. Arne, you idiot, is what they said, but why is Hikaru being insulted? 705, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't it simply because he is trying to dive alone? The fact that he is keeping it a secret from Refria must mean that he is most likely going to be doing something unreasonable. 706, Anonymous from Earth. When he uses darkness fog on the 2nd floor, I really can't tell where Hikaru is on the screen. 707, Anonymous from Earth. Commentary. So awkward. 708, Anonymous from Earth. 3rd floor. On his own? Isn't Hikaru still a 3rd floor virgin? 709, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't this dangerous? The 3rd floor isn't a darkness stage, so it won't go as smoothly as the 2nd floor. This ain't a game. 710, Anonymous from Earth. Even Alex in a party of 3 is having decent difficulties with it. Both of them are chosen, so I don't think there's that much of a gap between the strength of Alex and Hikaru. 711, Anonymous from Earth. He may be the great dark mage, but there's limits. He might be okay if he stays hidden in the darkness the whole time though. But in terms of viewers, that's not so fun to watch. 712, Anonymous from Earth. Moreover, what's dangerous is that he hasn't investigated beforehand. There's the treant that camouflages ingeniously, or the gremlin that can use spirit abilities. There's even ghouls that can paralyze you if you get bitten. 713, Anonymous from Earth. Paralysis is really bad news. If you get hit by that when alone, it is without doubt game over. 714, Anonymous from Earth. If he were to encounter 2 trolls, he would no doubt die. No matter how you think about it, he won't be able to defeat them with just your summon, Night Bug. 715, Anonymous from Earth. He does have his trump card, that is Create Undead, and that's actually super strong. If I remember correctly, he still has the Stone of the Mantis, so when push comes to shove, maybe he plans on resolving it with that. 716, Anonymous from Earth. He obviously is strong if he were to call the Mantis, but just because you managed to overcome one battle. 717, Anonymous from Earth. He may be able to use dark spirit abilities on a high level. His weapon is that sure sword, right? There's a reason why Rafriasama uses that obscenely big weapon. Using a sure sword on goblins and orcs would be one thing, but it would be plain reckless in the 3rd floor. 718, Anonymous from Earth. If a garden panther shows up, he is definitely dying. Alex and his party encountered it once, and barely managed to come out of that with their lives by throwing dried meat at it. 719, Anonymous from Earth. Damn, you guys are actually worrying here? So kind. Here I am, excited about what's to come. 720, Anonymous from Earth. It is because there's people like you that Hikaru is trying to be reckless here. He doesn't open his messages, so no matter how many messages we send, it is just wasted. This is seriously bad. 721, Anonymous from Earth. He can use shadow storage now, so isn't he basically already the ultimate form of a porter? He could enter any party he wants. 722, Anonymous from Earth. If he comes back alive, that is. 723, Anonymous from Earth. Phantom Warrior is so damn good. 724, Anonymous from Earth. Even an ogre with a weapon is instantly killed. 725, Anonymous from Earth. An ogre with a weapon is a monster that even a full party of explorers avoids depending on the situation. 726, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't that impressive? He just now defeated that as if nothing without Shadow Bind. Isn't he stronger than Genie-chan on a 1v1? 727, Anonymous from Earth. No, at first, I thought this ability would be pretty strong against humans, but maybe it would instead be seen through? It is unnaturally dark, or other stuff like that. 728, Anonymous from Earth. Don't know. Let's have him use it on Alex and check. 729, Anonymous from Earth. Alex is a real scaredy cat despite his looks, so please don't. 730, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is so kind that it would be suicidal to fight against Genie-chan. In the time he is hesitating, he would get instantly killed. 731, Anonymous from Earth. Is Genie-chan a killing machine or something? 732, Anonymous from Earth. No idea. The person herself says, I am simply a gamer. 733, Anonymous from Earth. Maybe only Genie-chan got transported to a game world? 734, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru really is going to be going down to the 3rd floor. 735, Anonymous from Earth. This Isekai was a game that Genie-chan had played in the past. 736, Anonymous from Earth. I understand now that Hikaru is strong. But even with that, exploring the third floor is bad news. It is on a completely different level from the time when he was spamming the second floor. 737, Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen are barely talking now, so it really does seem like he is pushing himself here. 738, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru. I am happy for the commentary and all, but your voice is trembling. 739, Anonymous from Earth. That's the brother of Celica and Karen for ya. Even if you've got the objective of reviving Nanamikan on your back, you normally wouldn't be able to act this firmly. 740, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru barely has any points, right? If I remember correctly, he's got no barrier stones. 741, Anonymous from Earth. Even if we send him messages, he doesn't read them. He is getting all cornered by himself. The chosen that have been dying have decreased by quite a lot, but is the count going to increase today? 742, Anonymous from Earth. I am sure he is just gonna hide in the darkness and check the place around. Well, that in itself is still pretty reckless. Just hope the viewer count doesn't endorse this act of his. Darkness doesn't show well on the screen, so I guess it should be okay. 743, Anonymous from Earth. Anichan thinks that he is being hated, so he thinks that the ones who hate him will be happy if he were to be reckless. And that's why he is doing something like this. Even though we are all worrying here, the two should think of a way for Hikaru to open the messages as soon as possible. 744, Anonymous from Earth. So Hikaru thinks that if he were to push himself, there will be people watching in joy and saying, "Can't he just die already?" The vast majority will be watching in worry and saying, "Treat your life with more care though." 745, Anonymous from Earth. Have Alex bring him our message. There's still more than 10 days left in the viewer count race. At this rate, Hikaru is going to die. 746, Anonymous from Earth. Is he seriously going in without any prior knowledge? 747, Anonymous from Earth. Seriously. As someone who has been watching Hikaru the whole time he has been awake, I will tell you there's no doubt about that. 748, Anonymous from Earth. Is your life okay? 749, Anonymous from Earth. He sucks at commentating, but that in turn makes it feel more real and pitiful. Seriously, don't push yourself. 750, Anonymous from Earth. Darkness fog really does have bad compatibility with this place. The third floor is mostly whitish, so it stands out like crazy. It is nice to be able to tell where he is for a change, but that in turn means that the monsters can also tell. 751, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru suddenly encounters a troll. Moreover, one with a weapon. 752, Anonymous from Earth. I want to be that one guy that's sticking on the wall and saying turn back and leave. 753, Anonymous from Earth. He obviously will avoid it. A troll with a club is the second strongest monster in the third floor, right? 754, Anonymous from Earth. Seriously? He intends to fight it? 755, Anonymous from Earth. A comrade of Alex has been left in a critical state because of the club swinging of a troll. 756, Anonymous from Earth. The incident where Crabble was foaming on his mouth and had become a crab. 757, Anonymous from Earth. Instant kill. 758, Anonymous from Earth. Huh? 759, Anonymous from Earth. So damn up. 760, Anonymous from Earth. You gotta be kidding me. 761, Anonymous from Earth. SSS so SSSS scary. 762, Anonymous from Earth. His courage is impressive. With that sure sword, You would have to be practically sticking to your enemy to defeat them. 763, Anonymous from Earth. It could also be the other way around. The reach is short, and that's why he managed to defeat an enemy with a long club. A bare-handed troll would go for a fast slap or something. 764, Anonymous from Earth. Why can't we see inside the darkness? Do your damn job, management. 765, Anonymous from Earth. Humans can't see inside the darkness. 766, Anonymous from Earth. I hear sobbing from my speakers. 767, Anonymous from Earth. They are crying. Don't cry, Celica, Karen. 768, Anonymous from Earth. You tilde H. Why are you being this reckless? Unichan, you idiot. Everything will be over if you die. Him being unable to calculate on those fronts is clumsy and cute though. But this really is just pushing it. 769, Anonymous from Earth. I am sorry to admit that I thought that was cute. 770, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is indeed an idiot. However, there's times when a man has to do it even when knowing it is foolish. Celica. Karen. 771, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru isn't showing any signs of leaving. He has already encountered hobgoblins and gremlins. 772, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is defeating second-floor level monsters without any difficulty. 773, Anonymous from Earth. Gremlins can use Earth Spirit abilities, so they should be decently problematic though. 774, Anonymous from Earth. Even with Nightbug rendered useless, he didn't panic at all. 775, Anonymous from Earth. But Hikaru is going deeper and deeper though. Isn't that place really easy to get lost in? It is on the level that Alex and his party had a detailed map, yet they got lost. 776, Anonymous from Earth. A ghoul showed up. 777, Anonymous from Earth. Instant kill. 778, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is so strong it feels as if he is playing a different game. 779, Anonymous from Earth. Ghouls have paralyzing poison in their claws and bite, so they are pretty dangerous. But this is basically if it doesn't hit, get beat. 780, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru has poison resistance. 781, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru, I might have gotten lost. 782, Anonymous from Earth. What's with his composure? From where did this op character come from? Where is our Hikaru-kun? 783, Anonymous from Earth. Did his brain fry at some point in time? He is so calm it is unsettling. 784, Anonymous from Earth. I would have fainted. 785, Anonymous from Earth. Of course he would get lost if he just treads on without even mapping. You can already tell that with the name straying Big Mist Garden, right? 786, Anonymous from Earth. He is obviously getting lost on purpose. 787, Anonymous from Earth. Even if he is going for the style of cornering himself more and more to get viewers, isn't he overdoing it? We don't wish for this. Just give me some romance with Rafrié-sama. 788, Anonymous from Earth. So you say, but the viewers are increasing more and more. 789, Anonymous from Earth. Why? Why are you doing something like this? You were partying with Rafrié-san. You were getting an increase in viewers by fighting safely. We will definitely have you get first place, so you could have just done what you usually do. Celica is flipping out here. 790, Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen are doing their best, and yet, it isn't reaching his brother. So pitiful. 791, Anonymous from Earth. The viewers were increasing well, but he is aiming for nothing less than first place. It can't be helped that he would think it would be impossible to obtain if he doesn't push himself. 792, Anonymous from Earth. Didn't Alex get an explanation from the guild saying that there's quite a lot of parties that have gotten lost in the 3rd floor and haven't returned? Isn't Hikaru in real danger here? You can't deal with a lot of stuff when you are alone. 793, Anonymous from Earth. Treant. 794, Anonymous from Earth. This is bad, real bad. 795, Anonymous from Earth. This is probably the first time I see Hikaru getting hit. 796, Anonymous from Earth. Darkness doesn't work on treants, even though it is weak against fire spirit abilities. 797, Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen are panicking to an unprecedented extent. It really is rough to watch a family member be in this state. 798, Anonymous from Earth. Obviously, depending on the circumstances, he could die. If he dies, nothing will be accomplished. 799, Anonymous from Earth. They weren't doing real-time commentaries in the time at the forest after all. If they had, they probably would be panicking even more than now. 800, Anonymous from Earth. They were panicking plenty enough in the audio commentary of the edited version too though. 801, Anonymous from Earth. I might have broken a bone my ass. Run away already. Treants are slow. 802, Anonymous from Earth. It looks like he intends to fight with the full course of the dark spirit abilities. It has been a while since I have seen Shade Shift. 803, Anonymous from Earth. One of his arms really is useless now. Treants are weak against spirit abilities, but they have high physical resistance. 804, Anonymous from Earth. It called 2 trolls. Isn't Hikaru way too unlucky? 805, Anonymous from Earth. He is dead. 806, Anonymous from Earth. I will do it, Hikaru. His resolve is crazy on a lot of fronts. Is he going to be using Create Undead here? 807, Anonymous from Earth. He was the same type as Jin. 808, Anonymous from Earth. Oa Anaku An. Don't dee. 809, Anonymous from Earth. If a family member of mine were to do something like this, I would also be bawling my eyes out. 810, Anonymous from Earth. Raise your hands. Give him our energy. That's the only thing we can do for him to come back alive. 811, Anonymous from Earth. 812, Anonymous from Earth. 813, Anonymous from Earth. The insta-killed 2 trolls? 814, Anonymous from Earth. You gotta be kidding me. 815, Anonymous from Earth. The moment I thought the darkness had spread, 10 seconds later, the trolls were already spirit stones. I don't even believe my own words here. 816, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is so cool, I am crying here. 817, Anonymous from Earth. 2 trolls are enemies that Alex and his party would normally just avoid. 818, Anonymous from Earth. If it were a normal RPG, those would be monsters that would show up in mid-game. 819, Anonymous from Earth. What kind of battle happened inside the darkness? 820, Anonymous from Earth. Judging from the speed, he is striking the spirit vein with 1 hit. 821, Anonymous from Earth. That's a ninja. 822, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is seriously a critical hit artist. 823, Anonymous from Earth. Damn. 824, Anonymous from Earth. He is a bad match against a treant, but he managed to defeat it in the end. I am beginning to feel stupid for worrying. 825, Anonymous from Earth. Even Celica and Karen were speechless. 826, Anonymous from Earth. I have seen the muddy battles Alex's party has had, so it really accentuates how abnormal Hikaru is. 827, Anonymous from Earth. This has been good battle experience my ass. Just how worried do you think Celica and Karen were? 828, Anonymous from Earth. I am beginning to fear Hikaru here. He really is the brother of those twins. He was by no means your regular high schooler. 829, Anonymous from Earth. Fighting against beings that are clearly superior to you with a sword or a spear is something that only a person with screws loose could do. Even other chosen have said that often. Alex is actually on the side that's doing pretty well. Hikaru and Jan are outliers. 830, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is beginning to fight the next battle as if nothing. And this time he instantly killed the gremlin. What's this? What are we watching here? Bring out the guy that said Hikaru only shines in the second floor. 831, Anonymous from Earth. Igakin is fighting in a way that appeals to viewers, and yet, even he doesn't pull stunts like this and runs away when he has to. But that's the normal reaction of a human. Not just anyone can fight life or death battles in close range. 832, Anonymous from Earth. I have read this before, but no matter the training a soldier undergoes, only a handful of them can actually fight in the battlefield. 833, Anonymous from Earth. Being able to do that without hesitation is a crazy valuable attribute for warriors, huh? 834, Anonymous from Earth. This ain't a game. If you get wounded, it hurts. The enemy will come at you with the intent to kill. Fighting them off and killing them isn't as easy as in games. 835, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is a loved one, right? Being attacked by great spirits is a demerit, but the advantage of shooting these many abilities is outrageous. 836, Anonymous from Earth. I thought I had understood how impressive he was when he was defeating the monsters in the second floor, but, man, this is crazy. I am beginning to understand why Rafrie-sama was so enthralled by him. 837, Anonymous from Earth. The tempo of the battles is nuts. It is like he doesn't even take an action for a battle stance, or like he is killing them as he passes by. 838, Anonymous from Earth. It is also because they would call for reinforcements if you take your time though. 839, Anonymous from Earth. BRB, gonna become a dark spirit user. Where was the church again? 840, Anonymous from Earth. He is gonna get scouted by the Assassin Guild with this. I don't know if there's one though. 841, Anonymous from Earth. Me.Milliesters. 842, Anonymous from Earth. No, you normally wouldn't be able to hunt with this tempo in the third floor. He insta-killed everything aside from the tree ant. I do understand that his battle style isn't suitable for a normal exchange of blows, but this? 843, Anonymous from Earth. It is seriously crazy that he can instantly kill a troll too. 844, Anonymous from Earth. It is also because the weapon is well made, but what really stands out here is how abnormal the person himself is. 845, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru has only defeated goblins and orcs in the second floor. He only began fighting ogres when he met Rafria, and the mantis was defeated after Rafria had weakened it. That's why we didn't understand his potential in solo battles. Compared to Rafria, he has weak physical strength, and he does give the impression that he is weak, so that's why we thought that going down to the third floor was nothing but suicidal. His abilities are strong and create undead can serve as a trump card. Even so, if the person himself is weak, it would only serve to bite time. But what do we get after opening the lid? To think we would be witnessing the arrival of a warrior on the same level or higher than Zhan here. I was seriously trembling there. 846, Anonymous from Earth. It really was goosebump-inducing. In the first place, spirit abilities are strong, but the ones of Hikaru are all support abilities. If it were to run away, it would be one thing, but I thought it would be reckless to fight with them. 847, Anonymous from Earth. Even while we are talking here, he is turning monsters into spirit stones. That smoothness in storing the spirit stones into his shadow storage is impressive. 848, Anonymous from Earth. He has really mastered his abilities. I was calling him the Great Dark Mage as a joke at first, but I can't make fun of him now. 849, Anonymous from Earth. The exit. What a relief, Hikaru says with a straight face. 850, Anonymous from Earth. Anichin has had an outrageous sense of direction since forever, so he probably wasn't that lost. If he really had been lost, it would have shown in his face more. Well, whichever the case, he is okay. I hope this is the last time he does this. 851, Anonymous from Earth. Celica was quite the emotional roller coaster there. 852, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't that just a communication technique? The type that would increase the affection of others if she were to show her emotions in her face. Isn't she like super calm out of camera? 853, Anonymous from Earth. You expect a 12-year-old to go that far? No, maybe she is? 854, Anonymous from Earth. The viewers really did increase. He went all the way up to 14th place. 855, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru probably doesn't notice that his viewers increased because they were dumbstruck by his battle power. 856, Anonymous from Earth. Maybe he will meet up with Rafrie-sama tomorrow and tell her let's begin exploring the third floor as if nothing happened. 857, Anonymous from Earth. He probably will. Hikaru is one evil guy. 858, Anonymous from Earth. So we have to watch Rafrie-sama act like a senpai there with a smug face, huh? 859, Anonymous from Earth. It would be impossible even for Rafrie to explore the third floor solo after all. She was close to wiping out with the mantis. 860, Anonymous from Earth. The discussion of who is the strongest now is heating up like a storm. Lumao. Hikaru was strong in his abilities to begin with, so he was up there in the ranks, but he has suddenly jumped up to the probability of being the strongest. 861, Anonymous from Earth. In terms of plain strength, there's no discussion. If he is this strong even in a bright place, then that means his strength at night is on a whole other level. 862, Anonymous from Earth. He managed to do this much in solo battle, and on top of that, he can use Summon Night Bug. He even has Create Undead if things get hairy. 863, Anonymous from Earth. This is nuts. 864, Anonymous from Earth. Stop sending messages to Jean saying, Hikaru is stronger than you. Lumao. Despite how Jean-chan looks, she is a stickler when it comes to strength. 865, Anonymous from Earth. I was pretty worried about Hikaru dying here, but... what's this? I thought watching Chosen was in bad taste and was wondering what God was thinking, but is this what they call the potential of humans? 866, Anonymous from Earth. I am glad I was following in real time. Gotta thank Twin Sis for that one. 867, Anonymous from Earth. It has been a while since I have been this excited by something. I am taking a break from work tomorrow. 868, Anonymous from Earth. No, go to work. Chapter 66, Excuse and Comparing Answers About Monsters. The next day, I met Rafrie early in the morning at the guild. I plan on going to the third floor with Rafrie and Grateful. It is of course a secret that I went to the dungeon yesterday, moreover, to the third floor by myself. Hikaru, what's with that wound? Your clothes are also in tatters. Rafrie ran towards me and touched my cheek with her fingers. Looks like I had a wound left. I thought of the chance that it wouldn't be found out, but she suddenly pointed it out. I was going to throw an excuse for the tattered clothes, but there's no mirrors at the inn, so I didn't notice I had a wound that could be noticed at a glance. There might actually be a pretty noticeable one remaining. Maybe I should check in the mirror of the guild. Anyways, The mid potion that the guild sells isn't that great even though it is so expensive. Where did you go after that? Rufria, well, actually, I went to the port and fell down pretty bad there. I went there wondering if I could fish. Hikaru, fishing? Why do that? Rufria, hobby. Hikaru, hobby. Rufria, it became a nonsensical excuse, but it looks like Rufria has bitten on the fishing for some reason. I managed to muddle my way out. Maybe fishing isn't something people do much as a hobby over here. Or it might just be Rufria not knowing much about the outside world. By the way, it is true that fishing is one of my hobbies. Well, I immediately went back and rested though. I don't have fishing tools after all. Hikaru, really? Immediately? Around what time? Rufria, I wonder. Now that I think about it, I might have spaced out for quite a while at the sea. Hikaru, is that so? If you were going to go out to play, you should have invited me. Rufria, what? Hikaru, nothing tilde. Now, let's go. Rufria, I acted as if I didn't hear it and somehow managed to fool her. Well, no matter how you cut it, there's no way Rufria would know that I went by myself to the dungeon. I was the one who proposed the break, and I haven't told her yet my real reason as to why I am dungeon diving. After we hired Grapeful at the Lynx Mutual Aid Association, we entered the guild and had our entry permit issued. Normally, I would be waiting outside, but we will be challenging the 3rd floor for the first time, so I was told to check the data in the guild. It is easy to get lost in the 3rd floor, but aside from that, there aren't that many things to watch out for. However, please take a look at the information about the monsters. Rufria, this. I see. There's a lot more types of monsters than in the 2nd floor, huh? Hikaru, the traits and names of the 3rd floor monsters have been posted here with quite the good illustrations. Goblins, big, are hobgoblins, the small fiends are gremlins, the zombies are ghouls, the giant men are trolls, and that tree monster is a treant. Yeah. The monsters aren't that big of a deal, but we have to be careful when they come in groups. You can't move when you are paralyzed, after all. Rufria, have you gotten hit by that? Hikaru, one time. I was saved by my party members and somehow managed to escape danger. Rufria, if I had been hit with paralysis yesterday, I would have died without doubt. Were the viewers watching and wishing for me to get bitten by a ghoul? If that's the case, I should have tried to show myself having a harder time with them. The viewers must have watched the explorations of Alex too, so I think they have information about the 3rd floor. It might be hard to bring fresh content unless I dive to the 4th floor and below. The weakness of treants is spirit abilities. Especially fire spirit abilities, huh? Looks like attacks with weapons won't work well. Hikaru, not really. It wouldn't be that difficult with my weapon. In the case of monsters with weapons, a clash can't be helped, but a treant also flails its branches around, so it would be like lumbering. Rufria, lumbering. Hikaru, well, it is true that it was only flailing around with its arms. Rufria must be a good match against it. When that shows up, I will leave it to Rufria. The strongest one is the garden panther, huh? Have you fought it before? Hikaru, no, I haven't even encountered one. There's talk that it is so fast there's no knowing if you can even run away from it, so we have to be careful. Rufria, the panther can suddenly attack you Nyan. You have it eat dried meat and run away in the meantime, or use smoke bombs to run away. The other option is to use spirit abilities, but maybe this party can defeat one Naya. Grateful. Monsters eat meat? Hikaru, I haven't seen them do that even once though. Or more like, monsters are mysterious creatures that turn into spirit stones when defeated. Wait, that's the same for humans in dungeons, huh? Monsters are born with an empty stomach, so they are always hungry. Giving them food to run away is a basic of explorers. Rufria, then, do monsters die from starvation? Hikaru, the dungeon is filled with spirits, so they won't be dying from starvation. Even we don't get hungry that much inside of it, right? Rufria, eh? That was because of spirits? Hikaru, I am full of things I don't know. It is true that I thought I didn't get that hungry when inside the dungeon. I thought it was from the tension, so I didn't pay it much mind though. Anyways, I only have one dried meat, so we have to be careful about the panther. Rufria, yeah, it would be rough if it were to hit us with a preemptive strike. If it goes straight for me, it would be the end. Or more like, I will prepare some myself too. Hikaru, I didn't encounter a garden panther yesterday. I knew that there would be the danger of getting attacked by surprise, so I ended up using darkness fog from beginning to end, but it might be better to do the same today. We can buy dried meat for escapes in the guild, so I buy 3. By the way, there's apparently no problem with humans eating it. So it serves as emergency food as well. At any rate, let's try and see if the strategy we used in the second floor works there. Rufria, right. Also, Rufria, do you think you could defeat this troll thing without any support? Hikaru, I can. It is like a mature ogre after all. I am a worse match against fast types like the mantis. Rufria, then, the only one we have to be careful about is the garden panther, huh? Hikaru, yeah. Also, you should at least be careful about the gremlins. They can use spirit abilities. About the panther. It might be hard to get a hit in without your support, Hikaru. Rufria, in a party with 3, the fighting style changes. I am serving solely as the support, and have the flashy battle style of Rufria be the focus. The more flashy she is, the higher the views. 3 days of diving and 1 day to rest. In that 1 day, I explore alone. When diving in a party, I gather viewers with a steady fighting style. I will aim for first place with these 2 plans. Even if there's 1,000 chosen, to be precise, only around 700 are alive. It is not like all of them are living in a way that gathers viewers. Even living requires money. It is not like everyone can put their everything to get views. Chapter 67, Frog Plaza and Mankind's Untrodden Lair. Already found 1 Nyan. 1 Hobgoblin. What will you do, Naya? Grateful. Let's do this. Make this one quick. Hikaru. We went straight to the 3rd floor. Rufria and Grateful apparently explore in the 3rd floor mainly. They've got their own handmade map packed with memos, and you apparently can begin seeing the peculiarities of the structures once you get used to them and can travel without getting lost. That 1 hobgoblin was easily split apart by Rufria. She has astounding attack power as always. Don't get lost, okay, Hikaru? It would be the end if you get lost on this floor. Rufria, is it really that bad? Hikaru, well, there's nothing you can do if you can't go back anymore. It is impossible to fight monsters the whole time, and there's only the 2 of us. 3 counting Full-chan. Rufria, according to Rufria, it is pretty reckless to explore the 3rd floor with a party of 3. A scout doesn't serve as a fighting force, so it is technically 2. Rufria is a warrior that has the means to heal herself, and I can serve as a porter. In that sense, you could think of us as a party worth 5 people. That's because there's normally 3 warriors on the front and the remaining 3 are backup. After walking for a while, we arrived at a plaza that's around 100 meters in diameter. There was a statue in the middle of around 2 meters modeled after what looked like a dancing frog. A frog statue, Naya? Will you be hunting here today, Nyan? Grateful, right? This is the first day, so I would say yeah. There's the need to walk around and get used to the 3rd floor to a certain degree, but let's leave that for tomorrow. Rufria, then, I will go take a look for a bit, Nyan. Fine with any monster? Grateful, let's avoid only the garden panther. Rufria, got it, Nyan. Grateful, Rufria and Grateful were forming the plan for today. I personally want to fight a garden panther too, but this is still the first day, so I will follow their lead for today. Hikaru, this place is the Frog Plaza. It is the biggest plaza in the 3rd floor. As long as you arrive at this place, you just have to walk in the direction that the frog is facing and you will arrive at the exit, so at the very least try to remember this place. Also, there's a lot of explorers that fight or take breaks here, so it can serve as a base, and you can get help if something happens. Refria, I see. There's stone paving closely packed in the ground, and it is suitable for spirit stone hunts. There's also no other structures around, so there's no obstructions. It might be convenient for Refria who swings around a big sword. By the way, I came here yesterday too, so I remember this place. It might have been too plain for the viewers, but having a place this open inside the dungeon is pretty mysterious. Logically speaking, this place should be deep underground several hundreds of meters down. It means that that city has a dungeon like this existing below it. And yet, there's air, and there's no gas that would bring harm to the body of a person. It is truly like a place that exists only to be conquered by people. Moreover, there's still more to this dungeon. A troll Nyan. It is only one though. What do you wanna do? Grateful, let's do it with the same fighting style as usual. Hikaru, I sink the monster into darkness, bring it out from the darkness on signal, and shadow bind it at the same time. Refria comes in there with a full power hit. It is a method that works even by myself with anyone aside from the treant. There's no problem at all, and the reality is that we managed to defeat the troll without any issues. The exploration continued without any problems just like that. We are not a 3rd floor level party. I am physically weak, but I can use abilities quite well, and Refria excels as a warrior. Grateful must also be a pretty skilled scout herself. She is properly guiding us while searching for monsters in a way that we don't encounter several monsters at once. It seems like her tier is slowly increasing from fighting monsters every now and then. It was possible to defeat a hobgoblin in one hit by hitting their weak point. Looks like we will be able to manage somehow in the 3rd floor. Well, the earning isn't that different from the 2nd floor though. Hikaru, there aren't that many monsters after all. Even so, it would be scary to go to the 4th floor and 5th floor, so I would say our right difficulty is here. Refria, you have gone down to the 4th floor, right? Hikaru, only a bit though. Refria, the 4th floor, the Rain Dragon Grand Waterfall, is apparently a cave that has a giant waterfall. The 4th floor isn't that suitable for exploration. Water spirit users and fire spirit users are necessary. If possible, a light spirit user would be useful as well. Refria, sounds like a pain. Hikaru, it is a pain. The monsters are strong, the ground is slippery, you get wet from the water, it is cold, dark, and monsters suddenly come out from weird places. Refria, I see. In contrast, it is easy to fight in the 3rd floor. There's mist, but it is not to the point of dampening, and it is not cold or hot. The ground isn't bad, and the monsters aren't that strong. Most of all, it isn't dark. Speaking of that, the information of the dungeon you can get only goes up to the 5th floor. What's with the 6th floor? Hikaru, the furthest the parties in this city have reached is the 6th floor. Refria, in other words, the 6th floor is still in the process of being cleared, huh? Hikaru, there's apparently explorers who have reached all the way to the 7th floor. Those are only rumors though. There's also no information shared about it. Refria, the 5th floor is the Hell to Glory and the 6th floor is the Dawn of the Gold Plain. The 5th floor, the Hell to Glory, is pretty problematic. There's apparently a lot of explorers who lose their lives there, but Refria said that the 4th floor is also really rough. In other words, the 4th floor, 5th floor, and 6th floor aren't floors that one can go to with a half-baked party. Is there information about the 6th floor? Hikaru, I wonder. The guild might have, but the guild doesn't recommend going to the depths. Rufria, they don't? Even though it is our job to explore? Hikaru, it is because spirit stones themselves can be gathered plenty well all the way to the 5th floor. It would be more of a loss if they were to push further into the depths and lose skilled explorers. Rufria, so that's how it works. It is true that there's not much aside from spirit stones. Hikaru, however, if the depths are not explored, the density of the whirling chaotic energy increases too much, so there's the need to hunt monsters in the surface levels at quite the high pace to compensate. Rufria, what can be gained from the dungeon? You obviously get spirit stones, but putting it the other way around, you only get that. Of course, there's the gift of the divine beast, but that's not something you get often, and I even got it on the 2nd floor. It probably has nothing to do with the floor. Even so, you can get quite the amount of money if you sold it, so it would be really profitable. I think. Of course, you can't trade them in the dungeon, but it is possible when you go outside. Also, you can bring worth in raising your tier from fighting. But that might be slightly special for explorers. Everyone is exploring for the sake of their livelihood. There's no need to go to the depths and poke your head into danger. There's 2 gremlins and 1 troll mixed party Naya. They are a pretty problematic bunch if you don't fight it well. What will you do, Naya? Grateful had come back from scouting and we headed to battle. Rufria dealt with the troll, and I dealt with the 2 gremlins. In that way, we managed to dispose of mixed parties easily. And in this way, we managed to finish the first day in the 3rd floor with a party. Chapter 68, Shrimp Thermidor and Talk About Family. It is juice, but cheers. Hikaru. It is a shame it is not alcohol, but cheers. Rufria. I can't drink anything alcoholic, so I am happy with juice. Nyan. Cheers. Tilda. Grateful. The celebration after finishing the exploration. We can't go close to a church, so we entered a diner that's in a safe location. Recently, we have been purposely trying out a variety of eateries. Maybe because I am originally Japanese, I don't really have that many things I can't eat. There's a lot of things that can be eaten in this world, and Rufria likes eating. It seems like Grateful normally doesn't eat anything decent, so she gets happy every time we treat her. So it in turns makes me happy too. And I think there's a lot of viewers who like this sort of situation after an adventure. I don't think there's anyone happy seeing me eat, but I don't think that's the case for Rufria and Grateful. If you hate the boss, you hate the company. There's the chance the 2 are also hated though. Even so, I feel like having only adventuring scenes would take out the excitement of it. There's a need for tension and calm. Going to a new establishment really makes you nervous, right? Rufria. Yeah. It was recommended by the guild? Hikaru. The guild does about everything. Rufria. Well, the guild must want to keep the explorers as close to their hands as possible. It is solely a business move, since they wouldn't be able to do anything without explorers. Even so, this smells really nice. Cheese and shrimp, was it? Hikaru. It is. I have never eaten shrimp before. Is it something that can be caught in the sea? Rufria. If it is the small ones that can be caught in the rivers, I have eaten them often. Naya. They have a peculiar taste. These ones are big, so they must be from the sea. Naya. Grateful. Judging from the ones that are being brought to other tables, it is more like lobster or spiny lobster. They are pretty big shrimps. I have eaten them. A pretty decent amount before being transferred. My youngest sister likes crustaceans, and would buy an astounding amount from the money she earned in her mysterious internet part-time job. The food was brought to us after a while. Looks like the middle part is opened up with sauce poured in it, cheese on top, and baked in an oven. It was written at the entrance that the name of the dish is Shrimp Thermidor, but it didn't click with me. Shrimps, this is normal in this world, are twice as big as the ones from Earth. If this had been spiny lobster, it would have gone for an incredible price. What an extravagant meal. It is piping hot and looks tasty. Hikaru, isn't this expensive? Is it okay to have this much now? Grateful, it is okay. Food tastes better when eaten with everyone. Hikaru, she says expensive, but it is around 1 silver coin. I still have the spirit stones I got when I dove alone yesterday. There's no point in leaving money in the middle of the viewer count race, so I want to use as much as possible in order to increase the viewers. Using money to buy food might unexpectedly gain some returns. I do remember watching somewhere that cooking and animal programs are pretty popular. I use a fork that has pretty big spaces in between, and eat the shrimp. The sticky melted cheese and the somewhat strong flavored tar mixed and created a dense tastiness. The tar here must be using the broth of shrimp. This is pretty tasty. It goes well with bread too. Hikaru, it is a taste that makes me want to have rice to accompany. That I end up thinking in that way whenever I eat food with strong flavor might come from being Japanese. Yum tilde, I am melting now. It is totally different from the river shrimp nyan. Grateful, it is that tasty. Alright. I am eating it too. Rifria made a serious expression in front of the giant shrimp as if she had resolved herself. Well, it is true that a shrimp has the appearance of something that would require courage to eat the first time you see it. I knew quite a lot of people in Japan who couldn't handle shrimp, but I wonder what will be the case with Rifria. I hope she doesn't end up hating it without eating it. Rifria places the shrimp flesh in her mouth. Well, eating something for the first time requires courage. Rifria. Hikaru. Delicious. Rifria's face shines in an instant. I am glad to see it suits her taste. I am currently moved. To think I lived without knowing such a tasty thing existed. Munch. Rifria, there are people who really do like their crustaceans after all. My little sister likes it a whole lot too. Hikaru, oh. You have a little sister, Hikaru? Rifria, yeah. Unlike me, she is a really capable little sister. Hikaru, wonder if Seliku and Karen are watching me talk about this. I think those two believe that I wasn't the one who killed Nanami. But that's exactly why I feel like they would suffer more from the pressure of others. It would be easier for them if they just said, I can't believe there was a killer in our family. We are victims too. But the two of them wouldn't take that choice. I don't want them to fight society and get hurt in the process. I see Tilda. But you are strong in battle, can give proper instructions, and can even utilize abilities precisely. I think you are incredibly competent yourself, you know? Rifria, I am happy you say that, but the competency of my little sisters is not in that realm. I don't know how to explain it though. Hikaru, my two sisters were already fluent in English by kindergarten. How to say it, their desire to challenge new things and their brains capable of absorbing everything in their way was second to none. Even before elementary school, they were already famous as prodigies. They have appeared on television a number of times, and they were the pride and joy of my parents. Is that so? Your parents must be proud too. Rifria, my heart jumped by the casual remark of Rifria. Right. Hikaru, I answered shortly and thought about my parents for a bit. My parents are strong people. So even if society were to slander them because I am labeled as the killer of Nanami, they wouldn't be bothered that much. In the first place, I don't know if my father and mother are watching me in worry. I couldn't really picture that in my mind. I was in an outrageous situation where I was suddenly thrown into a forest the moment I was transferred, so I honestly think that my family was at least worried about me at that time. But now. Hikaru? Are you okay? You are making a real pained expression there. Rifria. Sorry. I was thinking about my family for a bit there. Hikaru. So you have your circumstances. Well, most explorers do. Rufria, I thought she would pry into it, but not touching those things might be a rule. Well, my circumstances are way too special. There's a high chance she wouldn't understand me even if I told her. Once the viewer count race is over, I am thinking about telling Rufria and Grateful anyways, but right now is not the time for it. I also have a little sister. She is a really proper girl. Foo-foo. Same as you, right, Hikaru? Rufria, me too, me too. We are a family of 5 sisters. Nyan. Grateful, as expected of a catfolk. The amount that is born at one time is high, maybe? I ended up thinking this with no ill intent, but their names might be stuff like Orangeful, or Lemonful. No way, huh? The shrimp thermidor was a delicacy, and with the fact that we were hungry, we ended up eating it all. We even ordered extra. Your appetite apparently increases as your tier goes up and the monstrosification advances. So this is how it looks like, huh? The better we can fight, the higher our food expenses might be. Chapter 69, Spirit Energy Vein and Rufria's Circumstances. By the way, why is it that the weak point of the monsters is the base of their neck? Hikaru. I remember what I was curious about and asked Rufria. I thought it was because the spirit stone is at their neck. Hikaru. That's not it. It is because it is the place where the spirit veins meet. In the first place, spirit stones are proof of having lived, so it is something that's born at the center of the veins when you die, and it doesn't exist while you are alive. Rufria, is that so? Wait, what are these spirit veins you speak of? Hikaru, they're soul veins that have spirit energy flowing in them inside your body. Rufria, according to Rufria, people and the monsters have spirit energy flowing in their body, and they concentrate at the base of the neck. When that part is destroyed, you can't do anything but die. That's why I ended up getting warned that I should at least protect that part with armor. I did get scared just hearing about it, so once I have gotten a good amount of money, I should have armor be made. Now that I look closely, Rufria and Grateful also have complete protection on the base of their necks. So someone like me laying it bare is rare, huh? I thought you had a reason why you didn't have armor there. To think it was actually because you didn't know. Looks like you need to study more, Hikaru. Rufria, is there something like the basics of an explorer book in the guild? Hikaru, I am better than any book. I will teach you, so you will be okay. Ask me anything. Rufria smacks her chest. It is honestly a great help to have someone teach me. This is a different world. The common sense here is so different that, if I am not taught, I don't even notice the differences. Truly the feeling of not knowing what I don't know. That's the state I am currently in. By the way, I have been thinking this after dungeon diving with you, but are you an explorer, Rufria? Or a Templar apprentice? Should I take it as you training here until the exam because you are aiming to become an official Templar? Hikaru, I asked this while eating the extra that had been brought over. If prying into personal matters of explorers is not allowed, this is quite the bad question, but I want to know more about her. Honestly speaking, Rufria is pretty different amongst the explorers. The veteran adventurers that I see every now and then have good equipment like Rufria, and dive into the dungeon with unfaltering faces. But she is simply a mid-level explorer that mainly goes to the 3rd floor. I understand that she has good equipment because she is a Templar apprentice, but I don't understand why she would have to act as an explorer. Or more like, I can't connect them. You must have your own objectives to be here, and I am having you help me out here, so I was wondering if I could help you in some way. If it was a bad question to ask, it is fine to not answer. Hikaru, objective, huh? I did have 2 when dungeon diving. One of them was money. Dungeon exploration is dangerous, but that makes it profitable. Rufria, and the other one? Hikaru, I told you that I am a Templar apprentice, right? It is that. Rufria, yeah, is that connected somehow? Hikaru, I see. You don't know about Templars either. Refria, are Templars common sense in this world? A Templar is one job of the many. I don't think it would be so common knowledge that it would be common sense though. Templars. These knights that protect the churches that worship the Great Spirit Summers are required to have two strengths. First, plain battle prowess. This falls into the battle arts and the tier. The other one is spirit abilities. I am aiming to become a Templar of the Light Great Church, so I must use light spirit abilities. Refria, then don't you already fulfill that condition? Your tier should be pretty high too. Hikaru, yeah, my tier and battle prowess is appropriate. But you can tell, right, Hikaru? I can't use my spirit abilities well. Refria says, slightly pained. She said I would be able to tell, but I don't really. There weren't any moments where they had to be used, and things could be managed with my abilities, so Refria has only used them a few times at the beginning to show me, but she hasn't used them in the explorations. Maybe she assumed I thought her spirit abilities weren't adequate enough for battle? No, that might actually be the case. It is true that it is hard to say darkness and light mesh well. In other words, your spirit abilities don't reach the requirement to become a Templar Knight. Hikaru, that's right. In order to become a Templar, I need to be able to use the fourth ability, Photon Ray. My household has produced Templar captains for generations, so it is expected from me, the eldest daughter, to become one as well. But even when I am this old, I am a failure that hasn't even become a Templar. Refria. Hikaru, I didn't even know this, and have been using her as a warrior. I am a failure as a party member. My little sister is incredibly good at spirit abilities, and her dazzling abilities have earned her the name the Splendorous Flora. Compared to that, I am the dark grey Refria that can't shine. Refria, as for me, it wasn't my effort, but because of my cheat powers. There's no way I can easily comfort this girl who was born and raised in this world with her honest worries. That's why there's only one thing I can do. Refria, is it okay to just have you learn the fourth ability? Hikaru, eh? Yes. But I have been using them the whole time, yet it didn't work. It has been 1 year since I entered the dungeon, you know? Normally, even the tier of my abilities should have gone up by now. Refria, no, it is too soon to give up. I have been feeling bad for having you help me out. There's only 9 days left, but in that time, I will help you out in reaching the fourth ability. Hikaru, help, you say? I reach my limit with only 5 casts. Refria, I don't know if she knows, but abilities work on a proficiency system. In other words, they get stronger the more you use them. On top of that, it is easier to raise the proficiency when used in battle. For example, even if I were to use my darkness fog to just hide in the darkness, the proficiency doesn't increase at all, but if I use it to cover the enemy in battle, there's times when it goes up. It should be possible to train the abilities of Refria in that way. I think she has only used light as a light source. If you don't use it in battle, it is hard to increase your proficiency. Anyways, let's test it out. By the way, how do you learn about your abilities and your tiers? Hikaru, maybe they all have status boards. We are told by the Great Spirit Sama. Wait, you can't do that, Hikaru. Ah, I see. It is rough being a loved one. Refria, no, that's fine then. No problem. Hikaru, so great spirits are so convenient? A god that tells you your level, huh? This really is a fantasy world. But you said your revelation was in tier 4. How did you know? Refria, I will eventually tell you. Hikaru, if I tell her about that, I would have to begin from the part that I was transferred to this world. I will tell them when it is all over. While we were talking, Grateful, who didn't join the conversation and had a full belly, was fast asleep. She really is a cat. Regarding the concept of days, This world works with the same system of 1 week being 7 days. Chapter 70, Revelation of Light and in Battle. The next day, we entered the dungeon early in the morning. We will be hunting today as well, but I am thinking about increasing the proficiency of Rifria's spirit abilities too. Hikaru. Proficiency. It is true that I have heard spirit abilities increase in tier when you use them often, but I have used them quite a lot, you know? At the very least, more than my little sister. Rifria, there must be a difference between people. Hikaru, I don't even remember well what my fourth ability was, and then it suddenly came to me. I don't know why Rifria's ability acquisition is bad. However, if she properly uses them and uses them over and over, the path should open for sure. Or more like, that's the only thing we can do. First, the light ability. I think it is the revelation of light. Let's use that in full. I myself used the revelation of darkness fog, the whole time, and a whole lot of abilities popped from that. Hikaru, I see. It is true that I didn't use light that much in my explorations, and have been using Cure Glow the whole time. Rifria, it is natural to use a healing ability instead of light that serves as a substitute for a torch, but maybe that's the source of the mistake? Hikaru, especially now that we have advanced to the 3rd floor. There's no situation where she can use light. She is gonna end up using Cure Glow even more. It is like me using Shadow Runner the whole time without using Dark Mist. Thinking of it in that way, the proficiency doesn't increase, and you don't learn other abilities. This is solely from feeling alone, but I had some strange confidence in it. That's because the sensation I get from using Darkness Fog and the other abilities is different. It is hard to put into words, but it is as if Darkness Fog is the only one that calls dark spirits. No, it is kinda like creating them. But I have been using light pretty often too, you know? It is convenient in the 2nd floor after all. Rifria, didn't you use it as a substitute for a torch? Hikaru. Yeah. Rifria, it really must be better to use it in battle. For now, let's test it out. Rifria, you can use abilities 5 times a day, right? Hikaru, why yes. Rifria, then, before going to the 3rd floor, let's use light to defeat monsters in the 2nd floor. Maybe an ogre will do? Hikaru, after deciding this, we moved. We ignored the 1st floor and arrived at the 2nd floor. Now that I have experienced the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor is dark, damp, and makes me understand why it is called an underground prison. Well, this does give the feeling of a dungeon though. Then, I would like to ask this first, but is light only bright? Is there like damage because of heat or something? Hikaru, it is only bright. It is just like your darkness. It isn't tangible. Rifria, then, we might be able to create some great effects if we coordinate her abilities with mine. Speaking of that, when I first met you, you used light to erase my darkness. Wasn't that because your ability was stronger than mine? Hikaru, no way, that's the case. If that's how it worked, my ability wouldn't be able to erase your ability at all. That's the rewriting of elements. Light and darkness are opposing elements, so the one that comes after always wins. Light and dark spirits are apparently the same, and it is apparently related to that. Rifria, the one that comes after always wins. Seriously? Hikaru, I am more surprised that you don't know that, Hikaru. Rifria, I thought spirit abilities were strong and convenient, but that's an unbelievable weakness. Having darkness fog erased can be counted as fatal for me. Even so, I feel like there aren't that many monsters who would have the light element, so that might be a saving. There's no need to worry that much. The only ones that can be overwritten are the abilities of the same type, you know? The same types of light and darkness are revelation, falsehood, and call. Well, the falsehood one is an ability that creates only a clone of yourself, so the override doesn't matter though. Rifria, I see. Hikaru, it is a relief that the other abilities don't get easily erased, but the fact that light can certainly erase darkness fog should be something that I should always keep in mind. Darkness fog is literally my lifeline after all. We defeat orcs and goblins on the way in whatever way we see fit, and find an ogre. 2 with weapons. Quite the strong opponents. I will confirm this again. You don't get affected by the effects of your own light, right? Hikaru, why yeah, I don't. I do get the benefit of seeing things brighter, but not to the point where I feel it is too dazzling. Refria, then, I will just give you the signal, so match the timing and cast light on the ogre, and then attack with your sword. We won't be able to tell unless we actually do it, so let's test things out a whole ton. Hikaru, oh okay. Refria, I use darkness fog, and while still hiding in the darkness, I approach the 2 ogres close together, and swallow the 2 by widening the range of my darkness. Even though the monsters are walking around the dark second floor, they rely on their eyesight, and can't deal with the pitch-black darkness of darkness fog. I think dark mist wouldn't have has much effect at all. The ogres had their vision obscured and were panicking. Ogres hesitate to swing around their weapons when they have comrades, so they unexpectedly might have camaraderie. Darkness fog has an effective radius of 10 meters at most. I get away from the ogre to the very limit, that is 10 meters, and give Refria the signal. Right now. Hikaru, yes. Light. Refria, at the same time as the darkness fog was erased, a dazzling ball of light appeared in front of the ogres. Yuga. The 2 ogres were burned by the sudden light and were writhing. It is working. Hikaru, just as expected, it seems to be effective against monsters that rely on eyesight. Light and darkness are 2 sides of the same coin. If darkness works, light should also work. That must be how their relationship works. The ogres were thrown into a state of confusion and were on the verge of dropping their weapons. It is like suddenly looking straight at the sun after coming out from a pitch-dark room. A human would be blinded by this and wouldn't be able to see for a while. It is a way too fatal opening in battle. At this point, the winner has been basically settled. By the way, I covered my eyes with my arm, so I am somehow okay. Shadow bind. Hikaru, there's no problem, but I bind the 2 ogres just in case. Bind normally only works on 1, but it is possible to widen the range. However, when I do, the binding is weakened greatly, and an ogre could break free from them in around 2 seconds. But 2 seconds is enough. Not only are their eyes fried, they also can't move, so Refria ended them with 2 continuous swings. It ended up with an expected result, but with this, even without my abilities, it should be possible to stun them. I think it is a pretty useful ability, but when it comes to Refria, who can defeat an ogre on her own, she probably didn't think of using her abilities in this way when she only has 5 uses each day. Well, it is similar to how we usually do it, but that's how it is when using abilities in actual combat. You will probably be able to increase your proficiency quite a bit if you do this every day. Hikaru, it is not like I have the qualifications to be acting like a senior here, but I have the status board that can show me the proficiency. So you could say I have more information than her. And I also know what conditions make it easier to raise them. True. I do feel like I have properly used my ability. I haven't even thought about using this ability in combat. I thought everything aside from Photon Ray were all like extra support abilities. Refria, extra, you say? Refria, it is not like I have seen that many other abilities myself. But Revelation is like the most important and fundamental ability, and I feel like the other ones are the extras. For my abilities, I wouldn't be troubled without the others, but I would be if I didn't have darkness fog. Hikaru, right. I see. Refria, now that I think about it, the first time I met Refria, she said light was a plain ability or something to that effect. Maybe that's where the misunderstanding started. No wonder the light spirits don't lend her their help. Chapter 71, Training and Wrap Back. Is training with your abilities something you do on your own? Doesn't a teacher or something like that give you hints? Hikaru. I have felt that using revelation in actual battle is the best way to raise your abilities, as a whole, but maybe there's an even better training method. The research of abilities in this world must be more advanced than what someone like me who just came to this world can bring out after all. No doubt they say that the inspiration you get with the spirits comes from the qualities of the individual, so they don't share much information about it. My little sister is a prodigy, and she obtained photon ray 1 month after her contract, so I didn't think that it could be raised more efficiently depending on the method. Refria. Even though it is a world that relies this much on spirit abilities, there's a view like that. Hikaru, maybe the Light Great Church was a bit special in that respect. How to say it? They are a bit confined. Refria. According to Refria, there aren't that many churches of the Great Light Spirit, and her homeland Silshan is a city that was built with a church in a place where the Great Light Spirit was in before. It is different from this city where there's 4 great spirits gathered and contracts are being made left and right. That's basically how it is. However, I kind of understand why revelation isn't being given much attention. If I were a proper warrior, I would most likely be using shadow bind the whole time. Well, whichever the case, let's do what we can. There's a limit of times you can use it in one day anyways. Hikaru, there's an orc the Nyan. What will you do? Grateful, defeat it and find another ogre. Hikaru, got it Naya. Grateful, doing ability training on orcs and goblins feels lacking. Refria is so strong that it would just end up with a slaughter. And so, we train the light spirit abilities of Refria with ogres. Refria can defeat an ogre one-on-one. She is stronger than an ogre even with just her raw strength. If darkness, fog and light were to be added to that equation, she can manage to defeat them in one hit. Even by just basking them in light without the use of darkness, fog managed to stun the ogres plenty well. It's so strong that it is hard to believe it is on the same level as dark mist. Light apparently has a strong attack ability called Photon Ray, and has healing abilities, so I feel like light is a lot more directly effective compared to darkness. Well, darkness fits me well, so I don't mind though. Ha. It is really exhausting to use 5 of them. Refria's face was red and her breathing was rough. For the people that haven't obtained the affection of spirits, it looks like even using spirit abilities 5 times is pretty rough. I have already used spirit abilities more than 5 times before reaching the 3rd floor, so the discrepancy in feelings here is on a whole other level. I operate the status board in a way that the two don't see it, use 3 crystals, and buy a spirit energy potion. Refria, drink this. Hikaru, what is this? Juice? Refria, juice that recovers spirit energy. Hikaru, maybe because of how casually I gave it to her, she took it as a joke or something. Refria drank it in one gulp while she was laughing. Thank you very much. That was taste. Wait, eh? Why? Refria, the feverish feeling is drawing away, right? Hikaru, this was an actual spirit energy potion? Refria, I said that, didn't I? Hikaru, but a spirit energy potion goes for as much as 5 silver coins. Refria, I had them by chance, so don't worry. Hikaru, it is more expensive than a mid potion? 1 for 5 silver coins is pretty high. Well then, let's go down to the 3rd floor and continue our training in spirit abilities, Refria. Hikaru, we are continuing? You are pretty strict, Hikaru. Refria, we don't have that long after all. Got to learn Photon Ray before that. Hikaru, so you are serious? Refria, the viewers are watching. The more events the better. Also, she is accompanying me here, so she should get her own merits. I will get 1st place and bring Nanami back. Rifria will learn Photon Ray and will pass the Templar exam. Grateful can earn more than usual, and her tier is increasing bit by bit. Those small things won't be able to serve as atonement for using them, but if they do, think even if for a bit that they benefited from it as well, it will make me feel better. In the third floor, by basking them with light after darkness fog, most monsters would get heavily stunned. 2 spirit energy potions, counting the ones she could use from the very beginning, for a total of 15 times. Her limit isn't that high, so I don't know if she will manage to acquire the 4th ability in that time, but Rifria herself is feeling the progress. It might work out somehow. And so, the hunt in the 3rd floor continued for 3 days. The garden panther didn't show up in the end, but in terms of constant hunting, we earn more in the 2nd floor. I myself have been proactively defeating all monsters aside from trolls, so my tier must have increased. I think my body feels lighter and it is getting used to battle. Right now, I think I would be able to defeat goblins and orcs in the 2nd floor without spirit abilities. So Hikaru, tomorrow is a break, right? I will be going to the Great Spirit's armor to check my tier and whether I can use new abilities now. Rifria, I see. Great Spirits can tell you. It would be great if you can use Photon Ray. Hikaru, ahaha. There's no way I can use it in only 3 days. Rifria, really? Hikaru, the spirit users in this world don't know if they have gotten a new ability, so they ask the Great Spirits close by. They also ask for the tier, so I am looking forward to the results. I have the status board, so there's obviously no need to go there to ask. Even so, the status board is a cheat in itself. It has a clock, can set an alarm, and can get a world map function with 3 points. 7 days left in the viewer count race. It has been exactly 1 week, meaning that already half of the event has passed. I am far from first place. Tomorrow. I will go down to the 4th floor. Chapter 72, 4th floor solo and creation. 8th day of the viewer count race. Today is a break day and I am entering the dungeon alone just like on the 4th day. The viewer count is increasing constantly and I have reached 600 million, but my rank is still 8th. If the population of Earth is around 7 billion, my viewer percentage is 8.5%. It is a high number. No, it is a shocking number, but 8th place is 8th place. My viewer numbers were low when it started, so I have to get an even more overwhelming number of viewers in order to get first place. It would be better to think that it would be hard to get first place if I continue doing the same thing. I only have half of the time remaining. I need something special. Something that a chosen has achieved for the first time among all the others. The modern era is an information era. If someone achieves something, the news will spread like wildfire in the world. More so when it is about an Iskaya the Worlder. However, I can't think up that something. That's why I am putting my life on the line. Today, I will be going down to the 4th floor, the Rain Dragon Grand Waterfall. I can ignore all the monsters till the 2nd floor, but I have to properly deal with the monsters of the 3rd floor as I advance. That's because advancing by hiding with the darkness fog that has worked in the 1st and 2nd floor doesn't work in the 3rd one. If I forcefully advance, I could end up dragging all the monsters I meet along the way. If I am going to be incurring such risks, it would be safer to kill them as I encounter them. I bought a map of the 3rd floor in the guild. Judging by how cheap I bought it for, it is most likely distributed freely. There's no point to withhold this type of information for the guild. The more explorers, the better, the less deaths, the better. I have a good sense of direction, so I didn't have any problems with taking the shortest route. However, the 4th floor stairs are practically at the very opposite side of the floor, so it ends up taking time no matter what. Moreover, I have to think not only about the going but the return as well. I see, I understand why Rafria said it is hard to dive to the 4th floor and lower. Anyways, I reach the stairs to the 4th floor and take a breaks before it. I can use spirit abilities a pretty good amount of times and still be okay, but that's not the same for my body. I can't confirm my own tier. In other words, my level, in the status board, so I have a hard time telling if I have gotten stronger or not. Should I try asking God? That if this world works on levels, to make it so we can tell ours. Hikaru, you can apparently tell your level by asking a great spirit, but I myself can't do that, so I don't know what level I am. Levels are like an evaluation of yourself, but that evaluation is unexpectedly pretty important, and it is to the point that the guild has a recommended tier before going down the 4th floor. By the way, the recommended tier for the 2nd floor is 6. 3rd floor is 10. 4th floor is 20. Moreover, this is an estimate for when you have a party of 6, with all of them being able to use spirit abilities. They are basically telling you that you have to do your best in raising your tier, find comrades, and save money to make a contract for spirit abilities. The recommended 6-people party is 3 warriors, 1 healer, 1 scout, and 1 porter. And so, my tier. The old blacksmith said I am tier 9 when seeing my swing. I have taken physical strength up level 1, so I would say I was tier 4-6 at that time. It hasn't been that long since then, so realistically speaking, my tier should be at most 10. In other words, I am at a level where I can finally go to the 3rd floor with a full party. And here I am, going alone. This is completely reckless. But I will do it. That's why I am doing it. Now then, I will be going down to the 4th floor. The 4th floor's danger level is apparently a lot higher than the 3rd floor, so I would like to concentrate. I don't want to die after all. Hikaru, if I die, reviving Nanami would go down the drain right then and there. I have to not die, but also have to put on the best of performances. I don't use darkness fog as I go down the stairs. Being careless is the last thing I want to do, but monsters apparently don't appear in the stairs. Of course, even if it ends up with that wasn't the case, no one will be coming to rescue me, so this might be quite the risky action. I'm going to be shouldering all those risks here, so you could say it is a bit late for that. The recommended level in the 4th floor is apparently level 20 when you are in a full party. I don't know what level I am, so I can't really say for sure, but I am at least sure that I am not 20. Hikaru, I speak as I go down so that it is not a completely silent broadcast. The monsters that appear in the 4th floor are giant crabs, slimes, mantises, sahajins, lizardmen, lamias, and silers. In terms of enemies I am a bad match against, I would say it is the slimes and the lizardmen. Even if I hide in the darkness, they apparently still attack regardless. Quite the crude monsters. Hikaru, this time around, I gathered information at the guild. Viewers will increase if I end up on the verge of death from going down to the dungeon with no information. But if I place my death for being my first time and the number of viewers that would increase from this on a balance, I judged that information about the 4th floor was necessary. The 4th floor monsters are apparently a lot stronger than those of the 2nd floor and 3rd floor as a whole. I would say I need to be careful about slimes. They are apparently weak against spirit abilities, so I have no choice but to go with the mindset of search and destroy. Lizardmen can be snakes or lizards. If they are the snake type, their eyesight is weak, but there's the chance that they have an organ that allows them to perceive heat. If that's the case, it would be really bad. When talking about monsters that darkness doesn't work on, it would be the giant in the 3rd floor, but that monster moved slowly, and it wasn't as if its attack power was high. But a lizardman screams strong, and they look fast too. An opponent that I can't escape from even inside the darkness should definitely be avoided. By the way, the lamia has the lower half of a snake and the upper half of a human, so they don't have heat perception. Probably. Whichever the case, there's the need to test out which monster the darkness works on. The one classified as the strongest monster there is the Scylla, with its lower half that are long tentacles. Her legs are weapons, so just getting close to her is difficult in itself. Moreover, you can even encounter 3-4 lamias, so in those cases, even veteran high-level parties would be wiped out. Even the guild recommends to throw as much dried meat as possible and scatter smokes bombs to escape at once. There's a lot of information posted in the guild, but according to that, monsters are apparently ones that have received the influence of chaotic spirit energy. The more mixed that figure of theirs is, the higher the degree of influence they have gotten from the chaos. Lamias are a mesh of snake and human, lizardman of lizard and human, sahagin of fish and human, mantis of praying mantis and humans. Those kinds of monsters apparently have a high chance of dropping a chaotic spirit stone. Hikaru, normal monsters can drop chaotic spirit stones at a set percentage. Actually, since the time of my solo exploration and in my explorations with Refraia and Grateful, I have actually gotten a few in stock. I am thinking of using Create Undead. There's a dark spirit ability like that, and if I have chaotic spirit stones, I can create a monster based on the stone. Hikaru, I am going to be exploring the 4th floor alone. Moreover, different from how it has been until now, there's a drastically low amount of parties that explore the 4th floor. There shouldn't be much worries about using Create Undead and being seen. Chapter 73, Dark Sense and Giant Crab. There's the sound of water now. The humidity level feels like it is increasing too. Hikaru. The flight of stairs went on for as long as the one in the 3rd floor, but to think there would be a space like this underground. It is a bit hard to believe. The stairs reached an end after a while. Do-do-do-do-do, a thunderous sound was echoing in the place. The ground is damp from the spraying water, the air has water mixed into it, and my clothes were dampening just from being here. What incredible scenery! It is to the point that it is a shame that only an explorer can get the privilege of seeing this. Hikaru, when I went down the stairs, there was a gigantic waterfall that really looked like a dragon twisting its way up. I am most likely around the midpoint of the waterfall. The water seems to be coming from a pretty high place. Maybe it is a water vein? I have confirmed the map of the 4th floor just in case, but it is a 3-dimensional floor, so I couldn't tell clearly from the map. I see, so you wouldn't be able to tell if you don't walk around it yourself. It might even be 100 meters in height. If you were to fall into the basin, it would be deadly. Hikaru, even when speaking like this, I am unsure if my viewers can even hear me. The noise the waterfall is making is just that loud. I can't see the basin of the waterfall, but if you don't have a safety measure, a way to avoid slipping, or a rope around you, you could end up just slipping and falling right down. It is a dangerous place that wouldn't be strange for something like that to happen. I kind of understand why the 4th floor is dangerous and isn't recommended for exploration. It is possible to not notice the presence of monsters with a loud noise. Hikaru, and in reality, in a silent space, sounds like footsteps and breathing can provide a lot of information. If that's being erased by the noise of the waterfall, I should consider the possibilities of getting hit by surprise have increased drastically. Now then, I will begin the exploration. Before that, I will try out my new ability. Hikaru, my view of darkness has reached tier 3 and has become a new ability. My dark vision that allowed me to see in the darkness has changed into dark sense. Let's try it out. Hikaru, my current proficiency is like this: Dark Spirit ability, tier 2 ability, Falsehood of Darkness, Shade Shift, proficiency 4, Casket of Darkness, Shadow Bind, proficiency 74, Call of Darkness, Summon, Night Bug, proficiency 69, tier 3 ability, View of Darkness, Dark Sense, proficiency 0, Transformation of darkness, Phantom Warrior, Proficiency 6, Deposition of darkness, Shadow Storage, Proficiency 5, Tier 4 Ability, Revelation of darkness, Darkness Fog, Proficiency 88, Special Technique, Return of darkness, Create, Undead, Proficiency 1. The Tier 1 is finally gone. You could say they are being raised well. I personally am looking forward to the next stage of Night Bug. It is my only attack ability after all. So I say, but judging from the amount of times I have used it, Night Bug falls into the category of the ones that are hard to raise. At this rate, Bind will be getting to Tier 3 first. Now then, here I go. Dark Sense. Hikaru. The moment I activated the ability, a wave of perception felt as if it spread around me like a radar, scanning the darkness. The 4th floor is a lot darker than the 3rd floor. I would say that it is in the middle of the 1st floor and the 2nd floor in terms of darkness. It is a strange sensation. My vision spread around the darkness I can see around, and I managed to learn about the terrain and even the monsters that are hiding in them. If Dark Vision is an ability that allows me to see in the darkness, then Dark Sense is an ability that lets you find the ones in the darkness. The two are similar, but pretty different. Being able to find enemies actively is big. Moreover, the area is big, and it is possible to control for around a radius of 100 meters. It spreads spherically with me as the center, so being able to search 3-dimensionally is big too. With this, I can even find the ones hiding in the water. I explained this out loud as I walked towards the monster that I found with Dark Sense. It is a cave that you could say is filled with wet bare rocks. There are many places where monsters can easily hide in, like in uneven walls and ceilings. And even when I knew where they were in a shape that is hard to find. There it is, a slime. There's one sticking in the wall. Hikaru, it is 20 meters away from here. I don't know if it has noticed me, but that figure of being half assimilated into the rock could make you miss it. Summon, Night Bug. Hikaru, Night Bug is an attack ability that has long range. They are bugs, so you could say that's natural. The summoned dark insects made buzzing sounds and rushed to the slime all at once. The attack means of a slime is to wrap their bodies around their target and dissolve them, or suffocate them, but against opponents like the dark insects that there's no knowing if they even have any solid form, it is not that effective. The insects munch onto the spirit vein center, and the slime changes into a spirit stone in a few seconds. It would be a troublesome opponent if you don't find it, but as long as you notice it first, there doesn't seem to be any problems. I safely defeated it. It really is important to get the first strike. Looks like Dark Sense will be doing work in the 4th floor. It has an effective range of around 100 meters after all. Hikaru, even if the 2nd floor is as dark as this place and the vision is bad, it is a floor that is filled with artificial-looking constructs in the whole area, and the ground, walls, and ceiling are made of stone. That's why, on places like corridors, you would only need to be careful about your front and back, and there would be no problems, but that won't go the same in the 4th floor. I can understand why Rafria doesn't like the 4th floor. Now then, I would like to explore a bit. I have confirmed the map of the 4th floor just in case, but it is a 3-dimensional floor, so it doesn't help much. I will just learn my way around. Hikaru, I give my clumsy commentaries that I don't know if they have any point at all, move away from the stairs a bit, confirm the terrain, and return. I repeat this process a number of times. With just written information, I can't really tell well just how the monsters come out, what kind of senses they rely on, or how fast they attack. In the end, I have no choice but to learn in actual practice. Last time, I had prior info that the 3rd floor isn't that difficult, so I could be slightly reckless, but if I were to pull that on the 4th floor, I really would die. It wouldn't be that amusing for the viewers, but this is as much as I can compromise with. Dark Sense. Hikaru. After walking for a while, Dark Sense detects a monster that is outside of vision. I am using darkness fog as well, so I don't think the chances of being attacked suddenly are high, but I shouldn't lower my guard. I don't have a scout, and this is my first time on this floor, so I won't waste my abilities. There's 2 giant crabs deeper in. They are bigger than I thought. Hikaru. Dark Sense is convenient since I can tell by feeling the shape of the monsters it detects even without seeing them. Giant crabs are literally as the name states, and on top of having pincers that can split a human in half, it is covered in a hard shell. This looks like a monster that is a bad match for me. Most of all, it is big. It is the size of a van. Is going a bit too far, but it does feel like it is something close to that. If it is Rafria with her gigantic weapon, it might be possible to fight it, but fighting it with a normal weapon might require some real work. By the way, I have investigated where the spirit vein center of this monster is at the guild, and it is in between its eyes. Honestly speaking, fighting 2 giant crabs with my combat capability is a bit difficult, but I can't withdraw here. I will do it. Hikaru. I unsheathe my short sword from my waist, and arrange my plan inside my head on how to fight it. Fighting in a style that relies on dark spirit abilities can corner me into a fatal situation with one irregularity. More so when I am alone. No one will be saving me here. Even so. No, that's why I am doing it. In order to attract even more viewers, I have to create situations where the people watching can expect this guy is going to die. I have already decided on this path. Chapter 74, Lizardman and Return of Darkness. I slowly approach the giant crabs with darkness fog around me. Looks like they are not the perceptive type. Even when I approach them to a distance of 20 meters, there's no sign of them noticing. Phantom Warrior. Hikaru. I hide in the shadows, and have a phantom warrior appear. Using this guy is difficult in a sense. There's a side of it that invalidates the chance of a surprise attack. However, in terms of certainty, this one is around the top. The phantom warrior hits its shield with its sword while slowly walking towards them. The giant crabs immediately notice it, stand up, and get ready for battle. They are unexpectedly fast, Hikaru. They make saka noises as they move, and the crab attacks the phantom warrior in a way so that it can grab it in between its pincers. On top of being pretty aggressive, the speed of its attacks are far more than I imagined. Honestly speaking, I thought giant crabs were ranked as weak amongst the monsters in the 4th floor, but it looks like I will have to adjust my information. The 4th floor really isn't being hated just for show. I approach the crab, who is fighting with the phantom warrior, while in the darkness. I am so nervous I can hear my own heartbeat. My hands holding the short sword are trembling, and it felt as if I would drop it at any moment. I get at a distance of 3 meters, spread the range of darkness fog, and swallow the 2 giant crabs in it. At the same time, I seal their movements with shadow bind. Dark tentacles wrap around the limbs of the crabs and I dash towards the monsters while it happens. 1. 2, Hikaru. I stab in between the eyes of the giant crab. At the same time as I felt as if I broke through a part with a thin shell, my short sword sunk, and I cut the spirit vein. After defeating one, I bring down the other one with that same move. Clack, the sound of somewhat big spirit stones falling announced the end of the battle. Hoa. Dark Sense. Hikaru. I checked the surroundings with my spirit ability, and after confirming that no monsters were approaching, I picked up the stones, and stabilized my breathing. I defeated them. In terms of result, I managed to defeat them the same way as the monsters in the 3rd floor. But it was draining to another degree. It was the first time I fought those monsters, so you could say that's a given though. According to my experience until now, Once a strategy works the first time, it will almost always work well on the monsters of the same type. It might be a different story once monsters with more intelligence come out though, but that will be for when that happens. Fighting alone is really risky, but the returns when it goes well are high. 1 transparent and 1 water spirit stone. I am sure this size would sell for pretty high. The 4th floor is difficult, but the earnings might just be proportionally as good. Hikaru, I return to the stairs for now, and begin exploring a different direction. There's a giant waterfall at the front of the stairs, so I can't proceed in that direction. No, I might be able to, but I want to avoid slipping and dropping headfirst into the basin of the waterfall. It would be better to not get close to it. There's paths left and right, so I am going to check those directions first. I advance while getting rid of the slimes with my summon ability, and I detect a new monster. I can confirm it with eyesight too. There's a lizardman. There's only one, but it looks crazy strong. Hikaru, how to say it? It is big. It is as big as a troll, 2 meters tall. Moreover, different from the troll, this one has an armor of muscle in its whole body. I can even feel its strength just from how it walks. On top of that, it has a sword and shield. Lizardmen might have sensory glands that are different from ours. Snakes have pit organs that allow them infrared detection. If it is the same as that, there's a chance it will detect my heat and attack me. However, from what I can see, it is more similar to a lizard, so I don't think I have to worry about that. Hikaru, if it is the type that attacks after detecting heat, it could become my natural enemy. There's a need to investigate it. I bring out the Phantom Warrior at a pretty far away location. This Phantom Warrior can also move in a way that doesn't make a sound. I take even more distance, in a way so that I can take shelter at once close to the stairs. The Phantom Warrior is silently approaching the lizardman. The lizardman has noticed the Phantom Warrior. The battle has begun. Looks like there aren't only pit organ types. Hikaru, if the lizardman hadn't noticed the Phantom Warrior, it would have been bad. If it didn't notice it, that would mean it detects others through heat, or some other sense. There's the possibility of having both, but at least I have a bit of hope here. Fuwa. Now then, I am going. Hikaru, I take a deep breath, and steel myself. There's the chance of this becoming a life or death battle against a monster I have fought for the first time, so I am preparing myself for that. Without a steady heart, I won't be able to move when irregularities happen. I will always imagine the worst as I move. We are inside a dungeon like this, so this is natural. That monster is stronger than a giant crab. And it is obviously stronger than me. That's the feeling I get. I hide in the darkness and approach the lizardman that is still fighting the Phantom Warrior. I have long taken out my short sword. Summon, Night Bug. Hikaru, I bring out the night bugs to distract it as much as possible. It won't have much effect against an enemy of this level though. The night bugs were flying around and were pretty annoying. It is also dealing with the Phantom Warrior, so it also has to pay attention there as well. I don't see it directing its attention at me who is slowly approaching it inside the darkness. But I felt intense pressure from this enemy that I haven't felt from any opponent until now. It is covered in hard-looking scales, and I am feeling anxious as to whether my short sword can go through those. But I have to do it. I have come this far, Hikaru. If I can't even defeat a single lizardman, exploring the 4th floor is impossible. There's even the chance of encountering a silo after all. Shadowbind. Hikaru, I spread the darkness and bolt out. At the same time, the dark tentacles tie up the limbs of the lizardman. I can do this, Hikaru, an attack from the back. I will defeat it in one hit just like the time with the troll. It was supposed to go like that. However, the lizardman moved with brute strength even with the binds, and spun its body slightly. With just that alone, the trajectory of my sword was diverted, and ended up stabbing into the left shoulder covered in scales. This is bad, Hikaru. The hope within the misfortune is that the effect of bind isn't zero yet. However, the strongest effective time of bind must have passed. The lizardman makes a side sweep with its sword. I let go of the short sword that's still stabbed into its shoulder, and reflexively take the hit with the gauntlet. Hikaru, an impact strong enough to feel as if my arm broke. Jumping back by reflex helped me mitigate the damage, but it looks like my paralyzed left arm won't be able to bring out strength for a while. Even though the effect of bind should still be present, it still managed to bring out such speed into its swing. If that had been in perfect shape. And if I didn't have the Dark Knight gauntlet, I would have been cut down for sure. I give my thanks from the bottom of my heart to the divine beast, Lilymeth, who gave me this wonderful present. The lizardman is blindly swinging its sword. Looks like it can't see inside the darkness. Knowing that alone is a relief. I can run away just like this, but my sure sword is still stabbed into its left shoulder. I want to get that back. Guess I'm using it, Hikaru. I'd bring out the chaotic spirit stone from the shadow storage. The stone of the mantis. It is weaker than the lizardman, but it should serve as a temporal comrade. I hold the stone and chant the ability. Create, undead. Hikaru. Chapter 75, Mantis Zombie and Teamwork. Light overflows from the spirit stone. The chaotic spirit stone, that was as if stars were scattered inside of it, pulsed and life burned in it. The radiance burns ever so brighter, and melts. Lights of many colors overflow from the stone, and with a mysterious pulsation, the heat emanating from the stone increases as if it were alive. This is my second time using it, but it is like I am giving life to a stone. Hikaru, it truly is as if life is being poured into the stone, and the spirit energy that's being sucked out from my body can't even compare to what I use with a normal spirit ability. The hot and overflowing light gathered, and swelled densely. I let go of the stone. The stone began to knit a green statue, and shaped into the single form of the monster. The mantis zombie stood silently there. The swaying of spirit energy rising up must be because of the ability. When I undo darkness fog, the mantis begins to walk slowly to the lizardman. The lizardman soon takes a battle stance. I don't know what logic works behind it, but it seems like it understands that the mantis zombie is an enemy. Looks like I can't use this as a way to fake that they are both comrades, and then bam! Get them by surprise. The two monsters begin close-range combat, and in that instant, shadow bind. Hikaru, the lizardman had its body restrained from the shadow tentacles, and with a combo attack from the mantis's sickles, it collapsed in a second, and changed into a spirit stone. It was so anticlimactic that I ended up a bit surprised by the result, but the mantis has higher individual battle power than Rifria. Turning it around, that would mean that if the team of me and the mantis doesn't bring a result like this, it would be impossible to come down to the 4th floor with Rifria. It is as simple as that. The battle ended, but the mantis zombie was still there. At the time with the flame orangutan, it disappeared really fast, but maybe because my spirit abilities themselves have gone up, or because the dungeon is a special environment, the ability has been strengthened. Whichever the case, they are reliable comrades. I pick up my sure sword and the spirit stone of the lizardman, and check my surroundings with dark sense. There's a giant crab over there. Let's go. Hikaru. The mantis is super silent, but it looks like my words are getting through. It is silently following. And then, even though we haven't practiced in battle at all, our coordination was perfect. We easily defeat a giant crab. Is it because I created this undead? Hikaru. Most likely, even if I don't say it out loud, my intentions are transmitted to it. You could say that's quite the big advantage in a battle where there's changes at every second. After that, we defeated a number of lizardmen and giant crabs, But it seems like there's only those guys and slimes close to the stairs. The remaining monsters that show up in this floor are Sahagin, Mantis, Lamia, and Scylla. I wanted to fight a bit with the Sahagin, but they are half fish, so they probably hide inside the water. Also, I was scared to encounter a Scylla if I were to go too deep. Scyllas are the strongest monsters in the 4th floor. I wouldn't be able to win against it even if it were to be doing a handstand. Well. I am already pushing myself to the brim though. Hikaru. Even when I mutter this, the mantis zombie doesn't respond. A loyal warrior that exists only for my sake. The dark element is honestly pretty plain, but I once again confirmed that the 8th ability really is a special one. The mantis zombie disappeared on the 6th battle against a monster. It has been around 1 hour, I suppose. You could say that was quite the valuable support for one chaotic spirit stone. It isn't the 8th hidden ability for nothing. By the way, I got one chaotic spirit stone from the lizardman I defeated together with the mantis. When things get bad, I can call it. An ability that can call a proper warrior, moreover, disposable. The value of it is unmeasurable. It has begun getting cold. I kind of understand what Rafria said. There's the temperature as well, but it is mostly the water spraying from the waterfall, raining around and dampening my clothes. Hikaru. Since coming to the 4th floor, I have only been exploring the vicinity of the stairs, and yet, my clothes are completely wet, and combined with the low temperature of the surroundings, my body has gotten pretty cold. I relied on the mantis zombie when it came to the battle itself, so there's also the fact that I haven't moved my body much. I might catch a cold like this. Going down from a fever in the viewer count race wouldn't even serve as a good joke. Well, I do have disease resistance, and I could buy some type of potion if something happens, but I should change clothes just in case. I use dark sense to confirm if there's any monsters around, and change into my spare clothes. Rafria said fire or water spirit abilities were necessary here. They can't just go changing every instance they get wet, so they must be dealing with the water with fire or water spirit abilities. I don't know if there's such abilities in the fire and water elements though. When I checked in the status board, only 1.5 hours had passed since I came to the 4th floor. I want to continue hunting for at least 4 hours more. I am fine with hunting alone, but I am thinking of using Create Undead once more in order to get accustomed to the 4th floor. Hikaru. I'd bring out the chaotic spirit stone of the lizardman. Create Undead. Hikaru. The sparkling chaotic light brings back the lizardman. A muscular warrior. It is mysterious how it is equipped with a sword and shield, but that must be how monsters work. Now then, there's a time limit with undead, so I will keep going. Hikaru. I don't think I will be able to maintain the lizardman zombie for long. It would be handy for short decisive battles, but using it while moving on fields would be wasteful. Chaotic spirit stones rarely show up, but judging from the probabilities, the chances of strong mixed monsters like lizardmen and mantises dropping them are decently high. I utilize dark sense as I go deeper and deeper. Lizardman. 2.0, 3. That does look dangerous. Hikaru. With 2, that doesn't really mean it is 2 times stronger. It normally gets several times more troublesome. Make that 3 and the chances of losing shoot up. Even ogres and trolls had at most 2, and yet, to think 3 would pop up with lizardman. I will defeat one and the other one. The undead lizardman will defeat it. Can we defeat the last one with the momentum? Hikaru. I formed that plan. No, it isn't such a cool thing like a plan. You could even say this is super rough on the edges and riddled with holes. Darkness fog. Hikaru. There's no choice of not fighting. If I were alone, I would avoid it, but I have the undead lizardman with me. If I run here, there would be no point of using the chaotic spirit stone. I advanced through the darkness together with the lizardman. It was the same with the undead mantis, But it looks like even the undead that I create can see inside the darkness. They are properly following me, so some sort of spirit energy path might be linking us. A warrior that can see in the darkness is practically invincible, but there's the chance that it is simply following me close by. Having it fight inside the darkness would be a bit too risky. I should have tested it out on weak monsters. One of them is slightly separated from the others, so I will aim for that one. Hikaru, it is only distanced from the others by around 10 meters, but that difference is big. The sounds of the waterfall echoing in the cave were hiding the sounds of our footsteps and breathing. The 4th floor is overall dark. There's a mysterious light source close to the waterfall, so it is as bright as the 1st floor, but if we go into the side tunnels, it is as dark as the 2nd floor. In other words, I can almost perfectly hide my figure with darkness fog. A single mistake in judgment here won't be forgiven. My opponent is superior here. I have to bring out the most advantage of a preemptive strike here. Summon, Night Bug. Hikaru, I create bugs, and when the 3 lizardmen were confused, I sink the 3 into the darkness fog. The lizardmen are the type that can't deal with darkness, so this will at least buy a few seconds. Shadow Bind. Hikaru, at the same time as I bring out one from the darkness, bind. The undead doesn't miss a single beat in cutting the spirit vein center. 1. Hikaru, bind can't be used in the time the effects of bind still remain, but the story is different. If the enemy dies it can be used immediately after. Approaching the lizardman without bind is honestly speaking too scary. However, with this, it is now 2 versus 2. The 2 lizardmen were swinging their swords around at the night bugs, so it is dangerous to carelessly approach them. I control the darkness even more, and bring one close by out of the darkness. The battle against the undead began immediately. They are both lizardmen, but it can still instantly identify it as an enemy. Just what logic is at work here? Does it smell rotten or something? Shadow Bind. Hikaru, the instant it made the motion of attacking, the tentacles jumping out from the darkness bind the limbs of the lizardman. No matter how robust of a monster it is, as long as a weak point exists, show 1 single second of an opening and you will get hit by a deadly attack. With the stab of the undead, the second one perished, and a spirit stone dropped. I will deal with the remaining one. Hikaru, I have the undead stay in place, hide in the darkness, and observe the lizardman. It still can't grasp the situation, and continues attacking the night bugs that are flying around. The speed of its sword is sharp, and if I were to be hit directly by that, I would be split in half in an instant. I am in the category of if I get hit, I will die on this floor. But that goes the same for them. If I get a good hit in their weak point, I can defeat them in 1 hit as well. There's no reason I can't do this. The risk is the same for the other monsters. A hit from an ogre, a hit from a troll, a hit from a crab. If I were to get hit in full by any of them, I would die instantly too. Shade Shift, Phantom Warrior. Hikaru, Shade Shift is just for comfort, but I use it just in case. I control the darkness so only the Phantom Warrior can be seen, and I circle it slowly to its back. The lizardman stops swinging its sword to prepare for battle against the lizardman, and takes a stance to fight back. I silently approach it from the back, use Shadow Bind, and take away the freedom of the lizardman. And then, right at the spine, I stab with all my might onto where the spirit veins gather. Silently, in a way that my presence doesn't get detected, every single action performed in complete silence. The lizardman also changed into a spirit stone without making a sound and fell flatly onto the ground. It is a chaotic spirit stone. With this, I have regained what I spent. Hikaru, I am trying to speak calmly here, but my heart is drumming out of my chest. The bind is not absolute. There's always the chance of breaking out of them and getting hit. The only way of knowing if the lizardman noticed or not, or if they truly can't move from the binding dot, is to defeat the opponent. If that doesn't happen, then I pay with my own life. From the 3 lizardmen, I got 1 chaotic spirit stone and 2 water spirit stones. The 4th floor is a waterfall stage, so there might be a lot of monsters that drop water spirit stones. After that, without going too deep, I would battle alone and would sometimes call a lizardman with create undead. Slime, giant crab, lizardman, Sahagin. For lizardman, if it is one-on-one, I have gotten good enough that I can defeat them with certainty, so I would say this is plenty good enough as a preview of the new floor. Sahagins jump out from the water, but thanks to Dark Sense, I can tell where they are, so it was easy to deal with them. Their strength is on the same level as a hobgoblin, but they hold tridents, so they are probably somewhat problematic. Because of the consecutive hard battles, I couldn't bother about how the others looked at me, but my viewers have increased quite a bit. Getting hit the first time by that lizardman must have gotten a good reception. I can't go dying, so acting in a way that I won't die is the priority here, but I don't have the leeway to begin with. Even so, I got to first place in the real-time rankings. My total ranking is still far from first, and there's not that many days left. I need one more explosive element here. Or maybe I should rush through the 4th floor using the darkness and go down the 5th floor? Or is there another method? I don't have much time left. Dark Spirit ability, Tier 2 ability, ? Falsehood of Darkness, Shade Shift, Proficiency 12, ? Casket of Darkness, Shadow Bind, Proficiency 93, ? Call of Darkness, Summon, Night Bug, Proficiency 77, Tier 3 ability, ? View of Darkness, Dark Sense, Proficiency 8, ? Transformation of Darkness, Phantom Warrior, Proficiency 14, ? Deposition of Darkness, Shadow Storage, Proficiency 6, Tier 4 ability, ? Revelation of Darkness, Darkness Fog, Proficiency 92, Special Technique, ? Return of Darkness, Create, Undead, Proficiency 4, Progress of all the chosen in the viewer count race, chosen number 1000, Kuros Hikaru. Real-time rank, 1714, total rank, 4714. Chapter 76, Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, number 1000 Kuros Hikaru, 3214th. 689, Anonymous from Earth. He went to the guild alone again. Is he really going to the 4th floor? 690, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't the 4th floor where Alex and his party were so overconfident they went there, and ended up running away with their lives barely hanging? 691, Anonymous from Earth. Right. This is where you can see that event, video link. 692, Anonymous from Earth. The legendary Crabble vs. Crab. 693, Anonymous from Earth. The Crab one. 694, Anonymous from Earth. A guy that even Dora E would have a decent hard time to. 695, Anonymous from Earth. Crab so big. 696, Anonymous from Earth. If it weren't a monster, you could have a feast with that. 697, Anonymous from Earth. In that world, there's no border between monsters and living beings, so if they aren't from the dungeon, you can actually eat them. 698, Anonymous from Earth. The meat should be really tight and tasty. No, it definitely is tasty. 699, Anonymous from Earth. It is a relief that it isn't an enemy that increases their defense with a spell. Ha, Alex. 700, Anonymous from Earth. When they saw the lizardman from afar, they went, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad, and retreated. And in reality, even when looking at a lizardman from afar, they give that feeling of being super dangerous. That's practically a dragon. 701, Anonymous from Earth. The mantis are pretty dangerous themselves, but the lizardmen go above that. They even have a shield. 702, Anonymous from Earth. The fourth floor is bad news. You can't tell where the slimes are, and if you don't notice, they can fall on you from above. Alex has a party of 3, so they somehow manage, but Hikaru is alone, right? This time for sure he is gonna die. 703, Anonymous from Earth. If you get your mouth covered by a slime, your spirit abilities are sealed. 704, Anonymous from Earth. That's death. 705, Anonymous from Earth. The viewers are certainly increasing, but is this what we wanted? 706, Anonymous from Earth. It looks like, this time around, he is going to go there after properly confirming the information of the monsters and the map. Good job, Hikaru. 707, Anonymous from Earth. Diving to the 4th floor alone is not praiseworthy at all. This is the most rash action in recent history. 708, Anonymous from Earth. There's a special program about the incident of Nanamikan. They are also touching a bit about Hikaru. 709, Anonymous from Earth. Seriously? What terrible timing. How many things should we watch at the same time? 710, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru missed Alex and his party that were in the 3rd floor by a hair. When explorers meet each other, they normally don't get involved with each other, but Alex has gotten a good amount of messages regarding Hikaru, so I want him to tell Hikaru quickly already. 711, Anonymous from Earth. Alex also has his hands pretty full right now with his own matters, so he doesn't seem to have the leeway to think about others. Most of it is him wanting a girlfriend though. 712, Anonymous from Earth. Why are there only 3 in the party of Alex? 713, Anonymous from Earth. Crab and Giles were originally friends, and Alex rolled in. 714, Anonymous from Earth. They are 3 unpopular guys, but as explorers, they are the talk of the people as a group of 3 energetic rising explorers. Heavy Warrior Crabble. Spear Warrior Alex. Water Spirit User Jordan. Jordan's family is actually pretty loaded. There's rumors that he is a noble. 715, Anonymous from Earth. Jordan is strangely high performance. Even though he looks scatterbrained, he can use 5 different abilities, and has a lot of uses. 716, Anonymous from Earth. Sama can use them 5 times a day, but Jordan can easily use 20. There's quite the difference in power despite being spirit ability users. 717, Anonymous from Earth. Sama will grow from here on. 718, Anonymous from Earth. Celica. 719, Anonymous from Earth. What are you doing, Celica? 720, Anonymous from Earth. What? 721, Anonymous from Earth. Celica is providing comments on the special TV program about Nanamikan. 722, Anonymous from Earth. If Unichan gets first place in this viewer count race, he is definitely going to be bringing back Nanami-chan. In order for this incident to not weather, please bring my brother to first place. She says. I see, so she came out in order to raise the viewers as much as possible. 723, Anonymous from Earth. It is a feed from overseas, so even if it is to make an appearance on TV, it doesn't take much time. You can say whatever you want, but the TV has its effectiveness. 724, Anonymous from Earth. The culprit has still not been found yet? Even though all the fingerprints and footprints are all left, they still don't know? What is the police doing? 725, Anonymous from Earth. There's a lot of inquiry in that area as well, but if it is just as Hikaru says, the culprit is an underage person. It is the custom to be decently careful when apprehending an underage person apparently. 726, Anonymous from Earth. Well, it still hasn't even been 1 month yet after all. My sense of time has gone weird since the Ice-Kite transfer. 727, Anonymous from Earth. Then, Has the police already pinpointed a culprit? 728, Anonymous from Earth, as if we would know. 729, Anonymous from Earth. The house of Nanamikan and the house of Hikaru are just standing there empty. That's the dark side of the Isekite transfer. 730, Anonymous from Earth. In the end, they didn't get the fingerprints of all the students. It was this big of an incident, so they should just push the full force of the law here. 731, Anonymous from Earth. The police are stupid, so they are probably going, isn't the culprit that guy Hikaru? 732, Anonymous from Earth. The programs on TV normally go with the drift of Kuro's Hikaru the culprit. Apostrophe. It may be to heat up the TV program, but what's with that? Doesn't Celica snap at that? 733, Anonymous from Earth. That was the script I wrote and sent. I would say it wasn't that bad. You really are thorough in everything you do, Celica tilde. They said. Eh? What's Celica doing? 734, Anonymous from Earth. Their work is way too expansive. 735, Anonymous from Earth. A 12-year-old with connections to TV stations. 736, Anonymous from Earth. They have shown up on TV a number of times before, so they must have gotten the business card of a producer at that time. Even so, I can only say as expected when it comes to making use of those connections. 737, Anonymous from Earth. They said before that they have shown in overseas TV programs a good number of times too. Having a mastery in many languages is strong at times like this. 738, Anonymous from Earth. While we are going on about this, Hikaru reached the 3rd floor, but this really is abnormal. In going through the 3rd floor as if he is having a walk in the park, I can't help but laugh. 739, Anonymous from Earth. He has increased his skills even more in the 3 days of exploration. It is also because he has defeated a good number of monsters and his tier has increased though. 740, Anonymous from Earth. Insta-kill. 741, Anonymous from Earth. Look. The trolls are like trash. 742, Anonymous from Earth. No, trolls are normally dangerous monsters, you know? If you fight them up front, they even block your attacks, and their attacks are fast, so it is hard to avoid them. In the first place, in order to defeat them one-sidedly without getting hit at all requires quite the high skills, or it would be impossible. Source, an influential person on TV. 743, Anonymous from Earth. The TV programs where they bring karate masters or boxers to give their analysis are pretty nice. 744, Anonymous from Earth. I feel like a sword fight champion would give a more accurate analysis though. 745, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru-kun walking at the very center of the path watching out for treants is cute. 746, Anonymous from Earth. Hope he doesn't encounter a garden panther though. That's on a whole other level, right? 747, Anonymous from Earth. He should be able to manage with dried meat, right? 748, Anonymous from Earth. Gremlins, hobgoblins, and ghouls seriously don't even put up a fight. 749, Anonymous from Earth. Spirit abilities are strong to begin with. Rather than calling Hikaru strong, what's abnormal is that he can use them as he wants without bothering about running out of uses. 750, Anonymous from Earth. Even gravel mist would be crazy strong if you could spam it. Same goes for light and fireball. 751, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru really is good at defeating trolls. He is an artist at it. 752, Anonymous from Earth. All the exp for himself. 753, Anonymous from Earth. His ninja moves have completely taken shape now. 754, Anonymous from Earth. Diving a dungeon solo is the art of a ninja after all. 755, Anonymous from Earth. I would like the Divine Beast to give him apostrophe. Weapon. 756, Anonymous from Earth. I don't think a shuriken would be that strong. 757, Anonymous from Earth. Shurikens are on the iffy side compared to a Moroma's a blade. 758, Anonymous from Earth. Shadow Walker tilde. Is the fourth floor the stage where Hikaru shines? 759, Anonymous from Earth. Even if he managed to dominate the third floor, the fourth floor apparently spikes in difficulty. 760, Anonymous from Earth. He managed to get to the stairs with almost no problem, but there's also the return. Too bad you can't use Evoke. Note, a return spell in Dragon Quest. 761, Anonymous from Earth. It really is the fourth floor, huh? I am glad he didn't say he is going to rush all the way to the fifth. 762, Anonymous from Earth. The advertisement of Celico and Karen has increased the viewers by quite a bit after all. His total ranking is 8th, but his real-time ranking is 4th. He will probably go up to 2 or 3 in the real-time one today. 763, Anonymous from Earth. That means he would have been more reckless without the publicity of the twins? That's a good job then. 764, Anonymous from Earth. The fifth floor is a floor that no Earthling has seen, so it is true that it would have attracted a lot of eyes. 765, Anonymous from Earth. Doing that would be risking your life way too much. 766, Anonymous from Earth. Going down to the fourth floor solo is already courting death. 767, Anonymous from Earth. Jin-chan is too strong. She marched onto the hideout of a bandit group, slaughtered them all, and saved a village girl. A mental fortitude that I wouldn't believe comes from a person of the modern era. 768, Anonymous from Earth. Jin-chan has perfected the one stay at the inn, one mission accomplished. The type where the story begins once you say, I am hungry rumble. 769, Anonymous from Earth. That sounds like a Shonen Jump protagonist. 770, Anonymous from Earth. But Jin-chan has already finished the most attention-grabbing moments. She is already leaving the village, so Hikaru has an opportunity here. Jin-chan doesn't seem to have much interest in the viewer count race. 771, Anonymous from Earth. Honestly speaking, just training Rafria has the potential to get him to first place. He does have the bomb that is the promise too. 772, Anonymous from Earth. There's a layer of people that is dying in anticipation for that promise. 773, Anonymous from Earth. Rafria-chan is sexy after all. 774, Anonymous from Earth. Karen has made an advertisement video, but there's a Rafria-centric version and a Hikaru-centric version. She really gets it. 775, Anonymous from Earth. What about the Grateful-centric version? 776, Anonymous from Earth. None. 777, Anonymous from Earth. As if they would make one. 778, Anonymous from Earth. If they create too many, it would just scatter the audience. 779, Anonymous from Earth. It hasn't been that long since he has formed a party with Rafria, but Hikaru is good at giving orders. Rafria herself has said it before, but is it normal to be able to fight while giving orders like that? 780, Anonymous from Earth. They talked about that in the celebration. Now that I think about it, the twins also talked about that. What was Celico and Karen's reaction at that time? 781, Anonymous from Earth. That was a rare moment of them having a serious tone. 782, Anonymous from Earth. There seems to be an unexpectedly complicated relationship hidden there, and it was a bit scary. 783, Anonymous from Earth. Celico has been decently scary from the beginning. 784, Anonymous from Earth. It is true that we are talented, but if Oni-chan wasn't there for us, I think we wouldn't have ended up how we are now. But that in turn ended up being shackles for Annie. We are idiots, so we were late in noticing that. Just as Karen said, we are idiots. We were so concentrated in what we were interested in that we didn't even know who was being sacrificed in the shadows for it. That's why we will slowly pay back our due debt for the rest of our life. That's what we pledged to do, and yet, the fact that we can only pay it back to him in this way is just so vexing. But it is not like everything is over. God's system has a tendency to function towards the strength of a person's emotions, so there will definitely be a time when we will overthrow this situation. And then, we will get back both Anna and Nan. Amen. 785, Anonymous from Earth. What in the world happened? 786, Anonymous from Earth. Their love is way too deep. 787, Anonymous from Earth. I am going to check the vid. 788, Anonymous from Earth. 779. You normally can't do it. The vessel of a shogun. 789, Anonymous from Earth. Even Celica and Karen, if they didn't have strong feelings, they wouldn't be able to pull something like this off. Being prodigies and having the decisiveness to act in these kinds of situations are two different things after all. 790, Anonymous from Earth. I was somewhat happy about knowing Karen likes crustaceans. I would like to send her some hair crabs I got from my homeland. 791, Anonymous from Earth. 788. From a ninja to a daimyo? Note, Japanese feudal lord. 792, Anonymous from Earth. He would at most be a foot soldier general. 793, Anonymous from Earth. He is the elder brother, so he is good at putting in order the ones below him. Probably a trait that the youngest child doesn't have. 794, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru really must have been pretty tossed about by the twins. 795, Anonymous from Earth. He was naturally pulling Rafria and Grateful along after all. 796, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't Rafria-sama an elder sister too? 797, Anonymous from Earth. Rafria was probably the leader in her previous party. 798, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is commentating again. 799, Anonymous from Earth. This awkwardness does have its own charm. 800, Anonymous from Earth. Right, Hikaru doesn't have a way to learn about his level. They should have added a function like that in the status board at least. 801, Anonymous from Earth. So he properly got the information of the fourth floor beforehand. That's a relief. Slimes are first-time killers after all. 802, Anonymous from Earth. What Hikaru is talking about is almost all known information though. He doesn't open his messages, so he doesn't know how much information the viewers have. He is explaining the monsters of the fourth floor, but Alex has already done that too. 803, Anonymous from Earth. A database has already been made after all. Even so, Alex and his party have only fought the crabs, slimes, and Sahajins. If he meets other monsters aside from those, it would be the first time. 804, Anonymous from Earth. Lamias are worth shooting on camera. 805, Anonymous from Earth. Silas as well. Lamias and Silas don't show up unless you go pretty deep though. 806, Anonymous from Earth. Silas are technically octopus women, right? No matter how you cut it, Hikaru is a pretty bad match against them. Lamias are also dangerous. 807, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru finishing after being constricted in the snake body of a lamia. 808, Anonymous from Earth. He is going to be finished in the true meaning of the word. 809, Anonymous from Earth. Superb view. 810, Anonymous from Earth. The fourth floor is wondrous. I would like to see it in real life. 811, Anonymous from Earth. I am watching it on a big screen, and it is the best. 812, Anonymous from Earth. The more desperately Hikaru does his best, the worse I feel about enjoying it with snacks and juice at my house. 813. Anonymous from Earth. God is at fault. God is. Munch munch. 814. Anonymous from Earth. The twins are strangely silent. So they have finally entered praying mode. 815. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru doesn't read messages after all. They have no choice but to pray. 816. Anonymous from Earth. The noise is crazy. You wouldn't be able to tell if there's a monster with all this noise. 817. Anonymous from Earth. Dark sense? That's so damn useful. 818. Anonymous from Earth. It totally invalidates slimes. 819. Anonymous from Earth. An effective radius of 100 meters, he says. The standing of scouts. 820. Anonymous from Earth. The upper tier abilities are just too good. 821. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't the weakness of slime's fire spirit abilities? They get instantly killed by Nightbug too. 822. Anonymous from Earth. They must be weak against spirit abilities in general. They are strong against physical attacks after all. 823. Anonymous from Earth. BTW. Slimes can be easily defeated with the torch too. It is a monster whose issue is whether you can find it or not. 824. Anonymous from Earth. Crabs showed up. Crab. Crab crab. 825. Anonymous from Earth. Eh? They are that big? 826. Anonymous from Earth. Those are the pincers of hell. 827. Anonymous from Earth. The type that definitely comes to split your body apart. 828. Anonymous from Earth. It should be impossible to fight against two at once, right? Maybe fish them one by one with night bugs? Get it? Fishing? 829. Anonymous from Earth. I want to drive them to near death and eat their meat. 830. Anonymous from Earth. Crabs are pretty strong. You can actually die from a punch of a crab that size. 831. Anonymous from Earth. They are so fast. Phantom Warrior is a really good ability to tell the unknown potential of an opponent. 832. Anonymous from Earth. Insta-kill. 833. Anonymous from Earth. No way. 834. Anonymous from Earth. Is this real life? Is this just fantasy? 835. Anonymous from Earth. That's the crab that Alex and his party almost died to kill one, you know? Question mark. 836. Anonymous from Earth. So they are not that different from trolls? Well, yeah, you could say they aren't that different from trolls if you can kill them in one hit though. 837. Anonymous from Earth. The spirit vein center of the crabs is in between their eyes, right? Alex and Crabble were shouting while fighting the whole time between the eyes. Between the eyes. Like he was possessed after all. But that means you have to attack them from the front, so I think it is a bit different from a troll that you can attack from the back. 838. Anonymous from Earth. He is a brave one, but it looks like the kind of dangerous courage that doesn't fear death. The type that would lose their lives easily with one mistake. 839. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru doesn't have any armor, so if he gets caught in those pincers, he can get cut in half easily. 840. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru really is in danger here. Someone stop him. 841. Anonymous from Earth. No, we are all watching in so much suspense here. That's why viewers are increasing, and that's exactly what Hikaru wants. I don't want to say that what Hikaru is doing is right, but the result is there. 842. Anonymous from Earth. Lizardman. It really looks strong. Even on a big screen, I can tell just how dangerous it is. 843. Anonymous from Earth. I hear Anna-chan, please stop. Anna-chan, please stop. Anna-chan, please stop. Anna-chan, please stop. chanting from my headphones. 844, Anonymous from Earth. Lizardmen have broadswords and shields, so in a sense you could say a proper warrior monster has appeared. By the way, Alex and his party were so scared of it they avoided battling it. Hikaru should run away too. 845, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru knows a lot about pit organs. Well, the guild didn't show information about whether the monsters have heat detection or not after all. 846, Anonymous from Earth. No matter how you look at it, that's a lizard. No, maybe a dragon? 847, Anonymous from Earth. If I were to be told that's a dragon subspecies, I might believe them. Their tail is packed as hell. 848, Anonymous from Earth. I am going my ass. 849, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is killing his fear and putting his life on the line to revive his childhood friend. Is that bravery, or foolhardiness? Or is this a trial given by God? May blessings arrive to this small hero. 850, Anonymous from Earth. A bard came. 851, Anonymous from Earth. This is definitely a regular of Jean's stream, lol. Don't come asserting yourself here, lol. 852, Anonymous from Earth. Maybe he will unexpectedly defeat it easily? He did defeat a mantis. 853, Anonymous from Earth. It didn't work. 854, Anonymous from Earth. This bad. 855, Anonymous from Earth. If he didn't have his gauntlet, he would have been sliced in two. Run. 856, Anonymous from Earth. His trump card is here. 857, Anonymous from Earth. Create undead. 858, Anonymous from Earth. Against enemies that darkness works on, you can buy time for long cast abilities like this, so darkness fog really is strong. You can't use the other basic abilities in this way. 859, Anonymous from Earth. Create undead is so flashy. I like it. 860, Anonymous from Earth. He is completely looking like a dangerous mage. 861, Anonymous from Earth. Mantis zombie. 862, Anonymous from Earth. So broken. 863, Anonymous from Earth. So cool, Lumphao. 864, Anonymous from Earth. Insta-kill. 865, Anonymous from Earth. Their zombie isn't disappearing. Wasn't it the type that disappears after one battle? 866, Anonymous from Earth. It might have a duration. Isn't it close to summoning magic? 867, Anonymous from Earth. This should be considered a cheat ability, right? It is a cheat. 868, Anonymous from Earth. Aside from the fact that you need a catalyst, you could call this the strongest ability. We are talking about the sealed 8th ability here, you know? 869, Anonymous from Earth. The crab was insta-kill too. So absurdly strong. 870, Anonymous from Earth. It looks like the mantis can act decently well inside the darkness too? Do the mantises have night vision? 871, Anonymous from Earth. Don't know, but their vision might be linked to the caster. Or more like, it is a dark spirit ability, so wouldn't it make sense that the ones that come from it are residents of the darkness? 872, Anonymous from Earth. This mantis is the one that defeated Rafria one-on-one, right? That means it is stronger than Rafria. 873, Anonymous from Earth. Lizardmen aren't insta-kill too. What happens to the XP here? 874, Anonymous from Earth. Don't know, but shouldn't it all go to Hikaru? 875, Anonymous from Earth. When the spirit vein is cut and the spirit energy forming the body crystallizes, a part of it overflows and streams into the body of the person that defeated it. In other words, in this case, it shouldn't be flowing into Hikaru, right? 876, Anonymous from Earth. We are talking about the 8th ability here that has no reference to go to, so we can't say anything for sure here. 877. Anonymous from Earth. If summoning abilities are okay, undead should be okay too. 878. Anonymous from Earth. Does that mean you got to deal the finishing blow? 879. Anonymous from Earth. Then what do archers do? 880. Anonymous from Earth. They apparently can get exp through their arrows. There were people who verified that. 881. Anonymous from Earth. The Dark Twins said that the spirits transfer to the person that killed it. 882. Anonymous from Earth, meaning that they are not stealing the spirit energy, exp, from the one they kill, it is moving on its own. 883. Anonymous from Earth. Spirit energy has a lot of mysteries. 884. Anonymous from Earth. At any rate, the mantis is strong. Or more like, didn't Hikaru obtain a chaotic spirit stone from the lizardman just now? 885. Anonymous from Earth. One more trump card. 886. Anonymous from Earth. When Hikaru teams up with a warrior, he obtains peerless power. He is strong alone too, but his low attack power was an issue. 887. Anonymous from Earth. The mantis is disappearing. 888. Anonymous from Earth. It managed to fight that much, so I would say it was worth it and more. He did get a chaotic spirit stone of a lizardman too. 889. Anonymous from Earth. He is going to continue exploring? Isn't it enough? 890. Anonymous from Earth. Suddenly raw footage of him changing. 891. Anonymous from Earth. The blatant increase in close-ups from the camera made me laugh. God is doing too much work, Lumao. 892. Anonymous from Earth. There's a part of me that's finding Hikaru sexy. 893. Anonymous from Earth. They do say water does wonders to make you looks better. 894. Anonymous from Earth. Rick. 895. Anonymous from Earth. He also changes in the inn, but that mysterious sense of depravity when doing so in the dungeon is nice. The rugged rocks contrasting the white skin of Hikaru is just. 896. Anonymous from Earth. Someone is getting wet, and it is not Hikaru. This is content that turns earthlings into peepers. What is the objective of God? 897. Anonymous from Earth. He is going to resume after changing his clothes, huh? So he really plans on continuing. 898. Anonymous from Earth. This time it is a lizardman undead. Could it be that Hikaru is enjoying fighting quite a bit? 899. Anonymous from Earth. We as spectators have already begun growing numb too. 900. Anonymous from Earth. Yeah, but even with that, it should be impossible to go against 3 lizardmen. 901. Anonymous from Earth. Insta-kill. Insta-kill. 902. Anonymous from Earth. Well, he had a lizardman undead, so it should be. 903. Anonymous from Earth. 904. Anonymous from Earth. He had the lizardman stay on standby and plans on fighting it himself. He definitely is enjoying the battles. 905. Anonymous from Earth. Ninja. 906. Anonymous from Earth. His critical hits are a work of art. 907. Anonymous from Earth. Overpowered. 908. Anonymous from Earth. Even if a weak point exists, lizardmen have their scales and other defensive measures, so if you don't go all in, it would be impossible to defeat them in one attack. Even Alex and his party fight while 100% aware of the weak points. And yet, they still suffer in their battles and can't manage to defeat their enemies sometimes. 909. Anonymous from Earth. He is way too specialized in the assassin style, lol. He is so strong it is funny. 910. Anonymous from Earth. Dark spirit abilities are up. So damn cool. 911. Anonymous from Earth. If I get chosen to be transferred to an Isekai, I want to be an overpowered character with dark spirit abilities. 912, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is the star of all otakus. 913, Anonymous from Earth. There's no otaku with twins, brokens, FYI. 914, Anonymous from Earth. There's whisperings about a second batch of transfers. I definitely want to be chosen next. 915, Anonymous from Earth. But I could be careful about choosing affection of the spirits. Would it work well enough with just spirit energy up? 916, Anonymous from Earth. Abilities are fine and all, but I would like to swing around a heavy weapon with physical strength up. 917, Anonymous from Earth. Thinking about it calmly, spirit stones are bought at a pretty high price, so Hikaru is having big gains here. Maybe he is one of the biggest earners amongst the chosen? 918, Anonymous from Earth. Currently up there. There's special cases like the Dark Twins, but even chosen who have Earth marketing knowledge can't earn that much. Also, his power ranking must be first place, right? 919, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru wasn't even fazed by the appearance of the Sahuagin. He has some nerves of steel. 920, Anonymous from Earth. Steel X2. 921, Anonymous from Earth. No, being able to defeat a lizardman in one hit makes him a seriously dangerous guy. It hasn't been that long since Hikaru began dungeon diving, right? 922, Anonymous from Earth. It is all about how much of the benefits from God are at work here. 923, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru has only taken physical strength up though. 924, Anonymous from Earth. So it is the affection of spirits being strong, huh? 925, Anonymous from Earth. No, it is strong, yeah, but the other chosen are also on the same playing field. That there's still this much of a gap between them is all about the individual. 926, Anonymous from Earth. First place. 927, Anonymous from Earth. He did it. 928, Anonymous from Earth. He got first place in the real-time rankings. That's impressive, Hikaru. 929, Anonymous from Earth. His total ranking is still fourth though. He is climbing up there. He might get first place with this. 930, Anonymous from Earth. The revival of Nanamicon is looking more realistic. 931, Anonymous from Earth. My chest is burning. 932, Anonymous from Earth. By the way, when he was changing, his real-time ranking was flickering to first place. 933, Anonymous from Earth. Karen posted on Twitter, "Congratulations. Real-time ranking first place." For some reason, the pic they posted was the one with Hikaru's sorrowful expression while he was changing, half-naked. 934, Anonymous from Earth. Karen's Twitter has such a peculiar selection of photos it is amusing. 935, Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, I am glad to see that the reckless exploration this time ended safely. Or more like, Hikaru is so crazy strong. It made me question, was there a need to even worry? 936, Anonymous from Earth. He may be strong, but accidents happen. 937, Anonymous from Earth. If Nanamicon comes back to life, I think she could eat for a lifetime by speaking about her experience after death. 938, Anonymous from Earth. We are talking about humanity's first resurrection after all. 939, Anonymous from Earth. My chest is burning. Chapter 77, remaining 6 days and the scary-looking guy once again. The next day I dove alone. We met in the morning, and we are going to be exploring the dungeon again. Rafria, what do you think about the 4th floor? Do you think we could manage? Hikaru. I try asking on the way. I somehow managed when it was in the vicinity of the 4th floor's entrance. We have been able to hunt in the 3rd floor with almost no problems. The 4th floor? It is not like we can't, but is there that much of a need to hurry? You did say you had your circumstances, and it is true that your spirit abilities are strong, but getting too ahead of yourselves in the dungeon can cost you your life, you know? Rufria, I haven't gone to the 4th floor either, so I wouldn't be of much use. Nyan. Grateful, the two were apprehensive about the idea of going to the 4th floor, but that can't be helped. Me wanting to go to even lower floors is because of my own circumstances. Thinking that the viewers wouldn't want to see the same hunting the whole time, I wanted to bring them fresh content. Of course, I understand that this is dangerous. But at this rate, there's no way I can become first place in the total ranking. I also have to put in the work in order to make up for the late start in the first half. 6 days remaining. More than half is gone. I am currently in 4th place. Thinking about the fact that I was originally distancing myself from my viewers, you could say I am putting up a good fight here, but it would be better for me to think that I need something more powerful in order to take first place, which is my objective. If I am too optimistic and it ends up as too bad, you got 2nd place, there would be no point. I want some wiggle room by reaching first place in 3 days. Well, if you want to go to the 4th floor, I will tag along though. Rufria, me too. If you are going to bring me to the 4th floor, I would welcome it greatly. Naya. I don't think I will be able to help out much, but if I get a feel of the terrain, I will be able to act as a scout. The Naya. Grateful. So the two went for the conservative okay. But it is true that going down to the 4th floor is dangerous. We won't be hit by slimes with my dark sense, but there's no doubt crabs and lizardmen are powerful foes. If we go deeper, we would need to fight even more dangerous foes. If only we had one more strong warrior like Rufria with us, we would be able to fight with a pretty safe margin, but it really would be reckless to do so with this group. The battle power will be higher than me going down alone, but in terms of risks, there's different dangers. And the dangers are not only on the level of I got wounded. There's the chance we have to pay with losing them for eternity. It would be one thing if I were to take the risk by myself, but there's no way I can push these members along my ride. No, you are right. Let's leave the 4th floor for some other time. It is not like we have finished exploring the 3rd floor after all. Hikaru, we haven't met the garden panther either. I want first place, but I can't go betting the lives of these two. No, we are already putting our lives on the line in the 3rd floor. It is simply that the exploration is going well, so that feeling isn't that pronounced. One mistake can still wipe us out. The reality is that I should get better at fighting too. Even if training doesn't increase viewers much. Then, we will be going to the 3rd floor today too. You will be training your spirit ability while at it. Hikaru, eh? Rufria. What's the matter? I said just now that we wouldn't be going to the 4th floor though. Hikaru, was she not listening? Ah, no. I was just thinking about not training my spirit abilities for a while. Rufria says while scratching her cheek. It has only been a few days since she started training. Is there a reason why? Hikaru, it is not like that. That's, right. I am simply tired. Using abilities over and over is taxing. That's why I am fine with not training, so let's concentrate on exploring. Okay? Rufria, saying this, Rufria pulls my arm persistently. What a bad lie. The day before, she said that she would be going to the Great Spirit in order to check if she had new abilities. She said she would be checking if her tier had increased too. In that case, it probably didn't work at all. Even so, she must have thought I would be hurt if she were to tell it straight to me. That's probably what's happening here. However, it has only been a few days. The effects should be showing up from here on. Is what I think, but the person herself is going as far as lying in order to stop it, so there's no need to force her to. It is not like I don't feel as if my proposal was a pain for her, but it can't be helped. Then, no spirit ability training. I would like to fight a garden panther at least once already. It would be nice if Shadowbind works on it. Hikaru, it is not a monster with that much physical strength, so I think it would work. It can even immobilize a troll after all. Rufria, is that so? Hikaru, while we were having that talk, we arrived at the straying big mist garden. This floor is a fountain with drinkable water, and there are explorers who rest there. It is a floor that has a more relaxed atmosphere than the second floor. This place is rough for beginners, but it is true that this is quite a lot easier than the fourth floor. This difference in difficulties must be what sets it apart from a game. The first floor has mostly skeletons walking separately, so it is easy, but the second and third floor are plain hard. And then the fourth floor suddenly comes for your throat. That's the kind of balancing there is here. The second floor is especially dark, so it isn't suitable for exploration, so it ends up with the mid-experienced explorers aiming for the third floor. With things like that, things like this can happen. Ooh, isn't that Rufria-chan? I heard your party disbanded recently, but you were diving into the dungeon, huh? Yeah, I have obtained a new party member after all. Rufria, the one who came to talk to us all familiarly, was the scary-looking explorer that spoke to us at the guild before. Looks like they are exploring the third floor with a party of 6. I don't know what their rank is, but they have proper gear, and it is a party that gives me the impression of being a cautious party. The scary-looking man wields a battle axe, and looks like a lumberjack that would welcome a fight with a tree ant. I honestly thought this was troublesome, but even if I were to use darkness fog to hide here, it would just stand out. Wait, oi. Isn't that your little brother there? Bringing him to the third floor is reckless. Are you using him as a porter? So I really did get dragged into it too. But this is an opportunity. The viewers have stopped increasing, so troubles like this are welcomed seasoning. It doesn't really threaten my life, so I wouldn't mind getting hit once or something. I was computing that, but Rufria did something unexpected. With lightning speed, she took out her great sword, and placed it right on the throat of the scary-looking explorer. Oi, Rufria-chan, what joke is this? I will not forgive any further insults. I warned you before, right? Rufria, insults, you say? He is your little brother, right? Also, he is still only bronze rank. The third floor is still too soon for him. Is there anything wrong with what I said? He is not my little brother. Also, we have defeated all monsters in the third floor aside from the garden panther. Rufria, that's thanks to your strength, Rufria-chan. No, that was mostly him. Rufria, wait, stop. Rufria, lower your weapon. Hikaru. Rufria was objecting to the scary-looking explorer with a blank expression, but no matter how you look at it, she isn't calm here. Maybe she is an unexpectedly short-tempered person? She didn't look like that type in the time I was hanging out with her though. Chapter 78, Garden Panther and Inside the Mist. I am sorry for my party member. Come on, Rufria, you apologize too. Hikaru. Don't wanna. Insulting Hikaru. I can't forgive that. Rufria. He wasn't insulting me or anything. Hikaru. If we were to talk down every single one that came to mess with us, there would be no end to it. More so when she is even using her sword for it. What an unbelievable mad dog. The world of explorers is technically the Yakuza world. They may have a view of it being the end if you get looked down on, so Rufria might have acted upon those sets of values though. Rufria, I don't mind you getting pissed when you yourself get mocked, but please don't do that on my behalf. I don't think much about it, and I have said this before, but being bronze and being an explorer beginner is true. Hikaru, if you say so, Hikaru, that's fine then. Rufria, what, you guys were going out? The scary-looking explorer made a shocked expression. Even his party members began to gather after seeing our exchange. Tilda? So it really looks like that, huh? It does, huh? Rifria, with how touchy you are with each other, of course it would look that way. But that Rifria-chan that was rumored to have no interest in men. To think her type was flimsy geese like this. That's a misunderstanding. It is nothing like that. I am simply having Rifria-san help me out in exploring for a limited time. Hikaru, misunderstanding, you say? Hikaru, you are pretty terrible. Rifria wraps her arms around mine. Well, she did say she liked me, and even if it was in the heat of the moment, those feelings of hers must be real. I am using her while fully aware of this. But Rifria-chan, I understand you wanting to explore together with your boyfriend, but isn't the third floor too dangerous for that? One mistake and you can die, you know? Looks like he still can't get away from the idea that Rifria brought me here. Well, I don't mind him keeping that misunderstanding, but it is slowly turning into a pain. As I said, I am the one who asked her to bring me here. Of course, I am fully aware that this is life-threatening. Hikaru, even if that's the case, the silver ranks have to be an example for the ones below. You may have your circumstances, but bringing a bronze rank to the third floor shouldn't be done. I was surprised by what a reasonable thing the scary-looking guy was saying despite being that scary-looking. It is true that you would want to say a word or two about a beginner brat like me sticking to the back of a princess. Geez, this is a pain. How about showing him a bit, Hikaru? To this blockhead. Rifria, huh? What do you mean by that? That he is far stronger than me. If he is baggage, then there's no way I would be able to come to the third floor alone. Rifria, you are joking, right? Only a few handful of explorers can climb up to silver rank. You achieved that in just 1 year, Rifria-chan, so saying this brat is stronger than you? That's one ill sense of humor you got there. While I was listening to that exchange of theirs, something else bothered me. We are in the third floor. It is not like we are in a safe haven or anything. Even though they are speaking in a loud voice at a place like this, no monsters are approaching us. It is not like the dungeon is crowded with monsters, but there's enough monsters that you get into a battle every 1 minute of walking. More so when there's 2 parties here. It is coming. Watch out. The spirits were making noise. I could certainly hear faint voices that were warning me. Rifria. Something's strange. Be careful of your surroundings. Fool, come to my side. Quick. Hikaru, just like the name of Straying Big Mist Garden states, the whole floor is covered in deep mist, and you can only see 100 meters ahead of you. One mistake and you could end up allowing a monster to approach you really close. And the mist is denser than usual today. The distance of our vision is lower than usual. No, can't even call it half of it. I hide grateful at my back, and try to get as close to the wall as possible. Oi! You all as well, don't lower your guards. Something is coming. Hikaru, huh? What is a newbie brat saying all of a sudden? We are veterans here, you know? There's only ghouls showing up this close to the entrance. It would be nice if that's the case. Hikaru? What's the matter? Just like he said, there shouldn't be any strong monsters showing up around here. Rifria, the spirits are raising a ruckus. It might be better to return to the second floor. Hikaru. Wait Nyan. I hear footsteps Naya. Grateful's ears twitched and she muttered this. And then, her eyes opened wide. Garden Panther. It has come really close Nyan. Grateful, the next instant Grateful shouted this. A giant snow-white something suddenly jumped out from the white mist, and it bit onto one of the members of the scary-looking explorer party. You idiots. Rifria, let's go. Hikaru, why yes. Rifria, the garden panther is a giant feline wild beast, and it is bigger than the lion or tiger I saw at the zoo. It is most likely 4 meters in overall length. The color is pure white, and it is expelling faint white steam from its back. It must be hiding itself with that steam. Contrary to its beautiful appearance, its face is fierce, and it has a mouth packed with fangs that could swallow a person whole. The scary-looking explorers' party member that got hit by the surprise attack still had the upper half of their body into its jaws, and was taken away in an instant. I can't even begin to infer where the garden panther is after it has disappeared into the mist. Dark sense. Over there. Hikaru, fortunately, dark sense still worked inside this mist. The garden panther had already moved close to the outside of the effective range of the dark sense, but it was scraping it. Judging from the effective range of dark sense and the actual denseness of the mist, there's only around 40 meters of vision in today's third floor. Is this the mist that the garden panther made, or was today just coincidentally dense? I don't know, but if we let it get away, we won't be able to find it. Unfortunately, the explorer that got bitten first has perished with that one attack, but I don't plan on letting go of the monster that showed itself once. I ran together with Rafria. It seems the garden panther has also noticed us. I can tell that it is lowering its posture in order to gather strength to jump. Phantom Warrior. Hikaru, summon, Night Bug. Hikaru, the Phantom Warrior noisily hits its shield with its sword as it approaches the garden panther. The night bugs rush at it while making noise with their wings. The panther increases its caution after the sudden increase in enemies. After confirming that its attention was diverted from me, I hide in the darkness and approach it from a different direction. That's right, no matter how strong the enemy, what I do won't change. Let's do this, Rafria. Hikaru. Chapter 79, Pure White Beast and Warrior of Light. The panther jumps onto the Phantom Warrior. It sprang forth with its elastic muscles, and its motion to bite off its throat was like a released arrow. If it hadn't been a phantom made from darkness, they would have died in one hit. What fearsome instantaneous force, what threatening speed. If it were to aim for you at close range, even if you understand that it is coming straight in front of you, there's no doubt you wouldn't be able to avoid it. And if you get bitten by it, it is the end. So that means the title of strongest monster of the third floor is deserved, huh? If the mantis that's the strongest of the second floor is a fourth floor level monster, this might be a fifth floor level monster. Just in case, I bring out a lizardman chaos spirit stone from the shadow storage. At worst, I will need to use create undead. It is clear that the garden panther is stronger than the lizardman. G-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. The panther is solely showing caution to Rafria who is getting closer to it, and the phantom warrior that's showing motions to attack the whole time, and it is taking distance while growling at them. Unfortunately, it looks like the night bugs are barely working. So that means the attacks of small bugs are not that effective against a giant body like that, huh? But it seems like the Phantom Warrior is working well in diverting its attention, so it looks like it hasn't noticed me approaching it by hiding in the shadows. I close the distance in one go, and spread the range of the darkness. The surroundings get ruled by darkness in an instant. The panther that was swallowed into the darkness had its body twitch slightly, but it growled and regained its calm immediately, strengthening its caution of its surroundings. And then, it looked at me. The eyes of the panther shone fiercely, and were looking straight at me. Its row of fangs were shining threateningly even inside the darkness. Crap, Hikaru, it definitely can see me. I see, cats are nocturnal. I completely forgot that. Or more like, does that mean the cats here have the same traits as the ones in our world? Even though the totally catfolk grateful can't see in the darkness fog at all. The darkness of the fog is true darkness with no light in it. Even if it is a cat beast, I don't think it can see perfectly here. But my presence has been discovered, so my advantage has technically been erased here. Shadowbind. Hikaru. Before the panther jumps at me, I tie it up with Shadowbind. I control darkness fog at the same time, and take out the panther from the range of the darkness. Refria. Hikaru, in terms of timing, it is barely scraping it, but I don't know if it is because I have casted an ability on it. The panther's attention was on me, so that served as a plus. Ha! Refria ran and slammed the panther from the side with a hit that packed all her might. No matter if it is a giant wild beast, if an iron rod of around 150 centimeters were to hit their weak point with your weight put on it, they wouldn't be able to endure it. The panther went on its knees and rolled in a way to take distance from Refria. But it is still showing its fangs and its fighting spirit hasn't diminished one bit. It isn't dying with that? Hikaru, sorry. I missed the weak point by a bit. Refria, animal-type monsters are actually rare. The monsters that show up in the dungeon are mixed ones. In other words, there's a lot of demi-human monsters. The weak point spots of animals feels different from that of demi-humans, so it can't be helped that she can't hit it with pinpoint accuracy. Grah. It is coming. Shade shift. Darkness fog. Hikaru, it must have seen that I am an easier opponent than Refria, who has a giant weapon. It sprang back to adjust its distance from Refria. It is still on guard of its surroundings, but it isn't taking its gaze away from me. Looks like it intends to kill me first before fighting Refria. The panther lowered its body, and took the posture to jump. I steel myself. In this critical juncture where I can lose my life, my brain turned its gears at astounding speeds. I will die if I make a single wrong move here. This is a superior opponent that I normally wouldn't be able to defeat. But I already knew that from the very beginning. And this is the situation I was wishing for. There's no need to confirm my status board. This fight is definitely attracting the eyes of the viewers. They should be able to tell that I am in a perilous situation after all. The garden panther sinks its body as if it were a bow being pulled. I am on a straight line in its path. If that gets released, I would be turned into a stone in a few seconds without being able to say anything. It is impossible to take on that lunge. Even with both darkness fog and shade shift at play, I am simply increasing the evasion rate by a slight amount. However, no matter how good its eyes are in the dark, if it jumps from a bright place into a dark place, it should take some time for its eyes to get used to it. I thought for a second about bringing out the lizardman undead, but I don't have the time to do that anymore. Shadowbind. Phantom Warrior. Hikaru, before the attack of the panther came, I cast several abilities at once. I could feel my body getting slightly hotter. No matter if I have the affection of spirits, it is not like I can use abilities without any limitations. Especially Phantom Warrior and Dark Sense, which are higher tier abilities, the consumed spirit energy is high. The Phantom Warrior disappeared just now, so I could bring out a new one, but using many abilities consecutively can invite my spirit energy to be exhausted. The noise the warrior made took the attention of the panther for an instant, and in that very opening, the dark tentacles wrap around it. The bind managed to immobilize it for a few seconds, but being able to buy that slight time is big. I ran while using the darkness, but the panther was still targeting me, its gaze still set on me. Maybe it has something close to night vision or a resistance towards dark spirit abilities. Normally, it should be more wary about Refria, who has higher attack, but the panther was targeting me consistently. Does it have the trait of attacking the spirit users with higher tier? The bind ran out, and the garden panther that had accumulated its strength sprang out. I jumped to the side with my life on my sleeve. Maybe because I have defeated countless numbers of monsters in the dungeon already, my body moved faster than I thought, and I managed to barely evade this charge. Me using several spirit abilities to impair its movements must have saved my life here. But I can only do this once. If it jumps at me multiple times, it will be impossible to evade them. The panther that failed to finish its prey spun its body immediately, and searched for my presence. Everything happened within the darkness. The garden panther is inside the darkness, and it is fighting me while being distracted by the phantom warrior, bind, and night bugs. Of course. It doesn't see Rufria, who is outside the darkness. I control the range of the darkness fog and shout, Rufria. Now. Hikaru, okay. Light. Rufria. I regained my posture, and the moment it looked at me, light was casted. The light that we have practiced countless times as an attack. The violent light source that appeared in that instant made the movements of the panther stop. It was inside the darkness fog until now, so it was trying to open its eyes wide to look at me. It must have been super effective. This is the end. Rufria, the great sword was swung down with enough momentum to cut off the head of the panther. Just when its neck was about half cut, the garden panther's giant body changed into a spirit stone. At that moment, the mist filling the surroundings dispersed, and returned close to the normal field of vision of the third floor. Ha. We did it. This is my first time defeating a garden panther. Rufria, that was strong. It ain't fair to bring out a feline beast in a place filled with demi-humans. Hikaru, it is like the giant monkey. A demi-human is skillful and can use weapons, but their base is that of a human, so it resembles a battle between humans. In other words, you can directly apply your training between humans into battle. But what of battles against wild beasts? My sure sword or the thin sword of Grateful probably wouldn't even be able to deal damage to it. The sword of Rufria that managed to slay it with only 2 swings is truly a beast slayer. Is that sword specialized for monster hunting? Hikaru, I somehow asked Rufria, who was heaving while retrieving the spirit stone. That's right. My master was an explorer, so I was told that I should learn to use a weapon like this in order to dive into dungeons. Rufria, your master was quite the high-ranked explorer, right? Hikaru, yeah, the dazzling Canopus. A former salamander rank explorer. Rufria, oh. Salamander rank is the highest rank. Hikaru, for someone like me who is in the lowest rank, the spiritus rank, it is like an unreachable existence. It is normally a person that would be impossible to ask for their teachings though. Rufria, so you have your circumstances? Hikaru, master is for some reason working at the cafeteria of the Light Great Church. When I was training on the sword alone, they probably couldn't endure watching me, and taught me in their break time. Ah, my house is right by the side of the Great Church. Rufria, she then continued by saying that the great sword she has was made through a connection from her master. Rufria, having survived for 1 year in the dungeon, must have been thanks to her following the teachings of her master. Master often said, if you are going to explore the dungeon, select your party members carefully. Especially the spirit users that have a high caste limit, make sure to bring them to your side. I myself am not good with spirit abilities, so I had complicated feelings about that, but you really are amazing, Hikaru. There haven't been records of people defeating a panther in these few months. Rufria, it apparently rarely appears after all. Hikaru, I understand that the ones with high caste limits are strong. Spirit abilities are by no means certain kill techniques. At the very least, all my abilities only serve to support in battle. The ones dealing the killing blow are the people. In that case, there's the need to have a high number of uses. If it were a certain kill technique, it is fine to only have a few uses for the decisive moments, but spirit abilities don't fall in that category. That's why, Hikaru. The 2 weeks are going to be passing already, but I would like to, Rufria, oh. Rufria-chan. What a relief. You are alive. Wah, I have been searching for you, Nyan. Grateful, Rufria was about to say something, but the voice of Grateful and the scary-looking explorers that were looking for us cut her off. I think the place where we were attacked at first and the place we were fighting at wasn't even 100 meters apart, but they probably couldn't find us. This mist might have the effect of muffling sounds. Oh oi, what happened to the garden panther? Hikaru and I defeated it. Rufria, no way. There's no way a panther can be defeated with only 2 people. There's no way I would lie about that, right? Rufria showed the giant spirit stone to the scary-looking guy. It is not a chaotic spirit stone but a water spirit stone, but it is pretty big. It isn't as big as the one of the giant monkey, but I would say it is pretty close to it. Seriously. I am sorry for doubting you. To think you were that strong, Rufria-chan. I am telling you over and over that it is not me that's strong but Hikaru, right? Rufria, right. You did your best too, brat. Thanks. Hikaru, they are looking at me with lukewarm gazes, but well, it looks like they have acknowledged me at least. They didn't see the actual fight, so they are probably still finding it hard to believe. Well, I am glad it ended without my abilities being seen though. Alright. What happened to Ash? It pains me to say that his stone is over there. Hikaru, I see. Ash must refer to the explorer that was first bitten by the panther. The scary-looking guy trudged his way to the spirit stone, picking up the ID tag and the stone. It isn't a transparent stone, but a colored one. A fire spirit stone. He must have been a renowned explorer. Rufria, grateful, let's go. Hikaru, right. Rufria, let's go Naya. Grateful, it is a shame that an explorer died, but that's the kind of place this is. And if we continue this line of work, we will one day end up like this too. Seeing how the explorer has ended up turning into a spirit stone without a say in it, my brain just begins to imagine that future by itself. Even so, there's 6 days counting today, Hikaru. My viewers have suddenly increased to 1 billion all of a sudden with the attack of the garden panther. A decisive battle against a giant and beautiful wild beast. The life that was lost from this attack. For the viewers wishing for my death, their hands must have been sweating in a different meaning at this development. They must have been disappointed at me surviving. I don't mind dying if it is after reviving Nanami, Hikaru. For some reason, I managed to honestly think like that. Maybe it is because I have gotten way too used to this place called a dungeon that's filled with death. My body had grown accustomed to death. I even felt as if I would gain respite from dying. 6 days left. As I thought, the viewers increase when there's a chance for me to die. I will try dying while avoiding death. That's the only thing I can do. Rufria, grateful. I think there will be dangerous happenings like this in the future, but only 6 days. Please tag along with me for only 6 days more. Hikaru, grateful said, I have been hired. Rather, I would like you to hire me forever Nyan. Rufria laughed vaguely. That day, I also participated proactively in attacking, and we hunted close to 100 monsters. Chapter 80. Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, number 1000 Kuros Hikaru, 3308. 409, Anonymous from Earth. The Garden Panther is super cool. 410, Anonymous from Earth. A beautiful female warrior swinging a humongous sword against a giant white panther, that's almost the stuff of legends. 411, Anonymous from Earth. The amount of viewers has increased like crazy. 412, Anonymous from Earth. The update of God that allowed us to at least see silhouettes in the darkness was big. Or more like, there were quite a lot of requests for that, it seems. 413, Anonymous from Earth. Millie Easters is also dark as a whole, so it is hard to tell things apart there. I also sent a ticket for that. Note, author skipped 414. 415, Anonymous from Earth. Man, I'm impressed Hikaru managed to avoid that one. What's with that iron body coordination? 416, Anonymous from Earth. I would like them to also make it possible to see inside the darkness for past footage as well. God should be able to do that, right? 417, Anonymous from Earth chosen who battle really are popular. Real battle really is stimulating on a whole other level. 418. Anonymous from Earth the Slicer of Life chosen are not bad either, but the chosen that battle also have their own lives. Or rather, there's a balance between the two, and it even multiplies the amusement. 419. Anonymous from Earth I feel like Peter would explode from a video of an animal being hit by a giant sword. 420. Anonymous from Earth Hikaru has some courage there. If that were me, my feet would buckle and I would faint. 421. Anonymous from Earth the garden panther is not only big, but also quick. It is normal to have an instinctive fear. It normally would be impossible to fight a feline wild beast even if you have a few spirit abilities. Moreover, that thing is bigger than a Siberian tiger. That's nuts. 422. Anonymous from Earth I feel bad for the scary-looking old man. He was an actual good guy that gave advice to Alex and his party too. 423. Anonymous from Earth it is his fault for ignoring the warning of Hikaru. 424. Anonymous from Earth Grapefruitin is seriously cute. 425. Anonymous from Earth I didn't miss it. The sight of Fulchin clinging onto Hikaru when the garden panther showed up. 426. Anonymous from Earth how did Hikaru know the panther was coming? 427. Anonymous from Earth don't know. Maybe he has the super senses that furries are said to have? 428. Anonymous from Earth the thick scent of beast. 429. Anonymous from Earth Naruodo, I don't Naruodo at all. Note, Naruodo means pla, I understand. 430. Anonymous from Earth isn't it plain scary that you don't leave a corpse in the dungeon? There's no glory to that. 431. Anonymous from Earth that's why it is on the low stratum of jobs. Even so, that way of dying. It really doesn't feel real. 432. Anonymous from Earth it is not low in the sense of that world. The explorers that have a decently high rank can apparently accept normal bodyguard jobs and such. 433. Anonymous from Earth well, it is a job anyone can do, so there's also the part that it is easy to begin for the ones who are broke. 434. Anonymous from Earth Hikaru doesn't seem to be that bothered even when an explorer died. He must have gotten desensitized by it. 435. Anonymous from Earth he was scavenging the dead bodies of people in the beginning after all. His values on that front must have dulled a long time ago. 436. Anonymous from Earth no, you have to throw away your values of the modern world or you won't be able to survive in that world. 437. Anonymous from Earth there have been a lot of chosen who actually died because of that after all. There were way too many who died after being deceived by the natives. 438. Anonymous from Earth even so, what's with there being these many monsters based on the fantasy monsters of Earth? 439. Anonymous from Earth there has already been a whole ton of analysis in that front, so don't go bringing it out here and just Google it yourself. 440. Anonymous from Earth putting out just the conclusion, the fact that humans and Earth can even exist is the work of God in some way. God must have designed that world through the fantasy genre of Earth. 441. Anonymous from Earth or we are all hallucinating. 442. Anonymous from Earth the names are different though, or more like, the names the natives call it and the names we from Earth call them are different. Aside from the literal translations, like Lizardman though. 443. Anonymous from Earth by the way, hasn't Hikaru increased his tier quite a bit now? His movements are slowly turning inhuman. 444. Anonymous from Earth he has been hunting monsters on his own after all. The physical strength of Rifria is impressive, but the monstrosification of Hikaru has advanced quite a bit already. Does he himself notice it? 445. Anonymous from Earth. The people that have become monstrosities use too much money for their food expenses. They are the first to die if there's any food issues. 446. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru has made a name for himself overseas as the ninja. 447. Anonymous from Earth. He is a user of the killing blade after all. He truly is utilizing darkness properly. 448. Anonymous from Earth. It really must be because he is the brother of those twins. It is like he has a proper grip of himself, or like, he has no hesitation. 449. Anonymous from Earth. Regardless of what's said, his actions have consistency, and he doesn't fumble around. It is rare to see someone that doesn't space out. 450. Anonymous from Earth. Just the fact that he is diving the dungeon on his own as if normal already puts him at the level of inhuman. No matter how many uses of spirit abilities you have, it should be impossible. A single mistake means death, you know? 451. Anonymous from Earth. There's a lot of chosen who have talked big game but have gotten scared by monsters. There's a lot who also are completely separated from battle in their lifestyles. Hikaru is evaluated highly in those points as well. 452. Anonymous from Earth. The fourth floor is pretty scary. Isn't Hikaru the first one to go down there all on his own? 453. Anonymous from Earth. I don't know about that, but I am actually grateful that he does commentaries. 454. Anonymous from Earth. He is so bad at it that he is practically speaking in monotone though. It is impossible for him to become a YouTuber. 455. Anonymous from Earth. Now that you mention it, Ikakin said he was going to go meet Hikaru. As expected of the guy that has the attitude of proactively collabing with the people that have the numbers. 456. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't Ikakin at a pretty far away location from Hikaru? 457. Anonymous from Earth. There's an ocean dividing them, so there's the need to cross on a ship. It is a big adventure. 458. Anonymous from Earth. I definitely wouldn't want to ride a ship in a Nisekai. 459. Anonymous from Earth. You are going to be made to eat a biscuit full of maggots. 460. Anonymous from Earth. There's only beer for drinks. 461. Anonymous from Earth. No matter how many points you have, if the ship capsizes, there's no chance for you. 462. Anonymous from Earth. No, at worst, you have the random transfer. 463. Anonymous from Earth. That's technically picking your poison. 464. Anonymous from Earth. You can do random transfers. 465. Anonymous from Earth. It is technically like a rescue button that was prepared for the ones that are troubled with points. You can get 10 points for a random transfer. Only God knows if you will survive where you get transferred. 466. Anonymous from Earth. It's a trap. 467. Anonymous from Earth. If your death is assured from capsizing, that's your only choice. 468. Anonymous from Earth. Really? That might be true. 469. Anonymous from Earth. By the way, about the loved one chosen that had been imprisoned in the church and was told through messages about the reality of their situation, they used the random transfer, but they died in a desert. 470. Anonymous from Earth. That's the worst. 471. Anonymous from Earth. There's only so much you can do even if you increase your level after all. Random transfers are a big hurdle. 472. Anonymous from Earth. You must have actual survival skills after all. That's not something that can be solved by getting 10 points. 473. Anonymous from Earth. More importantly, what's the rank of Hikaru? 474. Anonymous from Earth. There's 5 days remaining and his total rank is 3rd. His real-time rank is 1st, so he is fluctuating between third and fourth, but the top two are way too cemented there. Especially Jean with her protagonist lifestyle. Isn't it impossible to win against that? 475, Anonymous from Earth. In terms of viewers, Jean has around 800 million, so if there's some sort of explosive development, he might have a chance. But Hikaru is already doing his best in the current state of things after all. 476, Anonymous from Earth. Having 800 million people watching from the 8 billion in the world is already an hegemony in terms of content creation though. Isn't it impossible to win against that? 477, Anonymous from Earth. The TV had a high number of viewers in the long past. There were only a few TVs, so the amount of people wanting to watch it was a lot. In the modern era, close to 100% of households have televisions, but there's so much choice with the internet and other things that it is hard to increase views. Even in a situation where you can watch from whichever computer terminal, Jean having 800 million viewers makes her history's biggest star in this era. Do you think Hikaru is made to fight against that? He is your regular introverted high schooler, you know? 478, Anonymous from Earth. It is true that he is an introverted high schooler, but his twins are like the biggest stars of this era too. 479, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is also on the high side in terms of viewers, but it is also true that it is in part because of the skillful branding of his little sisters. 480, Anonymous from Earth. Celica is pretty honest about taking first place, and is speaking about her plans to reach that, but she is so serious it is scary. Their way to use the media and their way of throwing their money is not normal. 481, Anonymous from Earth. I was dumbstruck when one day the TV programs were protecting Hikaru. 482, Anonymous from Earth. What do you mean by that? 483, Anonymous from Earth. They suppressed the negative opinions of Hikaru with money. You can say whatever you want, but the TV still has a lot of effect on people, and if there's programs featuring Hikaru, the viewers will naturally increase. 484, Anonymous from Earth. On top of that, we are talking global scale here. Even if they have hired an agent, the whole world probably already knows that Hikaru is doing his best to revive his childhood friend. That's also why his viewers are increasing. Since the beginning of the race for around 3 days, Celica and Karen have manipulated the world in a way that it would turn out this way. 485, Anonymous from Earth. Seriously? You must be exaggerating there, right? 486, Anonymous from Earth. I am serious. Twin Sis apparently gets 1 billion monthly with their streams, and all other stuff. 487, Anonymous from Earth. Leaving aside the earnings, there's also a big part here in the world that sympathizes with how hard 12-year-old girls are working. 488, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru was the first one to reach first place in viewers, so his potential viewers is pretty high. Twin Sis is monopolizing the market in terms of the edited videos of Hikaru. It is so well made that it doesn't allow any competition. 489, Anonymous from Earth. Also, the ones managing the subscription video service of the Chosen's edited videos, Globe Heroes, are Celica and Karen. 490, Anonymous from Earth. You gotta be kidding. Isn't that the one that has the top share of the videos for the Japanese Chosen and the minor ones? The monthly subscription is cheap, so I am also a member of it. 491, Anonymous from Earth. Karen called her comrades that are good at video editing, and created this by buying a video editing company somewhere. The company president is a name someone else though. By the way, rumors say they are earning quite decently the two. 492, Anonymous from Earth. Even in Globe Heroes you can watch the edited videos of Hikaru, but the shrewd part of Celica and Karen is the part that everyone can watch the videos of Hikaru for free. 493, Anonymous from Earth. Their revenue from ads is apparently already outstanding after all. It may be small compared to the ones with top shares, but the total number of people into this is high to begin with. 494, Anonymous from Earth. It is content that easily passes the hundreds of millions after all. 495, Anonymous from Earth. If they created that aiming for this flow of events, Celica and Karen might be true prodigies. 496, Anonymous from Earth. No, they are prodigies. 497, Anonymous from Earth. Even so, we can't write off the hard work of Hikaru. If the ingredients are crap, even a godlike chef would have their limits. 498, Anonymous from Earth. True. 499, Anonymous from Earth. He was bashed a whole lot at the beginning, being framed as the killer of his childhood friend, Nanami. It is hard to believe now. 500, Anonymous from Earth. The ones flaming Hikaru have become the minority now. Despite the culprit not being found yet, and the theory of Hikaru being the culprit still rooted deeply. 501, Anonymous from Earth. The Japanese high schooler chosen wouldn't get that much attention normally anyways. 502, Anonymous from Earth. No one imagined having family members with language proficiency and mega brains would become an advantage to this extent. 503, Anonymous from Earth. The actual broadcast is all in Isekai language, so the common thing to do is to translate it while watching. You could say that in a sense, there's no language barrier, or like, everyone has the same barrier. You can watch both chosen of your own country, and chosen from other countries all the same. 504, Anonymous from Earth. Twin Sis has the right for the AI translation program, and uses the latest in translations. There's no way they aren't strong. 505, Anonymous from Earth. If the advantage of countries played too big of a role, then China would be too strong. No, they are plenty strong already. 506, Anonymous from Earth. Xinyan Sensei is nice. Note, it is a Chinese name, so I am not sure if I am right here. Help. 507, Anonymous from Earth. Xinyan Sensei's Maid Journey's first arc conclusion was way too perfect. 508, Anonymous from Earth. Because of that, the viewers end up gathering to the edited videos. Their position in the viewer count race is 30th. 509, Anonymous from Earth. The original one is pretty gory after all. 510, Anonymous from Earth. It is impossible for Hikaru to get first place. Genie-chan has been first place this whole time after all. If he wants to pass that, he would have to get an overwhelming number of viewers more than her. 511, Anonymous from Earth. Even if we tell her the situation, I don't think Genie-chan would hold back after all. 512, Anonymous from Earth. If it is Max Sama in second place, he might. 513, Anonymous from Earth. If he goes at this pace, he could win against Max Sama. Being able to see in the darkness even if only for a limited amount is big. The wind is blowing our way. 514, Anonymous from Earth. Shouldn't he be increasing the love segments with Rafrie-sama? To be specific, sex. 515, Anonymous from Earth. Celica said, Unichan is super serious on that front. 516, Anonymous from Earth. Well, sex is plain strong. Everyone wants to watch that. I also would want to. 517, Anonymous from Earth. If it is only that the whole time, it would be boring, but if it was in these 2 weeks, I will make Rafria fall for me. It could have been exciting. The problem is that she has already fallen, but on this occasion, that doesn't matter much now. What's important is the result. 518, Anonymous from Earth. May Rafrie-sama have a kink for bondage. 519, Anonymous from Earth. I would like bunny suits. 520, Anonymous from Earth. What are you talking about? What's good about Hikaru is that he is simple and upright. Euro brats that connect everything to sex should just go back to your hole. 521, Anonymous from Earth. But if it is Rafrie-sama who is attacking? 522, Anonymous from Earth. I wanna see that. 523, Anonymous from Earth. The male viewers shot up the moment he made a party with Rafrie-sama after all. 524, Anonymous from Earth. The exclusive advertisement videos of Hikaru that Karen makes are half Rafrie-sama. 525, Anonymous from Earth. Those twins use anything they can use with no hesitation after all. 526, Anonymous from Earth. More like, Karen is the type that can make a clear line between those kinds of things, while Celica is the more noisy voice of reason. 527, Anonymous from Earth. I would have liked to become the brother of those little sisters. Why do I only have little brothers? 528, Anonymous from Earth. It can't be helped. We have no choice but to live in reality. Now, let's go to work. 529, Anonymous from Earth. I don't wanna. I will watch Hikaru's journey to first place. I definitely won't go to work. 530, Anonymous from Earth. I understand how a massive number of NEETs were born from this ice kite transfer business. 531, Anonymous from Earth. Putting the joking aside, wouldn't Hikaru get more viewers if he were to open his messages? 532, Anonymous from Earth. That's something only we can say as we can see the whole picture. Hikaru is completely unaware of anything, you know? The hard struggle of the twins, and the fact that most of the viewers support him. 533, Anonymous from Earth. He won't be opening the messages. He wouldn't be ignoring them so vehemently unless he had quite the strong trauma towards it. 534, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru thinks all the messages are negative towards him. Moreover, he can't just choose and open them by reading the title, so he has to read them in order. It is a pain. 535, Anonymous from Earth. The beginning was actually all flaming after all. Celica apparently sent quite a lot, but won't his heart break by the time he reaches there? 536, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is solely aiming to get viewers in a way that he doesn't die. Even though he is doing his best there, he still doesn't open his messages. That means he is aware that there are parts there that if he touches them, he would die. This is just me paraphrasing what Celica said though. 537, Anonymous from Earth. Well, it is true that I have also sent supporting messages to him and would like him to open them. I want him to know that everyone is cheering for him. 538, Anonymous from Earth. The ones in this thread are mostly on that same sentiment. However, there's also the evil part of me that wants to see Hikaru in pain and crying. 539, Anonymous from Earth. I feel ya tilde. 540, Anonymous from Earth. But why is Rafrie-sama not showing off her photon ray? If she used that, their exploration would be easier. 541, Anonymous from Earth. It must be the complicated heart of a maiden. Don't make me say it. It is embarrassing. 542, Anonymous from Earth. Question mark. She can use photon ray? Did I miss it somewhere? 543, Anonymous from Earth. Rafrie suddenly said she won't be doing spirit ability training, right? At that moment Celica said it. 544, Anonymous from Earth. According to Celica, she definitely can use photon ray now, so she said there's no need to do ability training anymore. 545, Anonymous from Earth. Really? But why? There's no need to hide it, right? 546, Anonymous from Earth. At that moment in the stream, she must be able to use photon ray now. Unichan is dense, so it seems he hasn't noticed though. She lied because she thought she wouldn't be able to stay with Unichan? Is that so, Nitilda? Note, the original says Narudni tilde. Probably her finishing it with Anna, which is brother. Yup. In other words, She is trying to choose a future together with Onichan as an explorer over her future as a Templar. But will it go smoothly? 547, Anonymous from Earth. That transcript of Karen must have had slight ill intent in it, lol. 548, Anonymous from Earth. Celica doesn't seem to like Rafria much. 549, Anonymous from Earth. Their beloved Onichan was taken away from them, so she must be jealous. Don't make me say it. It is embarrassing. 550, Anonymous from Earth. Or more like, can women tell instantly? I couldn't tell at all. 551, Anonymous from Earth. It is okay. I couldn't tell either. 552, Anonymous from Earth. Watching twin, sis, they saw through it immediately before anyone even had the time to notice it themselves. 553, Anonymous from Earth. Or more like, it is scary how the transcript was immediately there already. 554, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't it natural as a fan? 555, Anonymous from Earth. Yeah, or more like, the fan site has the transcript data all there. 556, Anonymous from Earth. How tilde, is that Sonia? 557, Anonymous from Earth. That mysterious phrase of Karen is infectious. 558, Anonymous from Earth. Karen is pretty, but she is different from the communication Lord Celica in that she is an introverted otaku. Her way of speaking is otaku-ish too. 559, Anonymous from Earth. Communication Lord, lol. 560, Anonymous from Earth. You could even call her a communication god. She can communicate with people from the whole world, you know. 561, Anonymous from Earth. Her mental strength is also strong like Horichilkan. 562, Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen being amazing is them being prodigies, but Celica's powerful communication ability is an individual trait that stands out. Your normal prodigy doesn't have this. That ability to take decisive actions, like going to the family of Alex to greet them, is not normal. 563, Anonymous from Earth. Wonder what kind of man would be able to go out with Celica. 564, Anonymous from Earth. The President. 565, Anonymous from Earth. She would be the strongest First Lady. 566, Anonymous from Earth. The Rice government is going to have an eye on her. 567, Anonymous from Earth. There's already eyes on them. Like the FBI and the CIA. Source, me. 568, Anonymous from Earth. We are talking about the Little Sisters again. 569, Anonymous from Earth. So in short, what does that mean? If she can use photon ray, she won't be able to stay with him? 570, Anonymous from Earth. Rafria said she came to the dungeon to earn money and to train her spirit abilities, right? In order to become a Templar, you need to learn photon ray. Turning that around, you can become a Templar if you can use photon ray. It seems like there's an age limit as well, so once that happens, she has no business with the dungeon. Of course, she won't be able to play around with Hikaru anymore. 571, Anonymous from Earth. I immediately noticed she could already use photon ray. 572, Anonymous from Earth. Calling it after the fact tilde. 573, Anonymous from Earth. Even if she has fulfilled the requirements to become a Templar, it should be fine to hang around with Hikaru, right? 574, Anonymous from Earth. It is not that simple of a thing. He isn't a modern Japanese person that can easily allow throwing away matters of the family. Even Japanese people have their strict parts, and would prioritize their family over everything. 575, Anonymous from Earth. That's why she is lying, huh? That's so lovely. 576, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is super dense. 577, Anonymous from Earth. But Hikaru took the risk of revealing to her that he can use the 8th ability, you know? What's this about hiding your true strength because of your own convenience? 578, Anonymous from Earth. Refree Sharma must be feeling conflicted here as well. She probably didn't even imagine that she would be able to learn how to use it in just a few days. 579, Anonymous from Earth. Maybe the effects were high because she was training by the side of a loved one? 580, Anonymous from Earth. There's also the possibility that she felt bad about having Hikaru give her expensive potion after expensive potion. 581, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru would definitely tell her to go back home now that she has learned Photon Ray. I can even bet on it. 582, Anonymous from Earth. Well, rather than working as a low job like an explorer, it would obviously be better to work as a Templar at her homeland. 583, Anonymous from Earth. No, it is better to be by the side of the person you love. I don't mind betting on it, but I will definitely regret it. I regretted it. 584, Anonymous from Earth. As I said, stop throwing heavy topics. 585, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is actually a good catch of a man. 586, Anonymous from Earth. The problem is what Hikaru himself will do. 587, Anonymous from Earth. True that.